Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is Overwatch Open Division. It is our final day. We're going to find out who gets that slot into the Overwatch Contenders Trials. I'm Ultras, and bringing you alongside me is Ocean Cast. How are you feeling for today's matches, my friend?
Excited because we have a really good game. A continuation of the narrative from last weekend that kind of brewed around the EMEA scene. We have OT Esports taking on Danish Kebab. Now, last week, if you remember, our kind of narrative was Danish Kebab, we think will probably finish top 2. There's not many teams that can beat them. OT Esports is one of those teams. We actually casted them after Danish Kebab, and they were playing a different one-trick style than they usually do. It was a little bit more calculated. And finally now, a week later, we get to see the narrative play out. Which of these two Titan-like teams in Tier 3 is going to get the victory this morning. It's the morning. It's very early in the morning.
Yeah, it depends where you guys are watching from. If you are in the EMEA region, it's about lunchtime now, and I hope you guys are settled in. You got lots of Overwatch here to grab, and what a way to start it off. Like you say, we got to see both of these teams in action last week, being able to see Danish Kebab, such a unified team, being able to move around together on their own and isolate any targets, whereas OT Esports, the one-trick team who comes through with such a game plan, pivoting around PvPX, where they set up something like a Junkrat, a Torbjorn in the point, and especially on the control point, that Torbjorn was such a pivotal role that we're able to see it. We're going to be going through to Ilios in our first game. Going to jump straight into the action. Do you have a favorite team? Do you have any insights into what we're going to be seeing as we take runes in our first map?
The biggest task Danish Kebab has, because Danish Kebab are going to be really, really well set up. They definitely will have scrimmed one-trick teams before. They'll definitely be prepared for this sort of situation. Whether they kind of get off-put by the crazy chaotic style of of OT Esports, just the natural chaotic style of these compositions, we'll wait and see. I think they'll be well set up for this, though. I think Animator is a very good coach. Especially, they shouldn't be coaching in a Tier 3 tournament. They'll be well set up. I think they'll be well prepared for what OT Esports are going to be coming at them with. I think Danish Kebab will win this. I think it will be comfortably, but I do also think that they will have some moments in this series where they're a little bit behind the mark.
I'm looking to see just a mirror of what we saw last week from these two teams. We see Tractor Kid going onto that Wrecking Ball, looking to cause consternation in the back line. PvP going to be setting up on that favorite Junkrat of theirs to be able to spam down damage from the team player around. And now we see Tractor Kid flowing through, but it only manages to find the teleporter, as we do see Danish Kebab looking to do what they do best. But then falling down in the beginning of this, just that mobility only gives them a moment of respite, as we see O2 Esports clearing up the backline, being able to control the space out so nicely. Of course, Danish Kebab always willing to fight under a lot of pressure. They are going to give up the first point, though, and it is going to be O2 Esports looking very strong in the first fight.
Positional choice from Danish Kebab. I feel like it's very, very easily disrupted on its pathing, and it really was. PPX took a nice little bit of high ground above them. They got pound drive by Tractor Kid. It was a really poor compositional matchup. I like these changes coming into effect now. They can kind of isolate targets as they want and take the duels that really suit their composition.
They're going to have another opportunity coming in here. You can see them falling low quite quickly. Ding doing a good job to try and keep everyone up. PvP, though, has already got this Riptire up, looking for some passing around, just tries to find the Baptiste, as the rest of Danish Kebab going to go down very early. Even the flick shot onto Primefire going to be able to keep this in the side of O2 Esports.
I was a fan of it because I thought that they would maybe have Cornus and Ding playing together, Primefire and Henning, and then Ariel and Drucken could also go into different areas of the map. It makes things difficult for OT Esports. Then you're forcing a decision of OT Esports, who do you go and target? And I thought those little isolated duels would have helped Danish Kebab, but they're playing very close together, and I don't think that helps them against what OT Esports is running. In particular, that Wrecking Ball. Tractor Kid is getting so much value.
Yeah, this is huge. This is the way that Danish Kebab likes to play, is together. Ooh, Tractor Kid gets stunned up and manages to get out and O2 Esports just utilizing the fact that Danish Kebab sticking together means that they can get so much Junkrat spam, so much value off this Wrecking Ball to be able to just pummel damage into this core lineup of Danish Kebab. And so far, Danish Kebab not really being able to contest this point at all.
Yeah, that'll be the rough part of this series for Danish Kebab. Can they find the right composition for them against this very difficult O2 Esports team?
Oh, and you see Henning having swapped onto that Wrecking Ball, doesn't even manage to get back to the point. O2 Esports going to be taking this quite convincingly from the beginning. Danish Kebab really likes to move together, isolate off targets, but when there's no targets that you can really get a grip on from O2 Esports, it's Danish Kebabs who really look very under a lot of pressure. They're going to have to try to change things up, and they may not be comfortable in against this sort of composition from O2.
Yeah, this is the adapting phase for Danish Kebab, right? They've got to find something that's going to work for them in this series. I would have imagined they have prepared for this match all week. They've had a week to kind of gather their thoughts on what they want to play against O2 Esports, and I think that they maybe got it wrong for that first point. But they're trying something a little bit different now, something a little bit more mobile. I like this a lot more. Because it's difficult for them to build up their minefield and get that consistent spam. So we'll see if this more mobile composition does them any favors.
He's still got a lot of work to go. Of course, we've got Versgard in this week for O2 Esports, taking on the role of Isaac, who played last week, and Versgard being just so prevalent on this Echo at the beginning of this fight, being able to put in damage. And look at this, the instant initiation comes out from O2 Esports to get in there. Primefire has to do a lot of work, try to get this EMP early into this fight, and Draken's already gone down, meaning Danish Kebab under a lot of pressure from the beginning. It seems like they're constantly playing on the back foot. They've even taken Kronos onto this Brigida to try and stabilize their backline and try and give a little bit of help towards Ding against Tractor Kid, who's constantly around there. Abs actually manages to find another kill here for O2 Esports, and so again, O2 Esports taking control of the point, being able to spread out, and even gets the kill on Draken standing still. That is not the way a Tracer wants to be. Obviously gets picked up there. PvP goes down from the side of O2 Esports, and so it's still Danish Kebab trying to find little places here or there, but not really being able to compete with this and not wanting to group up just yet.
Yeah, this control map really favors O2 Esports' chaotic style. However, Primefire is going to have the EMP next team fight. This is going to be the best chance they have.
Here we go, we see it starting out the fight. Is there any sort of follow-up? It doesn't really seem like there's a lot of red players around here to try and compete this. And even though the hack on Tractor Kid comes out, Tractor Kid still trying to retreat towards the team, is going to manage to get out of this fight. And PvP comes through with another tire, just the consistency. And we have seen this before where very happy to just use that as a zoning ultimate. Now Henning getting caught up on the back line. Not going to be able to get out from the back line scale of O2 Esports. And still O2 with these big pivotal ultimates, not really finding anything out of them.
Yeah, this is really bad for Danish Kebab. They aren't really able to find any players who are isolated. They're unable to find win conditions in these team fights. They're unable to use their win conditions if they do have some. It's just not been a good map from them.
And this is Tractor Kid coming through with that one-trick ball capabilities of them being able to get those rollouts into the back line, pop up the team with that slam, and now even the Diva Bomb being dropped on the back line. Desperation here coming out from Ariel. We talked about Ariel's proficiency on that off-tank roll, but not being able to do anything besides get the remake onto the Diva, just trying to get something to be able to contest this point. And O2 still looking to take another map, 0 to 101, and I don't know if Danish Kebabs can even get back to the point test for more than a couple of seconds.
Dude, get this team fight in. They're gonna have an EMP shortly.
Is that EMP going to be enough? The last one wasn't followed up, and we can see O2 Esports with this mobile team comp just very happy to move around. We do see the EMP comes out, but Primefire is still not really getting anything out of it. Ariel going to be able to use that to be able to pick up Tractor Kid, but the rest of O2 Esports hanging around, being able to contest up this point. It has been flicked over towards Danish Kebab, so starting to get at least a little bit of tick on this percentage. But O2 Esports sticking around, finally goes down, and Danish Kebab gets their first opportunity in this map to do something and get some sort of control here.
Drops off the map instantly. It's gonna be so hard to get your own charge, even as the baby Diva here on this map. So making sure that that mech is available for the next team fight, you're not really messing around is good. Primefire already 50% to another EMP. If OTEs would struggle and kind of stagger in for a couple of team fights, there's going to be another AMP involved in this game. And once that AMP is involved in this round of control, in this round of well, that means OTE Sports could be in trouble.
The big thing is the 2 support ultimates. Probably the 2 strongest support ultimates in the entire game. Going to be looking to be online for Danish Kebab in the next fight. Going to be able to counter everything out with that Transcendence and the Rally. But they need to survive for a little bit. O2 has got that up that amplification matrix, and the ball goes in from Henning, dropping those mines on the high ground, tries to create a little bit of space and threaten the high ground coming out from O2 Esports. Still, O2 Esports sticking around, not really wanting to retreat just yet. 67% on the board for Danish Kebab, and now we start to see the ultimates being used. Transcendence comes out, giving Danish Kebab the opportunity to move forward, and they're actually starting to really leverage this and get very aggressive into the back line of O2 Esports. And this may actually turn around the way of Danish Kebab.
And look at this. Look at the ultimates they have online. They have a perfect win condition in EMP. They have Rally to support players going aggressive on that EMP. And they've got a self-destruct as well if they need to make the team fight longer. Beautiful win conditions. Let's see if they can use them.
Prime Fire just sitting in the back line, looking to threaten these defensive players here. He's going to get slipped up, but manages to get the EMP out first. And so the Danish Kebab has all the win conditions that they've got. The Rally is being popped into the back line, keeping everyone up. And we see Kronos even managing to get the flail onto Tractor Kid. That's going to make it very difficult for O2 Esports to try and contest back in here. They're falling left, right, and center. And Danish Kebab managed to turn this around from 99%.
It was a harsh or a little bit critical of how Danish Kebab were playing early in that round, and of course early in the series. But when you're playing a one-trick team, you kind of have to figure out how you want to play, what compositions you want to play, what's comfortable for you. I think Danish Kebab finally were able to do that. They are running this more mobile composition, and they have got a pretty good plan. They were able to isolate the backline of OTE Sports. Once they were able to do that, they took that team fight pretty comfortably, and from there on, they cycled their ultimates well. In particular, Prime Fire was brilliant on that Sombra, isolating a lot of targets and made things really easy for themselves the rest of that round. A little bit more of that, and Danish Kebab could still be taking this map 1.
Yeah, this is where the strength of Danish Kebab really lies, is can you play together as a team? Can you get the key targets? They didn't really manage to get that ability in the beginning. Oh, Henning going down very low in the beginning, but the mobility of the Wrecking Ball just allows for that play to come out. And so O2 Esports relying on the chaos to be able to do their work. And if they cannot manage to get that chaos leveraging, in their opinion, if they leave themselves a bit weak in the backline like they are right now, they could be under a lot of pressure. Danish Kebab finally finding their stride, being able to come in. Still, the kills being traded for both sides. Seems like Danish Kebab, though, going to be the ones to come out victorious in this first and pivotal team fight number 1.
Feels like that first round of ruins, that was OT Sports' round, but it already feels like this series is changing. It already feels like Danish Kebab are comfortable. They were able to isolate the backline yet again, get those kills. I'm not sure if that was a forced isolation, they kind of forced that positioning from the backline of OT Sports, but it was a great isolation. They got the kills, that's all that really matters, and now Danish Kebab are firmly in the driving seat.
Yeah, you know, when Danish Kebab, they really want to play together as a team, but they don't have to play as one big death ball group up to run forward and try to get something here. PvP going aggressive into the back line, does manage to pick up the Zenyatta, but plays with their own life now, and so a 1-for-1 trade coming out there. The rest of the team's just trying to duel it out on the point. And Danish Kebab very happy the fact that they don't have to stick together. Versgod just going to be trying to come in there using that high noon just to get that ultimate, just to get that reload at least to the back line. And still Danish Kebab looking very strong, even being able to separate and peel for each other so well. They're already up to nearly 60%.
Yeah, this also shows how hard it is to kind of walk into a team fight on heroes like Junkrat. Junkrat's really good at spamming chokes, right? But when you have to take those chokes and take those positions as Junkrat, it could be quite difficult to get yourself into the fight. PvPX hasn't even got an ultimate yet for this round, and that's such a critical player for OT Esports.
And yet on the other side, we got Prime Fire sitting with that EMP, looking for it in the beginning of the fight. Henning going to go down. Prime Fire actually going to be denied at the beginning of the, so there's going to be no EMP. They're relying on this Transcendence to try and do work. The whole hog controlling that Zenyatta up into the corner. Still, we see Danish Kebab always fighting all the way to the end. It's going to be PvP. Going to have to come through with the big tire. Sits on the point, has to compete, and the rest of the ultimates coming out from Danish Kebab going to be able to hold him for a little bit. Still, O2 Esports comes out at the top of this fight. EMP gets dropped on the point. Only really finds the Wrecking Ball. Coolboy going to be dropping that nano boost onto the point. Means that Esports are going to be able to rally for a little bit longer. But the rally comes out the other way, ironically enough. There, Kronos trying to get the team up, get that extra bit of health. And Tractor Kid very content to just sit on this point. Now goes for the rollout through the center of the team. That's a lot of damage coming through there. Even manages to knock out the Zenyatta into a dangerous position. Tractor Kid going back onto the point, making sure that there's no contest out the other way. And I do like to see the swap from PvP, just taking Danish Kebab's very scattered play style and using it against them with this turret that's putting out damage. Still, Danish Kebab can keep control of the point, and it's up to O2 Esports to even get back to the point. Are they going to be able to do it? We see the Diva flying in. Overtime is clicked up now, and they're going to have to fight this out. This is their last chance to stay in this. They look so strong in the first round and haven't really been able to come back with much since. And it's going to be Danish Kebab holding it up, checking down overtime. They're losing players, though. They're losing a lot of kills. O2 looking quite happy on this point and are going to be able to turn it around.
Yeah, PvPX makes the switch over to the Tourbillon at the correct time. That was critical for OT Sports. I think they needed that adjustment. However, Danish Kebab, they only need one more team fight to win this map. The map type, the map game mode that is kind of preferred, leans itself towards a chaotic style that will favor OT Sports. So if they win this map, they're in a really good spot. And Prime Fire almost has that EMP. The problem is they're walking into that Torb turret, and that can be quite awkward.
Yeah, that's a very difficult thing for a Sombra to play around. Still, Prime Fire has a lot of other players that they can use to utilize to get onto this. Manages to get up that EMP thing, sitting there with the Transcendence, also going to be able to reinforce the point now. And so just an overwhelming number of ultimates from Danish Kebab should be able to help them out a lot. They've got to play into the Molten Core that's shutting off this point, but still PvP gets isolated on the side. Diva Bomb very high into the air, not really going to be able to get anything. Instead, it's going to be the High Noon taking out one support. This other support from Danish Kebab going to be falling as well. So they've dumped everything into this team fight. They're still not managing to get anything out of it. O2 Esports looking to close this off themselves.
I think you'll be kicking yourselves if you're Danish Kebab there. You have the tools to win this team fight. You still might have a chance to win the round, but that last one was a pretty big opportunity.
Henning has to desperately try get to the point to try and contest this, drops the mines before giving up their own life. And so Danish Kebab on their last attempt here. I'm Special also has that Diva Bomb if they really want to try and shut off this point, but probably not going to be needed. We see O2 just holding on to this point. The nice bump takes out PvP, and so the Tourbillon going to go down. Still that turret being there to prove a big nuisance here for Danish Kebab. They cannot really push onto this point. Every time they try and touch it, there's just more damage coming in there. And O2 Esports, maybe leaving it a little bit longer than they would have wanted, manages to close out this Ilios map.
They're kind of preferred on, or their style is preferred on. But I can't lie, I'm a little bit shocked, to be honest. I thought their first one was really, really good. I thought O2 were clearly the better team. But I thought Danish Kebab, realistically, they kind of threw that map away at the end there. I thought they kind of came back into that map really, really well. I thought the rest of well, if you kind of ignore the first half of it where OT Sports was in control, I thought they were really, really good at Danish Kebab, and they kind of took that into the next round. Two sloppier team fights where Prime Fire got hooked and they weren't able to set up the EMP, and then that last team fight there where they had the EMP, they had the Transcendence, however, Ding got a little bit isolated and had to use the Transcendence early to kind of path themselves into the team fight. That was obviously a really, really awkward team fight for them, and they didn't capitalize on the EMP. It was an opportunity wasted to go 1-0 up in this series, but for Danish Kebab, they'll have game modes that kind of suit their play style for the rest of this series, unless we go to map 5. So that's something that they can be pretty comfortable with.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the esports lineup right now, is that they love that chaotic game mode, and there is no more chaotic style than on a control point, being able to just go around, keep control of the point with something like Tractor Kid being able to constantly go back and reinforce that, just threaten anyone who's trying any sneaky plays in the back line. Danish Kebab doing a good bit of rotation, a nice bit of adaptation to be able to go, okay, maybe our death ball style is not going to be able to come out there. We're just getting isolated. Something like the Junkrats being able to take us apart, being able to get nice off angles. And so they adapted. They come through in that second round and look very strong in the third round. PvP recognizes, goes to the Tourbillon, and this back and forth rock, paper, scissors between the two teams is coming out to be a very close matchup between these two teams.
now, what map are we gonna go to? I think Escort is the next game mode. They could go for Junkertown. That would kind of force Tractor Kid out of the lineup, and they might have to bring Minimi in to play Orisa. That could be an idea to try and unsettle O2 Esports. That would be the first idea that comes into my mind for Danish Kebab. Or they could go Route 66, which is a map that they were very good on last week against Regen EU. Additionally, it kind of suits the style that they were playing near the end of that map, the Somber Tracer style. So Route 66 and Junkertown are the maps that kind of go into my head straight away.
Yeah, and I must admit, what's interesting about these two teams is that they both actually really like escort maps. Both of them managed an entire full hold last week when they started on defense. And so I think it's going to be interesting to see. It looks like we're starting to favor towards Junkertown there. Like you said, one of those two maps that's going to give Danish Kebab a lot of confidence going into this. They've got a lot of ability. Still, I think Junkertown has got a lot of opportunities for someone like Tractor Kid to move around, use that open space to be able to cleave through the chaotic game style that esports is so prevalent on. Means that they're going to be able to still wreak a bit of havoc. You got PvP on that Torbjorn who could do huge work with the big sidelines and that Torb turret. It's when there's no cover, you can't really run away from it. We are going to be going through to Junkertown. It's at this stage, have you taken a favorite between these two sides?
Why not going into Junkertown? I think Danish Kebab will be pretty good favorites here. I think it's really difficult to get value on Wrecking Ball here. Because it is open, right? Which means that, you know, if you're playing a brawl style, you're going to get power drived a lot, but you're not going to play a brawl style here because it's so open and there's such a big distance. I don't think Wrecking Ball is a very good hero on this map unless you're playing the Wrecking Ball single, which both teams look like they're actually going to opt for. So I do feel that this map favors Danish Kebab. I was saying this would be one of their better map choices. So I do think Danish Kebab will win this series. In the long term, I thought their adaptation map one was good. I think this map will suit them and it'll be 1-1 after this. But O2 Esports, they're currently in the lead of this series, right? If things go south for Danish Kebab, they're going to have a lot of momentum, so it really could still be O2 Esports series. But I've kind of got a little bit of faith in Danish Kebab.
Yeah, especially when you take a look at the DPS. This is obviously a favored map because you've got Draken and Prime Fire. They both have such good proficiency, and both these two have proven themselves to be so pivotal in those key picks. I mean, between the Hanzo and the Widowmaker, both of them are able to really open up opportunities for the rest of the team to work through. Henning still sticking on that Wrecking Ball. In fact, you say this is not a Wrecking Ball favored map when both teams going to be picking up here. It should be interesting to see how Danish Kebab really want to do this. They want to get those early picks, and I think they've got the range advantage against PvP, who's going to maybe struggle to find those choke points that a Junkrat favors so well. Versgard going to have to try to take it out. There's a lot of pick potential, not a lot of space for an Ashe to work with, and you can see the instant pressure being pushed by Danish Kebab. For Prime Fire being able to take out Abs there on that Baptiste means that there's going to be much less healing coming out here for O2 Esports. They've still got Cool Boy around to try and reinforce this, but Danish Kebab taking the fight on their terms so far. Henning going to go down, not going to be able to take much opportunity in this fight. Going to be able to reinforce nice and quickly, though. Of course, that nerf now to Hammond means they're not going to be able to come out straight away. But it is going to be O2 being able to fend off at least this first fight, just poking, prodding, this chaotic style that we know from O2 Esports. Really working to their advantage right now, and Ding going down late into this fight means that Danish Kebab still wanting to push forward, doesn't really have a lot of reinforcements. Oh, the nice pick onto PvP though, combined there, means that most of the damage from O2 out and gives Danish Kebab an opportunity to start pushing forward. Still, you see Ariel pushing into a very aggressive position, reinforced quickly by the team. I'm Special, nearly up to that Gravitic Flux, going to be able to help out there. Bob going to be thrown to the back line. This could be the opening salvo coming out from O2 Esports. PvP has come back in there. In fact, O2 Esports going to be dropping a lot of ultimates. They're not going to be able to get out the Gravitic Flux. And the Nano Boost going to be counted out now by the Transcendence from Danish Kebab. And so neither team really wanting to back off just yet.
Well, this is getting a little bit messy for both teams now, but that messiness is really favoring the defense now as time starts to run out. Abs gets a couple of kills, and I think this team fight's finally going to be one out.
Ariel caught in such a bad position there. Just great play from Tractor Kids to isolate off made the tank there coming out from Danish Kebab there. The mines pop there, and Ariel just caught on the wrong side of that. Gives O2 Esports the chance to come into this. Now Esports coming up with some more very pivotal ultimates themselves, but they're at such a deficit in terms of that from Danish Kebab. We've said that they're able to cycle their ultimates so well. Danish Kebab have 4 ultimates online to be able to come in. That includes the amplification matrix to get that damage, increase the lethality of the DPS here. And we see Primefire starting it up in the beginning. The Transcendence being thrown by Abs into the backline just allows the rest of O2 to try and regroup together, retreat into the cover here, and they may just be giving up this first point.
Now, come back in. The problem is, can they come back in? Will they be let by players like Draken and Hanning just to walk back in and try and take point out back?
Well, the Riptide comes out. We don't see anything coming out from it. A nice immortality field there from Kronos gives an opportunity for Danish Kebab to stay out, and they are in the open, but this is where they start to shine. As I say that, though, we see Esports coming in, they're reinforcing together, all of them falling low, but using the exact limits of their characters to be able to come through. And we see the nano boost onto the Wrecking Ball, not a target that you often see, but still Tractor Kid on this one trick is able to use such work of it, chasing Ariel all the way back to their own spawn. They're even going to be able to get this kill. Oh, Tractor Kid, maybe a little bit too far there.
That's critical as well, because that means as they walk to the point, there is nobody who stop Ding and Cronus. I mean, maybe you could get an Ash on an off angle to try and pressure them, but that means it's an easy pathway for the supports into this team fight for the offense now.
Oh, we're even going to see them get to the point there. We do see Henning finally manage to get there, and the Transcendence used to clear out those mines. Tractor Kid being able to reinforce, the Bob doing so much work in Esports, being able to cleave through as a desperate attempt at a push comes through from Danish Kebab. Not really able to do too much. Ding with the double kill, though, comes in here and opens up the smallest opportunity for Danish Kebab. Is it going to be enough? Henning sitting on that payload. Are they actually going to be able to contest this on their own? Just sticking around, reinforced now, and we are going to see them a meter away from it. O2 Esports looked so comfortable on this. I thought they had this all the way, and yet giving up that possession 0.1 meters, as close as you can possibly get it. And Danish Kebab not going to be denied with a full hold.
Yeah, so you actually saw Ding was the player to watch in the previous fight. That's because they were able to get into that team fight, get those mighty value Discord orbs, and get those the really aggressive angles that they needed to frag out, right? That's what they needed. And I mean, it takes ridiculous mechanical skill to do that. And now we're on the Sombra as well, so we're now on a very, very mobile DPS line. And I think now this is now starting to get a little bit more comfortable for Danish Kebab. Primefire back on the Sombra, which has served them so well this series.
Oh, and the combination of the Wrecking Ball pile driver into the Gravitic Flood starts us out, and even with the attempt of those mines to try and deny the high ground, Danish Kebab's looking so comfortable, and it's like you say, they're just very, very happy to be pushing. They were almost denied in that first point, but as this map's going on, they're looking even better. Primefire already up to 50%, and that might be all that they need to be able to win this out. I don't know if Esports are going to be able to come back, and they don't. We're going all the way to point 3 here.
Yeah, I think they're now a lot more comfortable. I think you'll find that they probably usually play double shield and double sniper here on that first point, and then they were trying to find a happy medium with the Wrecking Ball so that they're more mobile, but their DPS line was really struggling. Now that their DPS line is playing more mobile heroes, I think Danish Kebab is in a much better spot.
Yeah, Danish Kebab just recognizing the strength of O2 Esports, who like to dictate the pace and run rings around their opponents. Now when you start being too mobile yourself, there's no real opportunity for O2 to be able to find the picks that they need to, and Tractor Kid trying to take out Ding in the backline, forces out the Transcendence. Maybe not the most pivotal ultimate there in this key moment for Danish Kebabs. They really would have liked to save on to that for a better team fight, but still we see Danish Kebab sticking around. Draken doing work. Primefire has managed to pick up that EMP. Going to be dropping it into the beginning of this fight, and that opens up all the opportunity. Danish Kebab is going to be able to really follow up onto that. Takes out PvP's turrets, and we still see Danish Kebabs. They're winning the fight, but they're not really pushing the payload at this stage, rather just prioritizing their position, getting into the place for that amplification matrix, and now's the chance. Coolboy drops the nano boost, trying to stabilize here for O2 Esports, but it's not going to be a huge amount of work. Henning goes down, but that's all that's going to really be coming out here for O2. And O2's tanks, in fact, is trying to just get into the backline, And as the payload keeps moving, in fact, just abandoned right now by both teams. They're more interested in the kills than they are in the progression right now of the payload. And we're going to see that if they can just escalate it onto something else. The payload ever inches forward now. O2, of course, has that spawn advantage to be able to come back into this. They do manage to stabilize it in the last fight territory.
Ooh, things getting a little bit dodgy now for O2 Esports, but because of their hold on point A, right? There's only 54 seconds left, and because of the distance between the spawn and the cart right now, there's probably only one good fight here left for Danish Kebab. However, they have win conditions. Transcendence and Gravitic Flux almost online.
Still the Transcendence on the other side, also up online. Ab's going to be able to stop any really concerted efforts coming in from the side of Danish Kebab. And Danish Kebab are losing two already. Their two most mobile heroes. Draken going to be going down alongside Henning, and that's going to put a little bit of a kibosh in the side of Danish Kebab. Still, they're trying to hang around here, put out damage, and let O2 Esports extend maybe a little bit too far, sticking around close enough that they're going to be able to maybe contest this last fight, pushing in there. They've got the Gravitic Flux to start this off here. Also the Transcendence for both sides up. Boy's going to be coming in with a nano boost for this next fight in PvP with that Molten Core, going to be able to deny place. And so when you got Danish Kebab, who has to try and make an opportunity on this payload, stick around there. It's going to be up to PvP, going to be starting us off with this Molten Core there, just denying space. It's going to be difficult for Danish Kebab to stick around there. Here's the big EMP. It comes out from Primefire, picks up a couple of them. The Transcendence was already out though from Abs on O2 Esports, and so going to be able to keep up the team a little bit longer. In fact, it's going to be able to do all the work, and O2 Esports manages to deny the complete push.
It's a kind of weird one for multiple reasons. And that last team fight, again, EMP used, Transcendence used. Danish Kebab, that's another missed opportunity, right? They had a missed opportunity in map 1 on Lighthouse where they probably should have took the map. They had a missed opportunity there at the end of that Junker time round to capture all 3 points, right? It might be a trend going into the series, but I don't really want to focus on that. I want to focus on what I think the most important aspect of that round was, and that was Danish Kebab getting onto something they were comfortable with, because last week they were excellent on Escort, right? Because they're running that double shield composition with the Orisa, the Sigma. They ran Ash and Honzo, two long-range DPS heroes, and they were really strong. I think they ran the Brig Zen or a Brig back line as well. So that's what they were comfortable with. That's what they prefer to run on Escort maps. I would suggest that they normally run the double shield and the double sniper on this map. So they were trying to find a happy medium. The only adjustment they made was heading onto Wrecking Ball at the start of this round. I feel they lost a lot of time having Draken and Primefire play the double sniper, but once they got onto the Tracer Sombra, they looked pretty good again. And they lost a lot of time with that. I feel like if they had more team fights of the Tracer Sombra, they would have captured all 3 team fights, or all 3 points, because they would have had more team fights where they could make mistakes. They could have missed opportunities. They would have had another go at that EMP team fight.
Now we see O2 actually swapping towards the Reinhardt, just using that to bully and close that space and give a little bit of more space to someone like Versgard here, who's taken up on the Widow. PvP still sticking on to that Junkrat, really wanting to be able to break shields, and O2 doing a good job here to take control of this high ground. Still Primefire sitting in the background, being a little bit more harassing than O2 would like. Still, O2 has to worry about the fact that Danish Kebab, like you say, has picked up a much more comfortable lineup. They probably would have liked to have run the double sniper, but not sticking to it just because it is something that they really enjoy. Danish Kebab giving themselves the flexibility to move around. They are starting to find some picks. PvP going to go down at the beginning of this fight. Tractor Kid still keeps his payload pushing forward, and Ding in a dangerous position now, gets isolated off by Tractor Kid, but Tractor Kid just not realizing that there's so much support for Ding there. Going to be going too far, and it pushes O2 back a little bit in the beginning of this fight. Abs, are you in a good position there, my friend? You're quite isolated from your team, but just sticks around. No one from Danish Kebab wanting to overextend too much.
Fine. Gets off that Reinhardt. That's such an ill-advised pick of this map. There's just too much distance you have to close to even get into a team fight in that Reinhardt. You're just going to be poked out, and you're not have any resources when you get into the team fight. Finally, Special gets onto the Orisa.
Indeed, we see the ultimates being dropped out, notably the 2 big support ultimates. The Nanoboost going to be coming out, but Primefire picks up that EMP fast enough to be able to now turn around this fight and it gets slept on the side, but it is Danish Kebabs who've done all the work from that EMP. Prime Fire just really doing a good job of building those things up quickly, getting very valuable ones, and O2 Esports, even though they want to stick around, going to be trying to utilize this amplification matrix. Instead gets comboed by the Gravitic Flux and the Dragon Strike in the position where they really didn't want to be. O2 going to be cleaved apart here, still Tractor trying to valiantly do some work to push things, and actually being able to get a Lotcha, gives Space Time Special to just hammer and damage from a distance, and Tractor Kid working together. The two tanks from O2 Esports take control of this payload.
Unsure how I Special got those kills. I'm gonna be honest, I thought that was a really, really easily won team fight from Danish Kebab, but they weren't able to get it across the line.
Going to be interesting to see if PvP can get anything out of this tire at some stage. Does manage to take out Drac and at least secures the payload, and the Value Ultimate hasn't been relying on these big 4-man tires or anything like that to win the team fight. I'm Special, pinned in the corner, could actually be taken out, but it is just a Zenyatta, even if the Zenyatta managed to get that kill. It is O2 Esports with a much better time bank being able to push onto the second point.
This map is starting to get a little bit crazy, a little bit weird, a little bit chaotic, as some might say. And that chaotic nature does suit O2 Esports. So what Danish Kebab need to do is they need to calm it down, slow the pace of the game down, and then take it by storm. But first they have to slow it down, and that's going to be a difficult task.
And look at this control of the space. Oh, VerseGod not going to be able to get anything out of that tactical visor on the high ground. Danish Kebab push out as a team, running behind that shield, being able to come in. PvP does manage to take out Ding on the backside. Still Tractor Kid really wanting to just cause consternation here and chaos, like you say. And that's what O2 Esports going to be very happy with. Danish Kebab being able to get onto this high ground, though, stops the progression of the payload, and finally manages to buy a little bit of time for the team. Oh, Tractor Kid,
really
where are you playing?
Cronus realized that Tractor Kid was going to go for Ding in the backline, trying to get the spawn camp. So Cronus just walked to their spawn randomly to make sure they could keep Ding up.
And a boost comes out on VerseGod, not really being able to get anything from this one. Still, the Transcendence beautifully popped, but still ending being able to chew through at least into the beginning of this. And PvP has got up another Riptire, going to be able to open up the opportunity. Danish Kebab just really falling out in the middle of this. They come back, they look strong, they're able to contest the point, and then O2 Esports goes, right, we'll try the next one, start getting the Wrecking Ball into the center, and just working very well as a team to keep this going. They've got a lot of time left on the board to be able to push this the whole way.
What how O2 Esports took that team fight is that they kind of realized Danish Kebab were back peeling for their Zenyatta and trying to get them back into the team fight. So that all of that space around the cart, all of that high ground was free space for them, and they took it really well before the team fight even started.
Now again, a bit of a just concordant opportunity or offense from Danish Kebab to try and stall out this payload. They've got the mines near the point. They're not really going to be able to stop it as the point just keeps going. I'm Special, just very content to sit on this payload and keep it going. And even the stick coming out from I'm Special onto I'm Special fortifies up, is able to still through it. And we see Danish Kebab throwing lots of ultimates into this. They're just trying to stay alive, but they're really not fighting with 6 people at this stage. Oh, that visor just runs out as he gets sights on Ding, and we see Danish Kebab finally managing to group up together. Is it too late though? PvP going to be able to take out 2 people who were there a little bit ahead of the team, and Esports playing around together means that they're taking 6v5, 6v4 fights, even 6v2 at some stage, and Danish Kebab just really not looking unified.
Situation where they have to try and slow the pace of this map down, and maybe Prime Fire's duplicate might be the key to slowing it down.
This stage is going to be interesting to see who he swaps to. Goes for the Lucio. That's probably not the right target that you want. Maybe going to be able to get up that beats to be able to try and get something out here. But we just see O2 Esports retreating backwards. That's going to wait out the entire duration of this duplicate. In fact, not even able to get up the beat for this fight, and you see PvP again coming through with this Riptire. Gonna try find something here. The pulse bomb from Dragon gets one, but it's turned around almost instantly here. O2 starting to push forward. They're showing such good ability to flex back when they need to and keep control of any angle, control the space, take them incrementally forwards, and not really needing to win one clean team fight. And they've recognized that Ding had that ultimate into this fight. VerseGod now going to be coming through as well with this tactical visor. to be able to try and clean up anyone from Danish Kebab who's trying to force it. And Danish Kebab push forward very aggressively. They're into a bad position. That's a big anti-heal grenade coming out from Coolboy, but Coolboy not going to be able to really open up the chance for the team. And finally, Danish Kebab, with a minute left, have one more chance to try and stall out this payload.
So, while it individually didn't get any value at all, it forced OT Esports just to come back and take a step back, and that was so important for Danish Kebab just to get some time, and now with that time, they built up that minefield.
Oh, and some good threatening on the high ground. Versgod going to be coming out with the tactical visor, trying to find someone. That manages to take out both of the DPS. That's going to be a huge start here. Danish Kebab instantly under a huge amount of pressure. Can they stall it out? Give their team some time to reinforce. We see the beats coming out there. O2 Esports using that sound barrier to make sure that no one else goes down at the beginning of this fight. They've only lost Versgod for now. Danish Kebab really have to be forensic and frenzied in their attempt to come back here. They've got 3 minutes left to play with, but they only have to stall for 20 seconds. It's not enough. O2 Esports going to be taking the second map in a row.
Wow. And from a 2-0 deficit, it's going to be really hard for Danish Kebab to come back into this series. O2 Esports, every single time they have an opportunity to take a teamfight win, they're getting that teamfight win. Even if they, haven't been the best team in the round or haven't been the best team in the most recent team fights, they're getting those teamfight victories. They're getting those map victories. Danish Kebab aren't. Danish Kebab had the opportunity to finish that map. Danish Kebab had the opportunity to win map 1. They didn't. Danish Kebab are more than capable of winning this series, but OT Esports are winning this series, and that's the most important thing. OT Esports, when it comes down to it, are able to make those clutch plays at the clutch moments. Danish Kebab haven't been able to do so, even though we are well aware they are capable of doing so.
Yeah, Danish Kebab, we've given a lot of credit to Primefire and Draken for their abilities on those DPS roles. They're not getting the picks as often as they need to be able to convincingly win out any team fight. Esports lineup is just a case of go in, do a bit of work, try to get a pick if you can, maybe track the kid just upset where the team is, and then get out. Everyone from the side of O2 Esports is just so able to stay alive. They flex back when they need to. They know their limits, and so they do as much work as they can without giving it up. And then they cycle that so beautifully between their teammates that when it comes to a war of attrition, Danish Kebab is just not looking cohesive enough. We saw it when they tried to stick together very tightly. They were getting taken out by something like the PvP Junkrat. When they start splitting up, they're not able to really finish off those kills and secure the advantage in the team fight. And so it becomes this little poke battle back and forth that Danish Kebab is just not used to playing. They're not getting to play their play style. Instead, they're trying to match out the chaos nature of O2 Esports, and Esports are just playing it that little bit better, that even though it's been 2 close maps, at the end of the day, a 2-0 deficit is as good as you could want for O2 Esports looking to secure this. Remember, guys, it is a first to 3. So, first to 4. First to 3? First to 3.
Sorry, first to 3 next series, we have a first
to 3. Esports 1 game away from winning this.
It's going to be tough for Danish Kebab, right? But I still believe in them, right? I still think if I look on paper and I kind of think in my head who's the better team here, I think it's Danish Kebab, but they haven't been taking the opportunities today, and that's been very disappointing. But OT have. I've been very impressed with them today. I think OT will probably make it to Contenders Trials alongside Danish Kebab. I think those are the 2 teams. I think these 2 teams are the best in Open Division right now, and I think both of these 2 teams can do very, very well in Contenders Trials now. I think they've now started to position themselves very well.
I'm excited to get to see more of this high-level Overwatch I'm sure you guys are enjoying right now. We're going to go a quick 2-minute break, see if Danish Kebabs can just gather their thoughts and figure out what they need to do to be able to come back into this game. They don't have a lot of time to be able to do it, and they cannot afford to drop another map, or they're going down to the losers bracket. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Overwatch Open Division. We've got these two teams fighting it out. O2 Esports currently, I wouldn't say dominating, but certainly taking a good 2-0 lead versus Danish Kebabs, who are trying desperately to get back into this. They are being a little bit scattered in their play style because of the disruption plays that O2 is so prevalent in. I am Ulstrism. Joining me alongside me is Ocean. And how are you enjoying this? How do we feel like Danish Kebabs is going to be able to come back into this?
I think Danish Kebab are more than capable of doing it. I don't know if they will, though. I think, personally, in my head, as I was saying earlier, I think Danish Kebab is the better team, but they're not winning their critical team fights. O2 Esports have really impressed me today and have been winning those critical team fights.
You know, those team fights, as they go out, we talked about it a little bit in the break, that the ultimates really not coming in. You know, you typically see ultimates used to counter out a big play or to set up a massive play. Prime Fire was a good example of that, being able to use those EMPs that they're building up so quickly to set up a really good opportunity here. But it seems to be more dominated by the individual scrappy team fights that are coming out there. It's not a clean team fight that's won within 2 seconds by some massive ultimate combo. We're setting up some opportunities here. If Arm Special is going to stick on the Zarya, it should be a great opportunity for us to see some big grabs coming in there. Danish Kebabs, though, looking to come out still, meeting with this chaotic nature. Henning going onto the Wrecking Ball. But Tractor Kid's Wrecking Ball, you have to say, is just, there's a reason this person plays constantly on the Wrecking Ball and showing such proficiency in being able to just knock Danish Kebabs from side to side and stop them playing the game that they want to.
Draken is going to play it such just to get a teleporter or to spawn into the bottom left. That will provide a safe path for Ding and Cronus to get into the sort of close to the team fight without, you know, walking along sort of sight line. They'll be going for the bottom left and taking the natural cover right. And then Draken will probably themselves go over, I imagine, to the Tracer here. And we'll kind of see that this composition Danish Kebab is going to be running, hopefully for the rest of the series, if they can get things right. I think this is a good composition for them. I think this is a composition that can tackle O2 Esports and what they like to run, but the question is whether they win those critical team fights and they get the execution just right.
Indeed, the very mobile alliance here coming out from Danish Kebab to try and meet up with the pace from O2 Esports. O2 going for a slightly more static composition now based around that Zarya. It's going to be interesting to see if they can just isolate and catch Unspecial off in the cycle between the bubbles. Still, O2 Esports has done such a good job so far, being able to retreat when they need to be able to come into this prime fire, looking for a hack onto the background, manages to at least get up Cool Boy and create some pressure there. PvP going to be taken down at the beginning of this fight, and this is Danish Kebab now starting to dictate the place to this. It's a great play from them so far. They managed to get up a couple of kills. That's in fact going to be Cool Boy going down with Verse God, and Danish Kebab just really utilizing their mobility to play exactly where they want to, and are able to take the first point almost instantly.
Yeah. That was a pretty poor round from, or pretty poor team fight from O2 Esports. I don't think they were ever really set up. I think they might be getting a little bit complacent since they're 2-0 up, but I think now, after that team fight, they'll know, okay, it's time to go back into serious. Now it's time to make sure we clean up this series, because if they give Danish Kebab any opportunity, they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
You can see the swap coming out from O2. They put Special back onto the Sarisa, who they've been doing so well on so far. Just gives them a point to rally around, a place for them to fight from. And it gives them a chance to be able to just fight on their own terms instead of letting Danish Kebab try and run all over them. But it's not really working for now. Danish Kebab coming through with key picks, going forward, getting the kills that they need. Traxkid tries to find the back line here from Danish Kebab. Just being counted out there. The controllers there, Prime Fire putting a little bit more resource into it. Nearly has that ultimate up for this next one. We see the tactical visor being popped there from Burst God, trying to get something out of this. But there's no one left out in the open. Instead, it's going to be PvP taken out by the Diva Bomb. So while Burst God just manages to take out Ariel in that Baby Diva form, it is not going to be enough to really stop the progression, this instant progression. Here comes the EMP to keep on the momentum of Danish Kebab. They're going to be able to try and get this. They're just 3 meters away. Somehow Esports has been able to just come back a little bit, stabilize themselves, helped out by that Junkrat tire, and is O2 hanging around there. They don't want to give up the second point for free, certainly not without a contention. Danish Kebab always good at playing from behind, or at least playing from a chaotic position where they've lost 1 or 2. They just run themselves into cover, are able to now come back, start fighting this out. We see O2 trying to recontest again. They've rallied themselves. They've got a bit of support here. PvP having swapped onto this Torbjorn even has that extra 7th man to put in damage from a bit. It seems like Danish Kebab just going to want to regather themselves, think about what they want to do in the next team fight.
It's critical team fights we've been seeing all series long, where Danish Kebab, realistically, they should be winning those team fights. And they have the resources to be able to do so, they have the player advantage to be able to do so, and they just don't finish it off. And realistically, you can't keep doing that. You can't keep giving a team like O2 Esports those team fight wins. You've got to go and make sure that that team fight is yours and that this series is yours. Otherwise, it's going to slowly fade away from you and you're going to have a lot of regrets.
Again, Tractor Kid just trying to get a little bit of scouting work done, gives O2 the chance to be able to push up onto this high ground and take control of it. We see Burst God nearly coming in with another tactical visor. Hasn't been able to get a huge amount of value out of it, as is so reminiscent of a soldier. And Tractor Kid now gets hacked up in the side room, has 3 people trying to track them down, even tries to go for that health kit, but is going to be denied by the hack up there. Now we see the Diva Bomb being dropped on the high ground. It is going to be shut off by the shield, and so O2 not going to take anything out of it. They've got this wonderful bongo on the high ground to be able to come out, but they're still losing too many people. They're trying to do damage. They're trying to stabilize. Even the bombs coming out there. The EMP shuts down the movement of Tractor Kid. Tractor Kid somehow still getting 2 kills with those bombs, and again, it looks like Danish Kebab struggling to finish off this fight. They've just got the beginning to do, and we see the soldier trying desperately. PvP even going onto the cheese of the Bastion, trying to get in the damage from a distance, and it seems to be working. Danish Kebab just cannot come back and complete any of these team fights.
Oh no! They even invested in the EMP as well. They were like 3 players up when they invested the EMP. I thought it might have been a Wiz, but clearly they needed to wait to use the EMP a little bit longer. Tried to kick got 2 kills with the minefield, and it was kind of done from there. Next team fight, though, they will have a sound barrier that Lucy Ultimate the Cronus has. Is going to be their key to victory. Can they get onto that backline with the sound barrier and take out PvPX?
It's going to be, we see Prime Fire setting up there, trying to get the hack out. In fact, distracts the Bastion, and we see the Diva coming in as well. Great unified play coming out from Danish Kebab. Create themselves an opportunity. This has to be the team fight that they're going to win now. They don't really have a lot of time left. They've already spent far too long here, considering the success on the first point. And we do see Danish Kebab finally managing to get that out. A little bit of a cheese strat that worked for esports to be able to stall it out for a bit longer. But now can Danish Kebab finally keep up this momentum, or are they yet again going to be denied on the finish line?
It was a good side by Cronus. It was a good engagement from Primefire and Ariel onto PvPX on the Bastion. But then I also had to question, what did they say on that Bastion and two? Why was Special shaking their head at PvPX instead of going and setting up on the high ground and making things difficult for Danish Kebab? I kind of feel they were handed that team fight win, but the execution from Danish Kebab was very, very good in that last team fight.
Yeah, just understanding completely what their win condition was. Now Versgod trying to again get something out of that tactical visor, but being denied so quickly on this just keeps Danish Kebab moving. And we see O2, they've actually pushed up very aggressively. They lost their main tank. I'm Special going down into that side room means that we do see Danish Kebab trying to fight this. Now it's an opportunity for O2 Esports to push forwards. They're trying to get a little bit more gatherment onto this payload. And Tractor Kid even sitting in the back line trying to hunt down that Sombra teleporter. He's completely abandoned the fight. Still, Danish Kebab not really wanting to push forward. Just Tractor Kid constantly aware of where the weak points are from Danish Kebab. And we see the front line. Ding going to be dropping that nano boost onto the front line. Tractor Kid going to be coming the long way around, trying to roll into this fight. But he's a little bit late towards it. They've lost 2 people from the side of O2 Esports. And still, Tractor Kid sitting there a little bit impotent into this fight as PvP tries to do some work on the front lines. The Bongo tries to come out, and Draken going to be giving their life to be able to try and shut that down. Still, Tractor Kid not being able to contribute too much as Danish Kebab keep moving forward into this. Versgod pokes out, tries to get something here, and Danish Kebab still poking out. This is what we're talking about constantly. They get a little bit of an advantage, they don't escalate it any further, and they've only got 20 seconds left to get back to this payload.
Of this round, last fight territory, and there's no ultimates to work with either. So high on earth are Danish Kebab going to win this team fight?
Very early high noon tries to zone out Danish Kebab, just corral them into the corner there. We see Henning trying to create some space in the sideline, just out of range of that flashbang, and so the rest of Danish Kebab look to push forward straight onto the payload. I'm Special being hacked up, means that they're not going to be able to do too much. Ding desperately trying to keep the rest of the team alive. Every kill here that goes towards the side of O2 Esports going to prove pivotal, and they're starting to pick them up at the beginning of this. Desperate nano boost being thrown out there by Ding, trying to keep alive. Primefire gets the EMP, but when the rest of Danish Kebab is dead, again, they're not going to be able to clean out the rest of this team fight. They've done a valiant push so far, but maybe spending a little bit too long on that second point may come back and haunt them yet again.
Oh, I'm now feeling really iffy about this series for Danish Kebab. I feel like they're losing a lot of confidence in those critical moments, in those critical team fights, because again, we had 2 team fights realistically, 2 very important team fights. Danish Kebab should have finished off on point B, but they didn't. Right? They didn't finish off those team fights. That's 4 in this series now. And those 4 team fights in this series could be 3 map wins for Danish Kebab, if I'm being completely real with you. Those are missed opportunities. O2 Esports have played a really consistent game, right? As consistent as you get with these sort of compositions, right? These sort of OTP style compositions, they're not very consistent, but O2 Esports today has been really, really strong. Winning out team fights that sometimes they shouldn't, winning the team fights where they have the advantage, in particular that last team fight there on Blizzard, what we just saw on point C. That is a team fight they have a significant advantage, and they make sure that significant advantage counts, right? O2 Esports have been really, really consistent today, and credit to them, they've been brilliant. But Danish Kebab, they need to sort out how they perform under pressure and in those critical fights, because that's what's stopping them from being a really strong team that could potentially get into contenders, get past contenders trials. I still think they'll qualify for contenders trials. I don't know if they'll win this series or if they'll win OD, but I think this team has enormous potential. A team that could be in contenders, maybe not win contenders or be in top 4, but it's a team that could compete in contenders, definitely. They need to utilize that potential and win some of these important team fights.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right, and I think it comes down to the ultimate usage. We've given them credit before when it comes to being able to cycle out their ultimates, but when it comes to cleaning up a team fight, they're just not getting anything out of it. Danish Kebab, though, going to be winning out the neutral fight here in this first point, and I'm Special going to be the last target, but constantly it's Danish Kebabs either having to invest so many ultimates to win a fight that they've got nothing left for the end, like we saw at the end of their push, or they're putting ultimates into a fight and still not winning it out.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of been the story of this series so far. That last team fight there, Tractor Kid was so far isolated on the right-hand side that meant that Drake could just kind of walk on the back line and not get walked on themselves. There was nothing really to come and peel other than I'm Special, or who was on the Orisa, and now making an adaptation over to the D.Va in case Tractor Kid gets isolated again, far away from the team point.
Now it's a chance, of course, looking to push forward. Danish Kebab doing a good job so far of just avoiding the damage that they need to. Ooh, that's a big play. Ariel gets stunned up and actually manages to get out because of the reload of Versgod. And it's still Danish Kebab controlling this. We have seen that they are so strong at being able to hold on to points. They did it in Route 66 to Regen last week. Being able to do it again here, just flex as far as they need to, bait in esports to overextend, and then be able to turn around the pressure.
40 off the clock already. Two very long team fights, and longer team fights typically benefit the defense, and we know how difficult it is to walk into team fights on these OTP compositions, and there's also an EMP available. This round could be very quickly a full hold if OT Esports isn't careful, and they've been so consistent so far, so it'll be a massive shame.
And this is the big thing. We've got both of their DPS ultimates here for Danish Kebab, and they're going to use them straight into this fight. They've managed to use the EMP and catch a massive opportunity here, and it may not even need anything else into the team fights. If you look at the team fight, the ultimate difference here, both of the DPS from Danish Kebab had their ultimates up, where Versgod and PvP were coming in with nearly 30% on theirs. Both of the tanks now from Danish Kebab have their ultimates up, and still Esports not being able to get up there. In fact, Esports only really being able to get out the one support ultimate, and Ding's already used that nano boost, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Prime Fire also 56% hit on their EMP. They did die late in the fight, so it will be a little bit of a task to build that back up. But Tractor Kid's away here. They can just walk onto the back line and get the kills.
Oh, huge comes out here. The High Noon attempts, tries to come out, but the double ultimate drop here. Danish Kebab should be able to stop this already. Versgod going to be able to pick up one, but how much do you have left in the tank if you're O2 Esports just not being able to contest with this great cycling of ultimates that Danish Kebab is able to use? And with just a minute left, Danish Kebab may actually take this point. That was definitely enough distance so far, unless they throw it away.
Prime probably gonna have an EMP here late in this round as well. There's gonna be like 4 ultimates, essentially 5 if Drake gets the post bomb online. This is gonna be a massive task for OT Esports to get back into this. However, they still have some tools to do so.
The D.Va self-destruct doesn't manage to pick up too much in the beginning. They do manage to get out I'm Special's mech. Now just flying around. PvP comes in with the Molten Core. The triple kill, in fact, manages to create an opportunity for O2 to push onto the point. They finally find the opening that they needed to, and are going to be able to capture this up in the last fight territory with 15 seconds left.
Self-destruct to try and stop OT Esports walking. I think they got a little bit comfortable while that self-destruct was thrown, because OT Esports still took a lot of space when that was happening, and once they took that space, they were able to use their ultimates and win that team fight. So that was kind of a weird engagement. Usually that self-destruct will be enough to stop the other team from walking, but it just wasn't quite in that situation. And it was a fight let go from Danish Kebab, but OT Esports, I thought, really good team fight from them, and the Danish Kebab, they couldn't really have expected that.
It's a nice recontention though. They gave up the first point and they just need to buy out time. They bought out so much time on that first defense, whereas Danish Kebab won in their first fight, that it's up to O2 Esports. They've got 2 minutes left now to try and push the rest of this. And so far, Danish Kebab's already having built up those ultimates. They're going to have the nano boost for the next fight. They've got the EMP, which is going to be a huge combination. Sound barrier if things start going wrong. And O2 Esports may want to actually just try and bait out a couple of ultimates at the beginning of this.
Here comes the EMP.
There's the EMP into the backline. That's huge, and that might be all that's needed. They've also dropped the sound barrier, and so that should be the call that we've won this team fight. But we've seen Danish Kebab make this mistake before, where they've won the team fight theoretically, but then still give it up. Still trickling it out means that OT Esports not able to get any more progression on this. Even if there's no more kills coming out from the side of Danish Kebab, they should be able to win this. They even get the Tourbillon late into the fights, and going to be able to cycle yet another round of 4 ultimates for our next team fight. O2 Esports really stalling out at this point.
as well. So that means the Nano Boost isn't going to be online here, so Hennings and Ariel are going to kind of just have to wait for this next engagement. Now, what's interesting is who are you going to nano here? You're going to go for Tracer to try and get a kill into Abs? You're going to go for Henning to try and isolate a player like Abs, Coolboy, or on Special? Or are you going to go for Ariel to try and shut down First God? There's so many options here for this Nano Boost.
Look at this aggressive play. PvP flanks around the side, tries to get that Molten Core to just shut off the backline, even manages to take out Kronos at the beginning of this fight. The Nano Boost is out. Primefire actually going to be nearly closing in on their ultimate. We do see Ariel sticking around this point with 25 seconds left. It is O2 Esports maybe wanting to just regroup a little bit, not too far. They need to keep in contention. I'm Special having gone up onto that Zarya. Not going to be very high charge for this next fight. Trickling down here, and so they're not going to have that Graviton Surge, the most pivotal ultimate there that they could use. Coolboy is coming into that rally, but the EMP on the backline means that Danish Kebab want to fight this on their terms. They have to worry, though. They haven't really been able to follow up too much for it. They've done enough work on Esports to be able to pick up a couple of kills, but Esports still hanging around, has enough people on the point to be able to keep it alive, be able to keep contesting it. Now we see the Tactical Visor going to be able to come out from the Soldier, going to at least be able to take out the Baby Diva. There, Ariel not going to be into this. And we see with 28 seconds, 28 Danish Kebabs, yet again, not able to just completely clean up that team fight where they need to, and gives Esports that opportunity to push to what they need to and clean out this series.
They lose it to Attack Visor of all things. One of those ultimates where you can kind of just hide behind a corner or put anything in front of that Soldier 76 and it should be dealt with, really. They had a really, really strong EMP from Prime Fight at the start of that team fight, and after that, that team fight should be won. There's no pretty way to put it. Danish Club, they're a great team, but these team fights need to be sorted out and fast.
They're just not dealing with this Tourbillon turret. They finally managed to do it this time. We see again now Ding going to be dropping on that Nano Boost, but it's being traded out both ways. A desperate self-destruct gets thrown onto the point, doesn't manage to find out anything, and Ariel, in fact, doesn't even get the remake here. O2 Esports going to be coming in with 37 seconds left, pushing forwards. Versgod nearly going to be up to that next ultimate. Ding also going to be taken out in the back line. And so it really is last fight territory for both these teams. Danish Kebab needs to win this to be able to come in, and they have not looked good under pressure when it really counts.
Danish Kebab here, they have a lot of win conditions they have to deal with. They do have that sound barrier though, so all eyes on Cronus.
Cronus manages to get it out, at least counters out the Graviton Surge, buys the team enough space to be able to come in there. The Attack Visor does get shut down eventually, but PvP constantly with these big Molten Cores creates an opportunity. O2 Esports pushes it all the way and takes our series 3-0.
Shock to me. I woke up this morning, I did not expect to be saying that O2 Esports have 3-0 Danish Kebab. I thought O2 Esports though today were absolutely hacking amazing. I was very impressed. I am very impressed actually. And I don't usually say that, but O2 Esports today were really, really, really good. They were really consistent, which is something that is quite hard to be with an OTP style, but they were more consistent. I do feel they made a lot of mistakes in the series early in rounds, like on the first couple of team fights on Attack Junkertown and Blizzard World, they did struggle to kind of get into the map. But other than that, they were really, really good today. Danish Kebab, they're 4 or 5 critical team fights away from being an excellent team, aren't they? They're critical team fights to be an excellent team. Once they patch this up, they're a solid contenders level team. But they need to patch
100%. They've got to get those things right. They've got to really get a little bit more polish on being able to clean out team fights that they have all the advantage. When you're sitting with 4 people left on the point versus 2 from your opponents, you should be able to just have that target prioritization and clean up those last couple of things. All credits to O2 Esports to being able to stall those fights out and bring them from behind. It just seemed like O2 was able to play their style their entire match. They were able to dictate the pace of it. They were able to use Trax Kid in the back line, be able to create the disruption plays. And Danish Kebabs, while they did a great and valiant attempt at being able to try and adapt to that sort of play, they were never really looking stable in the way that they wanted to play. They came out at the beginning with that very Death Brawl comp, sitting behind the Ryan Shield, got picked apart by PvP's Junkrat. We saw them trying to swap it up. They tried to match the Wrecking Ball styles, and they seemed to always just be 5% behind. They had the ultimate advantage in a lot of the fights. They were able to cycle those ultimates, and then after winning 3 fights in a row, they give it up and give up the entire progress of Blizzard World at the end there. And so Danish Kebabs, like you say, valiant team, great ability to work together, but not being able to push it out where it counts. And they really are going to be kicking themselves that they went down to the low bracket in that fashion, if nothing else. O2 looking strong, and they're going to be going through to our winners grand finals, going to be taking on the victors of O1 Esports versus Granite Gaming. I'm excited to see how that's going to go.
But I kind of want to make a couple of points before we head off, because it isn't all doom and gloom for Danish Kebab. I know we focused a lot on them today, but I really, really do see a high potential in this team. I really, really do. I have no doubt in my mind right now that this is going to be the grand final again. O2 Esports versus Danish Kebab. If Danish Kebab in that grand final tomorrow, if it does happen, which I do think it will, are able to show me that they can clutch up those team fights when it's necessary, then I think they will qualify for contenders and get for contenders trials. If they don't, then they might get stuck in OD for a little bit while they patch that up. But I think their team is brilliant. I think they've got a lot of really good parts. Prime Fire today, one thing I want to point out about them that was really, really interesting, I didn't actually get a chance to point it out throughout the broadcast, is their EMP usage. Always early in the team fight, right? It's a proactive EMP 1, which is really good because it puts your opponent on the back foot, puts yourselves on the front foot, but also if you use an EMP early in the team fight, you get to charge up your EMP the rest of the team fight as cleanup, and that's why Prime Fire was cycling their EMPs so well. Whether they were winning the critical fights with those EMPs is a different story.
Yeah, that's a big problem. You got to give credit to the pace at which we were able to do that, and with it being one of the most influential ultimates in the game, when you started off there, maybe not always followed up as cleanly. Maybe there was a half a second where there was a little bit of delay from the rest of the team, or Prime Fire getting that tunnel vision where you see, oh, I've got 4 people here that I can use it now. Let's try something out there, and then not being able to do it, especially on the control points. There was definitely the opportunities being created. I don't think the 3-0 scoreline really is a true reflection of the ability of Danish Kebabs. They came through, and every one of those maps was so close. They managed to take up the 1 point on the control points, nearly won it out actually on that 3rd points there with the lighthouse, but just not being able to finish that at the end. They drew it to overtime in almost every one of their maps. They were able to push to a decent attempt when they had the offense on your payload and your escort maps. They were really up there and fighting it out. They got the team fights that they needed or to give themselves opportunities, but just weren't able to get it at the end. Do you have a player of the match?
Actually do. I definitely was impressed by a player in particular. I think it is going to be a Verscode. I thought Verscode, aka Isaac, was very, very good today. I thought they were very, very consistent. They played a multiple plethora of heroes that really helped OT Esports when it mattered.
Yeah, they definitely were influential. And like you said, even managed to get that tactical visor, which got them the 2nd point on Blizzard World. Very good DPS player, putting in a huge amount of damage for their team. 17,000 there on Blizzard World at the end. Great opportunity for them to come in, and just the cohesion to be able to give him the space to work with that. A really nice opportunity for O2 Esports to be able to leverage that. Guys, we're going to go to a quick break. We're going to be bringing you the winners bracket finals just now. So make sure to go get something to eat, come back, wake up a little bit, grab yourself a different cup of coffee, and then we'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Overwatch Open Divisions. It is the winners bracket finals. This is where we see which team is going to go all the way and be able to try and secure themselves at least. There is, of course, one more game from the loser bracket that has to come back to take on whoever takes on these two teams. It is a battle of nemesis, in fact, with O2 Esports having just come through in their 3-0 victory there versus the Danish Kebab. O1 Esports managed a 3-0 of their own, though, taking out Granite Gaming. And now it's up to these two teams to see which one can come out as the one-trick favorites as we go through to Lijiang Tower. I'm Ultrasm. Joining me is Ocean Casts.
Yeah, be super interesting. Both of these teams known for particularly being OTP teams. Avoided slash O2 has been around a very, very long time. They've been playing these competitions for almost like 2 years now. Of course, not the same avoided roster that used to be in Contenders. There's a lot of differences. And there's actually a difference in the lineup from the last series. We're going to say Kaiser come in for VTX, and that means a new hero to watch out for. O1 Esports, they've got some changes as well to what we usually associate with them. We're going to see Levitate on main support for them, a player that has never really played for them before. And Apples will be rusting out the Wrecking Ball for them, a player that usually played on different style teams and has played a variety of roles. I think they played Flex support last OD, and they off-tanked the OD before that for Team Hype and Regen EU. So Apples, again, fulfilling a different role.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these roster swaps are going to swap it out, of course. It's going to be interesting, of course, to see the matchup of the two Hammond mains, Apples versus Tractor Kid. We saw Tractor Kid doing a lot of work there. How do you feel like Kaiser's going to affect this O2 Esports lineup, considering PvPX was such a pivotal role there, taking out that Torbjorn, who would have been very useful against Goku's Pharah. Now, of course, also that very prominent Junkrat main that came through and then was able to stop any sort of death ball compositions coming against them.
On my screen, I can see that Kaiser's going to play Sombra by the looks of things. And Sombra is a very helpful hero in OTP matchups because a lot of these heroes rely on their abilities to move around, right? So if you can get a hack, you can isolate a target very, very well. And that's why there's power getting quite a bit of value out of that Sombra. Not enough to win the series, but they were getting good value out of that Sombra. So I suspect that's why Kaiser is in the lineup to come in and play the Sombra.
Right, of course, we've got that aerial matchup going to be Versgod on the Echo versus Goku in the air. Both of them going to be pocketed up by the Mercy from Levitate and Coolboy respectively, and so it's going to be interesting to see how they deal in the air. Coolboy's going to go down at the beginning of this, meaning that there's aerial superiority already coming out from Goku, who lands one of the rockets. It is going to be Versgod running for their life, and the one rocket hits again. You're going to see Goku trying desperately to complete that kill. Versgod going to be taken out by Yubi there, and nearly the boop off the edge. Still Goku coming through with so much damage here from the Pharah. That's a big start here for O1 Esports to be able to take the first fight.
Really, really solid team fight from Goku. Once Coolboy kind of went down, that team fight was kind of over. So being able to identify that Mercy is struggling to kind of move around in the air is pretty strong from Goku, and Coolboy's going to go off that Mercy straight away, so that's something they're not going to commit to. Strong team fight from O1.
Yeah, Versgod also going to be swapping off that Echo, just not wanting to take the aerial duel. Instead, going to be staying on the ground with this McCree to try and put some pressure in on Goku and Levitate in the air. Tractor Kid going to be trying to create some work in the back line, and the hack comes out. This is going to be a big opportunity here. Apple's going to fall at the beginning of the fight. I'm special, though, trading a tank kill 1-for-1 at this stage. The Tracer gets taken out. Yubi going to go down here, and so Esports, or at least O2 Esports, going to be a little bit more specific in this round. Going to be coming out with a great start to this. It's even going to be the Pharah. Goku going to be falling down here, and so O2 being able to adapt so quickly, and it seems to be working for them.
Yeah. Trying to get themselves into the fight here. They're now built up the right field. I think that's going to be what finally puts a nail in the coffin should O1 decide to come back and fight this.
O1 just trickling in for a little bit longer, trying to keep up this percentage ticking up, and it's working for them so far. They're starting to feel a lot about ultimate charge though, and eventually it is going to be O2 being able to turn this around. They've given up 73%, but they've gotten up a lot of ultimates. Goku going to have to try come back with that ability from Levitate with the Valkyrie there to try and create something. They've got a lot to work against, especially most notably that EMP from Kaiser looking up for the next fight here.
I mean, the ultimates, but how are you going to use them if you're hacked? That EMP is going to be so crucial to this next fight.
And I like this zoning ultimates from Versgard at the beginning there. We do know that the Higher Noon is not always the most pivotal ultimate there, and so just being able to create some space. This is the critical ultimate though. Gets off the EMP, but instantly shut down. One doing a great job hiding around the corner on that Lucio, being able to still get the sound barrier, and afterwards means that O1 in a good position. Goku tries from the air, but gets taken out instantly. Versgard having such awareness there to come back into this. Still O1 looking quite able to sustain for now. Coolboy even going to get the bump off Apples, but the rest of O2 is pretty much down at this stage. So we are going to see the points tick over to O1 Esports. Is O2 able to come back and contest this for the second fight?
Try with Tractor Kid engaged power drop, but no one's really there to follow up on it.
Yeah, O2 just trickling in at this stage. Tractor Kid goes down very, very low. Manages to get out with their life. Is going to be a little bit impotent in the rest of this, but doesn't really need to do anything as the rest of O2 starts charging in. They're starting to get some great picks for their side. They're going to be able to even use Kaiser getting back up very close to the next EMP for this last fight, as it could be last fight for them. O1 having to rotate around a little bit. Goku trying to get into the face of the Diva, going to try and chase down I'm Special, but the good defense matrix and flying out keeps him alive. We have seen the points trickle over. Now O2 going to be able to get back into this and start trickling up their percentage. Kaiser's got back up that EMP, going to hack up the main health kit and going to provide a good opportunity for them to have a solid position.
It is so awesome to see all of the wrecking ball tech that Tractor Kid, aka Ball, is able to use. It's so beautiful to watch.
Yeah, definitely utilizing. Now the EMP comes out straight away. K's are going to be leveraging that along with the sound barrier from Coolboy to be able to come into this fight. Goku manages to take out Coolboy in the beginning of this, and then there's a sound barrier the other way for O1 to try and recontest here. They're getting a couple of kills, but they haven't managed to get a lot. That massive sleep onto the UB's Tracer gives an opportunity there for O2 to keep it going, and the Translocator's been taken down. Goku with great awareness being able to take that out and opens up the opportunity for O1 to come through. Goku's mobility, just being able to constantly track down his opponents, means that he's able to just control this aerial space. It's up to O2 keep contesting it. It's up to 99% for both these teams, and so neither of them wants to give it up at this stage. It's still I'm Special holding on there, actually gets DMAC just before they get to the health kit, and so not going to be able to come back in with the defense matrix. Still both teams trying to fight it out here. Diva Bomb gets thrown into the air, not going to be able to find anything, just allows Ammo to be able to get that remake kill and the boop off the edge to secure it. Now O1 Esports took it at the beginning and then managed to come back at the end to secure the first point.
Yeah, I think we can already see that both of these teams are pretty evenly matched in these OTP styles. And I think this is kind of what we were expecting, right? Both teams are going to be playing the OTP style. They'll be quite closely matched. The only real factor I can kind of see that's kind of different for both teams is, of course, Goku is going to be playing a lot of Pharah, and Kaiser's going to be playing Sombra, right? So you could got your standard McCree versus Tracer duel, but the Sombra versus the Pharah, I feel like Goku is getting a lot more value here, right? I think Kaiser's been struggling to win team fights off of EMPs, has been struggling to isolate targets with hacks, and it's kind of been farmed out by Goku. I think Goku's definitely been getting the better of the flex DPS matchup.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. When it comes to the fact that Kaiser's got one influential ultimate and then maybe a couple of hack targets, this is going to be a big target though. Yubi going to get hacked up at the beginning of the fight, means Tracer can't get out there, and it allows O2 to push in and get that early advantage. Goku going to be the only one really laying in the damage, but has been able to do it so much, and still Kaiser gets the hack now onto Apples to be able to send him off the edge. Levitate going to go down soon afterwards, and O2 Esports going to be able to take a great early first fight.
So we highlighted Kaiser just before that round started because that was an excellent team fight from the Summer player. Isolates the Tracer, gets the hack onto them, gets the kill, also hacks the Wrecking Ball off the map. 2 brilliant kills from Kaiser in that team fight. They're really starting to have an impact now.
Traction Kid now tries to push forward and keep that percentage on their point going up. We see the Tracer in the back line. Oh, Versguard got to go down, and that's going to mean that Goku's got a lot more space in the air. In fact, O1 just going to be utilizing this even more. Apples nearly goes off the edge, manages to pile drive back on there and return the favor onto Kaiser there. So O1 wasting no time to be able to get back onto this point, turn it around for their own advantage, and now it's going to be O2 trying to push back into this, and it's not going to be easy versus that Pharah spam damage.
It's so hard to predict the outcome of these team fights. You'd think in the OTP matchup, whoever has control of the point will have a massive advantage because it's quite hard to walk in to team fights with the OTP matchup, but it hasn't really been the case at all. It's been swapping around a lot.
Oh, that stick onto Versguard to open it up. Yubi just having that awareness the whole time. And now that's the opportunity for O1 to keep pushing forwards. They've lost their wrecking ball at the beginning of this fight. Yubi also going to be going down low, but that's the point of a Tracer, being able to get out of sticky situations. Still harassing the back line. Goku going to drop the barrage into the fight as well. And then just look at the unity here of O1 moving around together, isolating off key targets. And O2 still not being able to come back in. They've got a lot of ultimates, including the Nano Boost and EMP for our next fight.
Okay, and what I really am interested to see is that Sombra EMP versus one's Lucio Soundbarrier engagement, because we've seen Kaiser miss the Lucio before and one being able to get that Soundbarrier off. Here it is again.
There it goes onto the point. That's big. It still doesn't manage to find the Lucio, like you say. One hiding around the corner manages to do some work. Versguard actually surviving through that pulse bomb stick because of that extra sound barrier. And so the sound barrier is proving pivotal for both of these. Versguard gets the flashbang, but not able to secure it. It means that O1 able to keep possession, and that's a lot of ultimates, big ultimates being dropped by O2 and not getting very much out of it. They're still sticking around though. We've seen them do this before, but they're able to hold on even after losing a little bit. Goku finally getting taken out in the middle of the air, and it seems like O2 very content to just leave that Goku to try and do work, rush into the front lines and take around the point.
Be right back.
85% where we think this is going to be probably one more team fight win, and it should theoretically be a round that goes in favor of O1. However, they've just lost a Goku to a DC, which means that they're not going to have that barrage charged up for that next team fight. Additionally, what I think is really interesting is that 85% true in this OTP matchup? Because usually 85%, usually that's kind of the mark of, okay, we need one more team fight win because it's impossible for them to set up and get one more clean team fight. But I don't think that's going to be the case in this situation. I think that this O2 roster is very, very quick at setting up team fights.
Yeah, 100%. And considering Kaiser is building up to that EMP again very, very quickly, it's O1 Esports. They had to drop all their ultimates into the last fight as well. So this is going to be just a clean fight now. I'm Special, the only one really picking up an ultimate just yet, and maybe able to use that Diva Self-Destruct to be able to try and leverage a bit of place. And you can see the two tanks from O2 working well together. Now, the boop off the edge manages to get Imo at the end of that. Doesn't also manage to get Apples. Apples being able to reinforce. Apples is going to go down though eventually. I'm Special following afterwards. Still creates some space though for O1. They're able to just pick it off back and forth. It's going to have to be up to Kaiser to try and complete this out. It is going to be the way of O1 Esports though. Kaiser going to be having to use this EMP very vitally in our next team fight to try and win this out for his team.
Set up, right? Because the O1 was on 85%, they don't have much time to set up the EMP.
And that prioritization of the backline coming out from O1 Esports takes out both of the sports. That's all the sustain gone for O1, and now the damage into the backline. The EMP was there, didn't really manage to do much because your team has already fallen too low. Cool Boy also had that sound barrier to try and reinforce the team, but such good heads-up play and such good decision-making comes out from O1 to be able to take our first map 2-0.
Strong from O1. I think they realized that realistically, yeah, they're going to have EMP, but they aren't going to be able to set up that EMP, right? It's going to be impossible to get the backline into the team fight and have your front line engaging on that EMP. It was impossible with the percentage that O1 had already accrued, right? It just was never going to happen. So it was great from O1 to realize that and go, okay, we're going for the backline. And that's exactly what they did. I think it was a perfect team fight plan, and that's exactly why they took Lijiang Night Market.
just the fact that Goku, even without that barrage, is able to get these consistent rockets, that's so much burst damage. If you can get just a fraction of space into a team fight, it means that if you get one damage, one good rocket on there, Yubi's going to be on that so quickly to be able to follow up. Apples also, with the mobility of the Wrecking Ball, is able to just coalesce onto a target. If you're sitting there as Abs or Cool Boy in the back line, I mean, Abs as an Ana is one of your prime targets that you really want to get onto. And if you hit one rocket, you have no chance of surviving through that. And so it comes down to who's got the most strategic game plan and whether O1 is able to come through. That's not to say that O2 was not without their own opportunities. K's are coming up with some big EMPs. But like you said in that last team fight, one EMP does not help if you don't have the team to follow it up. And when you're split between trying to peel for your backline, who's being dove so heavily, and the point where you're trying to now exercise your advantage over that EMP, you really don't have any good options.
So, it's going to be interesting to see how this series sort of develops around Kaiser Sombra, because that first team fight on Night Market was brilliant from them, but that was the only really team fight I saw them get value out of that Sombra. I think that EMPs, realistically, I didn't see one good EMP the entire map, really, from Kaiser. I think that's something they've got to clean out, because realistically, Sombra's a great pick in an OTP matchup, and if you're not getting value out of that, then there's definitely cause for concern.
Yeah, that's the whole point of using a Sombra. Sombra is a very big power spike hero where during the team fight, a hack is a really nice opportunity, but it's also still only one target. You're not putting in a huge amount of DPS. And so if you're not getting key pivotal picks at the right moments, even if you're getting a pick too late into the fight or too early into the fight, maybe you're not being able to capitalize on it at all and just put someone low, you don't have that consistent damage that something like a Pharah is able to bring out. And I think that's where O1 was able to really leverage it, was the fact that Goku was consistently there, being able to get the support of Levitate, who did a great job of sticking alive for most of that. And between the two of them, they're just able to, even very late into a fight, keep raining down damage, keep getting pressure onto everyone. And if you can take out the supports of O2 at the beginning of the fight, it really just becomes a war of attrition from that moment onwards.
Goku has been getting the better value. But if we kind of look at ceilings of value, Kaiser has the potential to get a lot more value than Goku. But Kaiser is getting a lot less value than Goku. And I think Goku is going to stay at a consistent amount of value this entire series. But I think Kaiser needs to raise that level. If they don't raise that level above Goku, then I think O2 are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, you cannot afford to put all of that work onto someone like VerseGod. VerseGod coming out with McCree is a very good counter to Pharah, but I think VerseGod also has to keep in mind that they're the main defense for the back line against someone like Yubi on the Tracer. That flashbang, if you're keeping your eyes at ground level to be able to pick out that Tracer at the right moment, you're not really putting your attention in the air. And so the DPS difference between these two teams is what gave O1 that advantage at the beginning and secured them that 2-game or the 2-map win. At least we are going to be going through to Route 66, a map that could have some opportunities. Again, this is a good map for Pharah to be able to come around that first corner, especially threaten the high ground. And it's going to be up to O2 Esports. Do you think they need to change something up going into this next map, or just execute a little bit more cleanly on what they're trying to do right now?
I think it simply need to be better, right? I feel that the only real players who got the maximum value that they really should have were probably Tractor Kid and Abs. I thought, Tractor Kid and Cool, but I thought Abs struggled that last round. I thought I'm Special didn't really hit their peaks. Isaac wasn't able to get involved like they were against Danish Kebab. We've already talked about Kaiser Sombra a lot so far. That being said, the O2 Esports, I feel like if they do get this Sombra right, they will probably win this series. The question is, are they going to run out of time to get that Sombra right? It is going to be a long series, which will favor them in that front. I don't think they will. I have this lingering feeling that they're not going to get value to this Sombra. I have this lingering feeling that something isn't right about this series for them. I think O1 are in a really good position just to get some momentum and probably just kill the series as fast as they can.
Yeah, we talked about the fact that you alluded to O2 being one of those teams that we expect to see in the grand finals. They did have a very good showing against Danish Kebab, but O1 has a lot of history behind them. This is their 4th open division, and they've done very well in a lot of them. In fact, they've managed to make it through to trials twice already because of their success here in Open Division. And so they're looking to make it 3 and really take it and prove to themselves and to everyone else that they are a good tier 2 team and come in there. And they've done a great job to start us off so far. Is O2 Esports able to rise up to that challenge, be able to find the key picks that they need to into O1 Esports? Is it a case of prioritizing the backline, trying to shut down the supports that are allowing O1 to win this slow-paced war? Or is it a case of you just need to shut down the damage coming in from people like Yubi and Goku?
Good question, right? Because how do you get onto that backline? That Mercy's going to be in the air the entire time, which is going to make things difficult. So essentially, either Isaac or First is going to be able to kill them from afar, or you're just going to try and nullify what the damage is doing until you see these opportunities. I think that's the best approach that O2 can afford right now. Nullify the damage, wait for those opportunities, and when those opportunities come, you take them.
Yeah. At this stage, it seems like O2 they were such a strong team when they were able to play their own game, when they were able to dictate it, create a little bit of chaos in the back line, in fact, in every part of your opponent's lineup. It seems like they just don't have that same clear game plan of how they want to win each of the fights. And when you've got O1 who's able to just move around together between, Apples, Yubi, Goku, Levitate, all of them moving together so well. Even people like Levitate being able to keep up with Goku and Imo. All of these players are so mobile that you really can't afford to create that chaos and separate off someone who could get picked off at the pace that O1 is able to do it. And if you don't do that, if you just give these small opportunities to O1, they're going to sequentially take apart your team piece by piece.
It seems that this map is going to be something a little bit similar, composition-wise, to what we saw in the last one. I would be a little bit concerned if they do O2 walk on this offense with Abs and Crowboy on Honor and Baptiste. I feel like that might be a little bit too mobile. I probably would prefer like a standardized main squad, like a Brigitte, Mercy, or Lucio there, to either try and set the tempo better, or just have a couple more options defensively against players like Yubi and Goku. I'm not sure I like the Honor and the Baptiste together.
My only thought is that maybe that between the Ana and the Baptiste, you're giving yourself a little bit more room to contest in the air, but it's not working for now. O1 Esports doing a good job of just raining in damage from so many different angles. Still, Goku pretty uncontested in the air, manages to find that vulnerable backline. The hack goes out onto the Pharah, but it's not really going to be followed up there. And still, O2 struggling to find a purchase in this game.
Yeah. I don't like this. I feel it's so difficult for the backline for O2 to even get involved in these team fights. And players like Yubi and Goku, they're gonna snatch those opportunities when they come. Kesa though, 71% of the IMP. That's a pretty fast build of that ultimate in like an OTP setup. So if they can utilize that ultimate soon, they might be in a better position.
Well, the high noon attempt comes out from Versgard, gets taken down quite quickly, and see this aggression coming out from Apples. Even anti-healed up there, manages to stay alive and cause havoc in the back line. Followed up so quickly by Yubi, and this is what we were talking about at the beginning, where O1 Esports able to just dictate where they want to play and move together as a team. Even O2 Esports trying desperately with that amplification matrix to try and turn this around. Still Versgard pushing up on low HP, trying to get a bit of an off angle. O2 Esports have given them a small amount of space in the air. And this is where Abs' Baptiste might come in very, very useful. It's that damage that you can offer with the healing and that immortality field. Survive the dive coming in from O1 Esports and then be able to turn the pressure around. Still O1 hanging around here. Slowly falling, but holding on to enough HP that they can hold on so aggressively. We see the EMP come out. The Diva Bomb, though, going to be thrown by O1, and yet again, one doing an amazing job of hiding out from the Sombra, being able to get onto that sound barrier and keep the team alive through each of these engagements. Makes it very difficult for O2 to try and fight this out. They're also going to throw out their own self-destruct, not being able to get any value from it yet. O1 just content, just revel in this chaos that they're causing.
Wait for Goku to come back, and then they're gonna go in again, right? The problem is if when they try to walk in, they get caught out by Tractor Kid's minefield.
Oh, is it going to be enough though? So far out there, Yubi drops the pulse bomb, doesn't manage to get anything, gets stunned up. but still the follow-up from Goku. Again, these DPS just working in such synergy with each other. There's cohesion between them, and Tractor Kid now tries to pinch into the back line. We are seeing, in fact, the Lucio very deep there. One unable to reach the back team, and O2 managed to push it, looks like all the way. Are they able to clean up the rest of this fight? We see Imo trying to get the mech kills onto that, gets taken down early in here, and it's just Apples left to try and contest this. UB hanging around, but it is O1 that's just going to be backing up, giving that first point, and Esports finally managing to get something out of this.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting now, right? Because that was a messy fight that you would maybe think O1 would have the advantage in. They didn't at all. They didn't take the advantage that they had. They were a little bit scrappy in trying to clean up some of the kills. And now Caves has got another EMP. If O2 take advantage of this EMP, this could be point B done already.
Yeah, we talked about O1's ability. They love the scrappy team fights. They love the chaos and then using some mechanical advantage on themselves. And this is what they're doing right now. You've got Trax Kid in the back line. He's managed to pick off Levitate. Does end up paying with their life, but it's forced the rest of O1 so far back. They can't really push out. And with Goku now on low HP, even Yubi trying to poke, trying to find something into this. It's just O2 consistently pushing this payload forward and dictating how they want to take these team fights. And the scrappier, the better.
It's not looking good for O1, right? They need to get out and take this team fight, but Kaiser's waiting right there for the EMP. There's a minefield to deal with as well. This is going to be so difficult, but if they get out, there's some ultimates as well.
They, yet again, one just has this reading of the game so well, reads that the EMP is coming in there, gets up the sound barrier to keep the rest of O1 Esports alive, and while Apples starts falling low, the rest of O1 looking pretty solid in this, and we see the barrage goes up there. It does manage to take out Special. Imo doing a good job of being able to defense matrix up as Farah in the air, and so it is going to be O2 Esports losing a couple of picks at the beginning of this fight. They're just going to want to get back, and it is O1 finally managing to stabilize for just a second.
This is a missed opportunity for O2, right? They had O1 walking out into the EMP, walking out into all the ultimates they had. They let O1 out, and O1 were able to use their ultimates to go and win that team fight.
An optimistic bomb comes out there. It's a great one. It finds Levitate, and that could create an opportunity here. O1 has to go back. That's effectively taken out both Levitate and Goku from this fight, and Tractor Kid, even on low HP, wants to stick around here. We see a couple of O1 players still stuck out in the open, trying to stick around and contest this payload for the last little bit. But it seems to be O2 coming through here, just pushing everyone into different positions. One's a little bit isolated from the team, not going to be able to offer up that mobility and the healing for the team as O2 starts collapsing on here. Cool Boy and Abs go down though. This could be an opportunity. O2 has the no healing to try and sustain on this point. If O1 can keep reinforcing here, they've managed to take out the baby Diva. We do see Apples on this payload falling ever lower though. They don't have too much support of themselves and dropping the mines onto the field. There we see Tractor Kid getting all the value in the world, managing to get that even without the supports.
That was such a weird 2v2 fight at the end there. And I actually think Yubi and Apples made a mistake. They went for a kill there to try and get a player advantage. And I don't think I like that decision. I think you have the better respawns. I feel like if you just waited and tried to make the fight longer, you might have had a better chance of winning that one.
Indeed, it's now up to O1 though. They've lost the second point, and the massive hack comes out. And that's going to isolate a lot of targets. Levitate not going to be able to get out of this. Just getting pincered in the corner. Eventually does force. Apples also goes down. Kaze has done the work, even though they're paid with their life. Goku going to get slept up. They're going to fall soon afterwards. So O1 not able to recontest here in the doorway. Esports has to drop the EMP. But that's exactly what that's here for.
Team fight 9. There are going to be all 6 ultimates online realistically for O1. But how do O2 stop for these ultimates going off, right? They've got tools to do so. They've got a self-destruct in his own eye Goku. They've got a Deadeye that can do the same thing. But how are they going to use these ultimates? That's a big question.
Oh, they're dumping them early and proactively into this fight. They drop out that High Noon and manages to take out Goku, left out in the open. Levitate got to fall soon afterwards. And so even though O1 has the the ultimate advantage. It's O2 just using them first, being able to win out that team fight as we push towards the end. It should be O1 able to stop this before it comes all the way to the end with this ultimate advantage and the stall capabilities of all their heroes. But they need to worry about this amplification matrix. You see O1 finally contesting at the end. Of course, they've got the self-destruct as well to try and isolate off this point. IMO going to be hacked up in this, and so not going to be able to get it off just yet. Quite content to leave this, and actually going to be taken out with that mech. Drops the self-destruct at the end there. Combined with that barrage gives O1 an opportunity to stick around, and with the spawn advantage in overtime, it's just going to be a case of cleaning up the last couple of members of O2 Esports on the verge, just under a meter away from the end. You think that's enough from O2?
That is a very, very good question. I think O2's best chance of like a strong hold will be point A. If I won't get past point A, I think it'd be quite difficult to hold them off and stop them from capturing all 3 points. I think that's where I'm kind of on the fence right now. But O2, let's talk about that team fight, just the penultimate team fight of that round. I thought that was excellent. I think they knew that they were at a severe ultimate disadvantage. The proactive ultimates we saw come in there are beautiful. I really, really like teams with proactive playstyles. I always say this, if you're playing proactively, your opponent is on the back foot. And that is absolutely amazing for you. Not just in terms of gameplay, but mentally as well. If you're always forcing your opponent on the back foot and they're constantly having to react, that eventually takes a constant strain on the brain, and it's not easy to play like that the entire series. So that's kind of where I sit with that. I liked O2's playstyle there. I didn't like the backline. I think the backline hindered them a lot on point A. I think they were lucky to capture point A. But point B, point C, I thought they were pretty strong. They were pretty active. Just, I'm still unsure on this backline. I think they're still going to run with it for their defense. We'll see if it continues to not really work out, but get them across the line.
Again, we see pretty much a reflection of the comps that we've seen so far. Neither team admitting that their team is working or not working in the way that they want to. It comes down to pure execution at the end of the day. KZ getting off some good EMPs towards the end of those fights allows some opportunity and a nice bit of aggression here. A good high ground position from O2 Esports. The poke comes in from O1. The hack on Apples nearly takes him out, costs him their life, but managed to get back to the team. Means that still we're going to see O1 pushing forward. This could be critical. Goku goes up aggressively into the air, manages to use Yubi, and the rest of the team just again the mobility coming out from O1 being able to clinch off this fight, and they've started shoving O2 all the way back past the spawn point, at least past the doorway, try and extricate something from this team fight. And it seems that O1 being able to execute perfectly at the beginning of this fight. There's a clear go call, and they're managing to push through.
They've got some positive, right? They've got that EMP coming up, which is really nice. And I do think that O2 will get another team fight here, almost definitely. And O1 don't really have anything ready. That they might get the barrage, the bow spawn, but how are they going to set those ultimates up?
You see the hack comes out. This is a good start to the fight, but they need to worry about the backline. O1 coming in there gets a bit of an advantage. Yubi is going to fall on the backline, and so take away a lot of that synergy coming out here for O1 Esports at least. We see Goku also being chased up in the air, 4 HP, eventually going to get cleaved down by him special. And so it seems like O2 going to be able to just reinforce this point well enough. In fact, it's just the Diva left, and that's exactly what you want, being able to trickle that out at the end. O1 tried valiantly. They're going to be coming up with some ultimates themselves. They need to worry about, again, that pivotal EMP that Kaiser should be able to set up here.
That's such a weird team fight. Kaiser died for no reason. That was kind of one of the win conditions for the defense. And then Levitate kind of died for no reason as well, and that was kind of the win condition of the offense. A little bit messy from both teams.
Oh, one now doesn't have that sound barrier up at the beginning of the fight. Has done such a good job so far. Now going to have it for this fight. Going to be able to, in fact, find most of the team. Reinforce O2. They've lost Goku already, who had that, and Apple's going to fall shortly after. So this might be too little too late from O1. They're pushing aggressively. Wants to take out Kaiser. Kaiser going to be able to translocate out, but gets picked off as they find him in the air. O1 coming back, even after a rough start to the team fight, is got the man advantage now on this point, and starting to slowly trickle out these players from O2 Esports. The sleep goes through, but it's just going to keep a cool boy alive for half a second longer. as O2 just start falling piece by piece. They've got Arm Special left on this point. Desperately wants to try and get up this ultimate. In fact, going to be able to retreat a little bit with the support from the other tank there. Between Traxkid and Arm Special being able to hold this for a little bit. The res comes through. Arm Special does come up with that self-destruct ultimate. Gonna fly high into the air, throws the self-destruct into the air. It is gonna be able to take out 2. This is the chance for O2 to be able to hold this in the position. Arm Special coming out. This may in fact be the play of the game as we see them just cleaving through there. Just such good cycling of going for that health pack on the side there, especially with it being hacked up. It gives the opportunity for O2 to be able to hold on to this point. It could be C9 as it goes just 2.5 meters away there. But O1 give it away in the last 30 seconds. They're going to have to make all the work done here. Traxkid's not done just yet. Has got those mines to try and control the space. And it's O1 on the verge of being full held.
Said the best chance of winning this run would be a full hold, and it's looking very likely. 0-1 only got 10 seconds left of that to push into almost an EMP.
Traxkid wants to drop these bombs at the beginning of this fight there. Kaiser also going to be coming up to this EMP in just a second. Cannot afford to go down. One also on the verge of it. Here comes the EMP. Hits one. One's not going to have that sound barrier to try and get back into the fight. Still Goko right into the air. One survives long enough to now be able to get out that sound barrier. Keeps O1 alive for now. There's still a couple of people left from O2 Esports that they need to worry about. Amo can't get back up. That mech goes down in Baby Diva form. It's up to Goku. They've had to carry this team for so long on their back line and do all the damage here. Arm Special also has the self-destruct. Is going to pop it on the point. This could clear it out for now. Even tries to get the remake kill onto the Wrecking Ball. It's up to Apples. Can Apples keep alive for long enough to get some sort of reinforcement? Overtime ticks down. And O2 Esports going to pick up their first match.
1 and 0-2 make it 1-1 in our first of 4 series. We're gonna be here a while, and this is such an interesting matchup because both these two teams, they're similar-ish playstyles. They both prefer to make things quite crazy. They prefer the OTP style, and it is making for a very interesting matchup. I thought Kaiser was a lot better on that defense in particular, and the offense as well. I thought there was a much better map from the Sombra player on O2, so that's impressive from them. It's a good adjustment, and it's definitely going to help them. Now we're kind of even on the Goku versus Kaiser scale. Kaiser can now kind of surpass Goku. This series can definitely just bounce towards O2's favor. If Kaiser drops back down, it'll be in O1's favor. That value of Goku is still staying neutral. Kaiser's moving up and down. We're now kind of equal value, maybe a little bit higher for Kaiser, and we're at a 1-1 series.
This is going to be very interesting. These two, with all these numbers coming out, guys, I'm sure you are struggling to keep up with the action at some stage. We're doing our best to keep it quite clear, but the action is back and forth between these two teams. Whether O2 is going to be able to now leverage that momentum that they've been able to get. They were a little bit scrappy on that control point. O1 did manage to take that 2-0 with quite a dominant showing, but it is O2 just showing that open space, especially on a home turf like they did with this Route 66. They were able to leverage it. And being able to do a full hold, like you said, was their best chance of it. They know the map. They know how they want to play it. Left it with just a couple of inches left at the end there. But were able to cycle their teammates so well, be able to play around the cover that they needed to. Of course, I'm Special coming out there, did getting the play. They did get the play of the game that we called as they went through, being able to just isolate off targets and use that scrappy advantage of theirs to be able to leverage something. We have leveled up the series here in the winners bracket finals. Guys, we're going to go to a quick 2-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We've still got a long series left of you as it is a best of 7. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The actions are heating up here as these two rivals take it on. O1 Esports taking on O2 Esports as we go into Blizzard World. We're going to be playing here. It is, of course, the winners bracket finals. I'm Ultrism, and as for the rest of our series here today, it is Oceancast next to me. How are you feeling about the action between these?
Interesting. Two OTP-ish styles clashing against each other. We're 1-1 so far. It's been pretty tight. We're going out to Blizzard World now, which will be a little bit of a test for the wrecking balls on both teams. It can be quite limiting to play the hero on this map. It definitely can be played on this map. I actually really like wrecking ball on this map, but it'd be quite difficult to actually get the full value out of that hero. So that's the real test that both of these teams have right now, is how do they capitalize on their wrecking ball, and what heroes does wrecking ball go after. Looking at the defense, realistically, what are you going to isolate with Tractor Kid's wrecking ball, other than maybe if one goes for that honor, that might be a hero that you look to isolate, or even do you try and set the tempo with that wrecking ball as Tractor Kid. That's something I'm looking at this map. How are these wrecking balls going to play to get the maximum value out of that hero? I think Apple's is going to have an easier time not only playing on the defense, but also having a couple more options, like trying to power drive on special and isolate them, or catch players like PvPX on rotation. Never mind, now I'm special coming over to the diva. I like that adaptation.
Yeah, interesting swap coming out there. Isaac going to be going out now, dropping it instead. Coming back in is PvPX, and especially considering this, Torbjorn should be able to put in a lot of pressure against both Apples and Goku. We see already Apples going to be going down there, one having swapped off the Lucio as well. Now going to be favoring the Ana on this, and means a lot less mobility, a lot less opportunities to try and counter out Kaiser's EMP. The action's already underway. These teams fighting it out so voraciously here in the front line. And the mobility from Tractor Kid tries to create an opportunity. Still just absorbed by O1 Esports, going to be able to still contest out this front point. And UB's already built themselves up a pulse bomb here.
Quite realistically, should have been a pretty free team fight win for O2. They started off absolutely excellently. They got that isolation hack onto Apples, got the kill as well. From there, that should have been a pretty easy team fight win for them, but they don't make it count. And Goku capitalizes beautifully.
Now we see again the slam comes in here. Tractor Kid trying to take on this high ground, has to threaten out the Ana in the high ground. Abs having swapped onto that Moira, going to be able to have a little bit more sustain against Apples threatening the back line. And we see this aggressive play comes out there. The pulse bomb stick onto Tractor Kids though keeps O1 in the driving seat. Now we see Goku just being so consistent with this damage, is able to yet again just keep laying in damage, and O2 really struggling to find purchase. They're starting to build up that EMP. They've still got them opportunities here, but you're now going into 5 ultimates from O1.
Question the substitution of Isaac for PvPX. I'm not sure I like it. I know the Torbjorn pick is to try and stop Yubi from getting a lot of value in Apples as well, but Goku is just raining hell. Isaac was doing an absolutely great job of trying to, just deal with and nullify Goku, and I feel like they've lost a bit of that now.
Yeah, we see now the nano boost comes out. Kaiser's going to be sitting there with this EMP to try to get something, but they need to find some position. There's a 4-man hack that comes out. Kaiser has given his team every opportunity, and they need to make it count. We do see the double kill coming out here from O2, and so the try to come through onto the point. They are starting to isolate off targets more and more. Apple's now stuck in the back line, just has to flee for their life as O2 push onto this point, and this could have been the fight that they needed, especially considering the massive advantage of ultimates. O1 probably going to want to reinforce here. They've got stuff like the Diva Bomb that's ready on the point here. IMO just wanting to sit there, going to drop the self-destruct on point. Special just flies into the air. Goku also dropping that barrage to get some value here. Self-destruct from Special manages to demech there. We see Coolboy just surviving with a little bit of fractions. Still Goku sitting around, quite healthy, quite happy, raining in that damage, keeps the O1 back in this. We see 2 ticks on that first point from O2, but that may be all that they wrote in this fight as O1 just sit quite comfortably. They're able to demech there at the end. I'm Special not going to be able to get out of this one, just decides to take a drink instead. And 0-1 utilizes that beautiful re-engage to stay in this fight and hold control of the first point.
I mean, there's only seconds left. They're not going to have another EMP team fight. I'm not sure how Kaiser died on the racing test for 0-1, but it really has cost them here. Sorry, yeah,
this is your... Yeah,
yeah,
this is the big problem now, is O2 doesn't have a lot to work with. They're going to have, of course, PvP's ultimate, but Molten Core is not maybe the best one you want to be pushing forwards with, as 0-1 creates some space with those mines on the point, and Goku just constantly lays down damage, constantly as an ever-present threat to basically everyone on the side of O2. They don't even touch the point, and we get a full hold here on Blizzard World.
Yeah, I feel like it is easier to defend with these compositions, absolutely. We saw a full hold in Route 66 from 0-2. 0-2 and 0-1 are both capable of this, but I still don't like the Torb. I don't like the sub in of PvPX here. I think Isaac's had a great day today. I thought they've been playing really, really well. And I feel like the switch to the Torbjorn is just let Goku unleash themselves into this series. And 0-1 know it as well. They've been giving Nano boost to their Pharah at every opportunity. All of the resources are now on Goku. And Goku is really taking control of this map. Kaiser, again, isn't really playing to anything special. And this Goku versus Kaiser matchup, it went the way Goku map 1. It looks like it's going to go to the way of Goku again on map 3. I think it's not because of Kaiser this time around. I think it's because they've kind of limited themselves with the Torbjorn switch. Yes, Torbjorn is pretty good at dealing with both Pharah and Tracer, but they had a designated player before to deal with Goku. That player isn't in the lineup anymore, and that makes things a lot more difficult.
I saw a beautiful clip the other day, and it was how scary Pharah is. You got a nano boost, you got the mercy pocket on there. You're doing 200 damage per direct rocket. I mean, look at the team from O2 that's coming out there. They don't have a lot of people that can survive even a single rocket there. And when you combine that with Apples and Yubi going to be coming out there, you're cleaving through basically anyone that you want to so quickly if you get that combo out. And it's all 0-1. All they have to do now is get past that little tick there, basically just over 2 ticks. And I think 0-1 has that confidence coming in here. You can see them setting themselves into off angles. Apples and Yubi going to go around the side, find a pick off into the back line. All you need to do is wait for a single rocket or that call from Goku, who goes aggressive now. He's going to try and find the supports in the back line, and this has been the play that they've been wanting to do the whole time. Just isolate off the supports. Baptiste into there is the first one to go down. Cool Boy is also being chased by Apples. That means that there's no healing coming out for the rest of O2, and while O2 still tries to fight around here, Kaiser's not doing the damage. Unspecial is going to be able to get out a single kill the other way. The stick onto the Lucio. Goodbye, Cool Boy. That's been deleted from this fight. 0-1 looking to push onto this fight. And target prioritization from 0-1 has been fantastic. Being able to shut down the Torbjorn turret, being able to shut down the defense, and being able to shut down piece by piece. Now comes the nano boost. There goes the Pharah into the back line. What is PvP supposed to do at this stage? Try and recontest here, and 0-1 take it so clean.
They were very, very dominant there, similar to how they played on Lijiang Tower. And yeah, the questions have to be asked about substitution for PPX. Obviously, though, it doesn't make a difference of suddenly O2 go from a map win to, you know, just getting dominated on Blizzard World. There were other core issues, like Tractor Kid was unable to get as much value as Apples did on the Wrecking Ball, just because simply of how the map worked, what heroes one were playing. They were unable to get value out of the Wrecking Ball there, or as much value as Apples. They were getting value, but not as much as Apples was. And again, questions asked on the recontest from 0-1. How does Kaiser die there? That should never happen. Either they have a translocator set up and it got cut out, but even still, they have players there who could save Kaiser and should save Kaiser. And from there, that first round went down the stairs. That was horrible from O2. But they will have time to bounce back because this is, again, a 1-4 series.
Yeah, I mean, I think PvP's strength is when the team is able to give them the space, give them the time. That turret, it doesn't do huge burst damage, but if you leave it for a long enough amount of time, it's slowly going to chew through your opponents. And so O2 has relied on the chaos that they can cause. However, 0-1 has just come through with such burst damage. They've been able to get Goku's rockets, followed up by Yubi, followed up by Apples. You've got Imo just creating space, contesting points, being such a pest on that diva. One in Levitate, able to stay alive for so long. Levitate's just following the fire around, being able to damage boost up there. One we said was originally on that Lucio to be able to counter out the sound barrier, counter out the EMP with the sound barrier at least. But at this stage, it wasn't really important. There was one EMP thrown in that entire, both parts of that map, both the offense and defense from O2, and they just weren't able to utilize anything to really get key target picks, and before half of their team was dead.
Absolutely. And this is going to become an important question the entire series. Is how his kids are going to get value out of the summer, how his kids are going to get value out of these EMPs because of what happened on map 1, where one was able to counter every single EMP that KSR made. On Route 66, the EMPs from KSR weren't that great either, apart from the offense. Questions are going to be asked. I think KSR is still definitely capable of playing the Sombra at this level and in this series, but they got to bring that level up a notch because it hasn't been good enough to get map wins. They got one map win, and realistically, it was because I'm Special and Tractor Kid had a really, really good performance on the defense of Route 66. I think the DPS need to step it up a notch. I think Isaac needs to come back into the lineup because otherwise Goku is going to go mental. Otherwise, PvPX has to try something different playstyle-wise.
You know, we're going to an assault map now, and this is all about can you cleanly win out a team fight. And where Kaiser's EMP could be very pivotal on that, where you can just, especially on attack, you get in there, you get your EMP, are able to just disrupt the enemies and win out that team fight quickly. You got to worry if that EMP doesn't come off cleanly, if it doesn't manage to secure you that team fight win, is it going to be enough to really clean up, especially something like a second point? Or if you're on the defense, is that going to even come up in time? It might win you a fight if you are able to rebuff your opponents for a couple of attempts in the beginning. At this stage, if O1 just rush forward and take the first fight on an attack, they'll be able to clean the first points before KZ even has a chance to get into this team fight.
Okay, Sombra on this map in particular, it is going to be so crucial. Not only because it's an assault map and EMP is a massive win condition, and win conditions are important in any game mode of Overwatch, but assault in particular, where you have to cleanly win team fights, as you've been saying, EMPs from kids are going to be so critical. But not only that, and not only for that reason, is if O2 loses this map because KSR's not getting team fights won with that Sombra EMP ultimate, then they're 3-1 down in this series, and that's a mountain to climb.
Yeah, 3-1 is not the place you want to be at. They really want to try and bring something out here. If we look at the rest of it, Tractor Kid has been so useful in being able to extend the space that O2 has been able to work in. But in an assault, you don't really have a lot of space to work with in the first point. At the end of the day, there is one point that you're trying to defend, and it doesn't help rushing to the other side of the map, being able to go there. You know, the self-sustain from Tractor Kid might be limited by the availability of these health packs and stuff like that. So relying heavily on the fact that Case is able to hack up a couple of key health packs and be able to retreat to those consistently. At this stage, O1 is just going to come in, combine their 3 DPS, and of course, when I say 3 DPS, I'm including Apples in that, with their ability to follow through with the Wrecking Ball. Levitate's going to be going through them, and so you're going to have this 4-man death squad that just goes around. IMO be able to corral the rest of O2, stop them from joining the fights, and the pace that O1 is playing at means that on attack, on defense, if they can control the space a little bit better than O2, O2 doesn't really have the counters out that they need to. It's all about their tempo control for O2 in terms of can they get the key hack targets, can they build up the time for the EMP, PvP trying to get that damage out with something like the Torbjorn. We might see him swap to a Junkrat. That could be an option to be able to just choke out or at least damage out some of these choke points. There's options here for O2, but they need to think carefully about how they want to work this.
Me here, this is a big question of, you know, O2, they haven't really set the tempo at any point today, apart from that defense on Route 66, which they were bloody excellent on. And maybe point B on Route 66 on their offense, they were pretty good there setting the tempo. Other than that, they kind of got caught out a lot with the double flex support composition on offense on Route 66. They didn't really set any tempo there. Blizzard World, even with the Lucy, even with the main support adjustment that I kind of suggested and think is a good idea, they didn't really set any tempo there. Goku controlled the tempo of that game, as did Levitate really, really well. I think Levitate's had a really, really good series, probably my MVP so far. And then if we move even further back in the series, they were a little bit lost on Lijiang and didn't really set the tempo there either. I thought one did a really good job there. So you would kind of argue that O1 have been in control of the tempo of every single team fight most of the time. Like 70% of the team fights are probably being controlled by O1 tempo-wise. So O2, that's something that maybe they want to sort out, and that might be one of their keys to victory to get back into this series. I would suggest playing more main support heroes and getting value out of them.
Yeah, that main support. And can you keep your supports alive for O2? I mean, if you think of the way that O1 is approaching these fights, you can see the passing that they're taking. They're sending Yubi and Apples off around the backside. They're getting a little bit of poke damage from Goku just to put some pressure on the front lines. Then suddenly Goku goes with that concussion grenade to be able to fly into your back line, just over your strong front line that Tractor Kid and I'm Special are trying to get there. And before you can even have the chance to peel back, you've got rockets, you've got trace eclipse coming in, you've got stuff like the wrecking ball, pile drivers, and follow-up damage there. You've got to be able to play as a more cohesive unit and protect that backline. Otherwise, Cool Boy has got no chance to try and stay alive through this. And Abs as well being prioritized in the beginning of these fights means that you're just going to lose every war of attrition. Every time that there's an opportunity for O1, they're just going to avoid, peel back when they need to, re-engage with their mobility, and pick apart the fight at their pace, leisurely, quickly, whatever works. As long as they're executing it cleanly and not losing any lives themselves, O2 is going to be in for a big run here.
Yeah, it's very difficult for O2 to get back in the series. There's definitely ways to. I mean, judging by how they're acting in match chat, I think they're already a little bit rattled. They've been acting a little bit inappropriately since map 1. So, I mean, they're definitely rattled. They definitely aren't looking at ways to get back into this series. I'm a little bit disappointed in that. We could have a really, really strong one. I think setting the pace of the series is going to get easier for O1 as it goes on, especially because Isaac is out. Goku is in, and that makes things easier for Levitate to set the pace, right? It's already been pretty easy for O1 to set the pace. Levitate's been doing it all game, but just that Isaac isn't there to check Goku means that Levitate can set the pace so much easier.
Yeah, especially when you got a Mercy Pocket onto Goku. I mean, something like a Tourbillon turret is consistent damage. Unless you're managing to actually hit that rivet gun shots there, Goku's not really going to be chewed down. You've got the Mercy that's able to, with granted less room to maneuver, but Goku's able to survive through all of this. As long as Levitate plays safe and keeps on that beam, Goku's not being chewed down fast enough that anyone's able to really follow up on top of that. Kaiser is sitting there. You don't really want to focus your Sombra on trying to do extra damage onto the Pharah. So is it a case of O2 has to just avoid the Pharah, just ignore the Pharah, try and get some sort of ground-based assault going, and then deal with the Pharah at the end of the fights? But when Goku's able to hit the shots consistently, we go, you can't afford to ignore them. You can't afford to let Goku just rain death from above with 1 or 2 shots, and every 3 seconds you're losing a kill.
Absolutely right. If this wasn't an OTP versus OTP matchup, I would kind of suggest that they move towards like some sort of standard rush composition with like Sombra Tracer, Winston Diva, Lucia Moira, and look to isolate targets or win the team fight before that Pharah gets all of that value. But this is an OTP versus OTP matchup. That's not really a valid suggestion here, right? It's not. It's not something OTP Sports is going to do, and that's something I expect them to do. What I do expect them to do is to maybe a player like Isaac or I'm Special. Even that's another suggestion, is putting I'm Special on that Pharah and nullifying it. That's the only way I see them winning this matchup. Otherwise, Goku's going to keep getting that value.
That's a very difficult one. It looks like we're going to be going through to Hanamura. This is obviously a map where Pharah does pretty well. There's a lot of high ground that you can control, a lot of places to sit and refuel. And so O1 going to be quite happy with this, I think, playing around those corners, etc. Abs not back in the game just yet. There is this chance, I'm sure they're going to be able to reinforce back here. At this stage, Is there an opportunity? Do you believe in O2 to be able to come back here? You talked about how tilted they're getting, the fact that they may not be 100% coming through here with the clearest mindset. There's obviously a lot of rivalry between these two teams. Is O2 just pushed against the wall too hard?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a little bit concerned for O2 how they've been behaving, especially after map 1. Like, they lost map 1, and after they asked for like server change, they after that there's a better response than throwing insults at the opposition because of where they're from. I think that's absolutely not something you should be doing. I think you should be focusing on what adaptations you need to make to go and win a game of Overwatch, not some other person's where they're from. I think that's absolutely stupid. And then they continue to do that after map 3. Now we're in a 5v6 situation for O2. It's almost impossible for them to come back from this. Let's be real. They've tilted themselves. They're now at a 5v6 for map 4. They're 2-1 down. O1 have been setting the pace. O2 have the potential to be a great team. They have potential to go and get that trial spot, but they're not going to do it the way they've been acting today.
You talked about a swap up coming out from O2, and the fact that Tractor Kid has gone on to a much less favorite hero of that, Reinhardt, just charges into the front line completely alone there, means that they basically just feed the ult charge into the beginning of this fight. You've got one of your supports down, Abs not able to reinforce me. Coolboy already has a lot of work to do, and considering the prioritization of O2 to try and then work the O2's already been under pressure from their supports, and now you've got less resources to deal with. O1 having even swapped UB onto this Ashe means that they can just avoid the fights for as long as they want. They don't need to contest this choke. They've got control of the point, and I'm very happy with what's going on here. Abs has rejoined, thankfully.
Be one of the players today that has actually conducted themselves well. Now that they have that player back and in the lobby, they now have a chance of bringing themselves back into this series, right? They have the opportunity. Will they take that opportunity? That's another question.
Look at this aggression. PvP having swapped off there. One Tricks is going to go onto that McCree to try and make something work here, but being put under a lot of pressure. And again, Apples just goes into the backline, has been anti-healed up, and so there is an opportunity here. There we go. UB does manage to track them down. Sorry, it wasn't Apples, it was Tractor Kid in the backline there, and still, O1 hasn't suffered a single death yet in this fight, and still Apples now being able to rejoin the team. It's just O1 all the way being able to control where this fight is being taken, and O2 hasn't even really grouped up to be able to try and take a single offensive, and that's meant, you know, when it comes to a control point, or at least an assault like this is maybe the worst map that you can do that on.
It is unfortunate in some ways for O2 that they have to kind of succumb an ultimate advantage while they wait for their player. They kind of have to lose team fights, and now when they've got 5 ultimates for this next team fight because of that. And that's unfortunate for one. That's going to be tough for them to deal with, and that's acceptable.
Look at this control of the choke there. Apples doesn't decide to chase out. Tractor Kid leaves them going, just decides to go on the back line. And again, O2 Esports just suffering. Goku landing a beautiful rocket at the end there on the Baby Diva. And O2 built up 1 ultimate, just under 2 ultimates there. Kaiser going to have to come in with this EMP to work miracles in the last minute.
Yeah, so Apples currently is taking mindful damage on purpose to build up the support ultimates and make things a little bit more difficult for O2 in this next fight as PvP tries to get them some space, and that actually allows Tractor Kid to get the kill and levitate.
That's going to be huge. It takes away all the support for Goku, and so now O2 going to be coming in here. We even see Apples going down in the back line. A great hack comes out there. The EMP is online if they want to go into this, but so is the nano boosted Goku just going to be putting in damage, and still we don't see O2 being able to utilize this. They pushed a couple of people up onto the point, and Tractor Kid gets the kill on UB. It's just Goku really left here to try and contest this, and doesn't have that support of the Mercy, remember. Oh, is going to get taken down at the end of this fight. O2 might actually be able to bring something back from the jaws of the feature. We do still have the CMP left online. It's going to be dropped now in the beginning, but it's still going to not be enough. O2 going to be suffering a bit of damage at the beginning here, and when you've got one being able to sit with this Ana, just trying to keep everyone alive here, Goku going to be able to reinforce quickly. O2 just get under halfway.
Oh, that they killed Coolman. That's probably it. I mean, Tractor Kid can maybe stall this out, but I don't see any way O2 are going to be able to bring themselves back to this. Maybe this self-destruct gets some value.
Nope, just ends up costing the mech. So chewed down there at the end, and O2 not the composed team. And when you're going at this stage, you're already a game down. You're looking at setting yourselves down to one more game. This is not the way you want to start, getting just under 55%. 0-1 looking dominating in that, controlling it from the beginning. The psychology from there is them. The momentum is here for 0-1. I don't know if O2 is going to be able to hold this strong enough.
I mean, probably not, but let's be fair to O2 in this map. For this map, they started a 5v6 that allowed 0-1 to get momentum, set the tempo, build up their ultimates, and realistically, it's almost impossible in a sense of there's two OTP teams here, both very, very good teams. When both these teams are this good and there's such a big advantage for a team going into a map, that's really unfortunate, and that's something that is probably difficult to swallow for O2. Their opponents had a significant advantage going into this map due to things that they couldn't help, right? And that's really unfortunate. 0-1 though, they took advantage of that, and we're probably going to be looking at a 3-1 series after this. It's up to O2 after that to cut out their behavior that's kind of led them onto a tilt the rest of the series, cut it out, reset, and beat a team that they were in the last series, because they were absolutely excellent against Danish Kebab. They were one of the best teams. I've never seen this team so good than how they played against Danish Kebab, but I think they have. I think they've lost it. I don't think they're going to be able to mentally use that.
Interesting start to the fight there, as we did see Tractor Kid going in for that charge kill. Does manage to take out Yubi, but of course going to be able to respawn quite quickly, and it's opened up an opportunity. 0-1 now going to be able to push forward there. Kaiser having also swapped onto that Reaper, not really getting any value at the beginning, and yet again it is this prioritization of the support on the back line. Goku quite happy, going to be sustained up there by Levitate. Now Tractor Kid has to face down a Farah in the mid-air. That's not exactly a duel that's favored by the Reinhardt. Maybe the least fitting character to try and take on that duel. Apple's going to be able to reinforce now. Just holds around, goes up into the air. Doesn't have a lot of HP, but still wants to go forward, just keeping Tractor Kid out of this fight. And Yubi, given all the space in the world, sitting on this Widowmaker, has the shot onto Abs on the side there, and this chaos coming out here from O2 is getting picked apart left, right, and center. Yubi actually does go down. Kaiser managing to pick up that kill. Apple's wanting to swing around, does manage to get up that ultimate. Going to be dropping the minefield to try to give some position, and it means it's so difficult for O2 to get back onto this point. They're going to lose Kaiser, the last man in the fight. As the point ticks up, that's going to be all that she wrote here. 0-1 take a 2-game lead and on the verge of taking our series here in the winner bracket finals.
Yeah, 1 map away from securing a place in Contenders Trials and a place in our Open Division Cup 3 2021 Grand Finals. O2, they have the potential to go and win this series. What I saw in the last series from O2 against Danish Kebab was absolutely excellent. A very consistent performance. It's a very strong team. And good news for them is when we were on break, I saw that Danish Kebab were down 2-0 against Team Dominance. Team Dominance played really, really well. And the short bit that I've seen, higher Danish Kebab on paper are a better team and have higher potential. So there is good news here for for O2 that the Danish Kebab are out, and both the teams have left the lobby. Now it is a first to 4. It is a first to 4 in the rule set, and both teams have left the lobby. Now I am aware that there was an incident between O2 and 0-1 last season, and 0-1 were majority at fault for that, and they were at fault. They made a mistake. But today we went into a winners finals Open Division game, and I'm putting my face to this statement. They went into a winners finals Open Division game, and I don't think the O2 had the intention of really winning this game. I was quite disappointed by some of the statements they made in the match chat when I was having a look, and the fact that both teams have left a 3-1 when it's first to 4 is kind of embarrassing for the Tier 3 Overwatch scene.
Our producers are now just, there is of course a French stream going on in parallel now, and so OBS Joey is volunteering us for an English versus France little show match to come through. Yeah, I would love to do that anyway. At this stage, I'm not 100% sure exactly how we're going to deal with the end of this, guys. We're going to take a very quick break. I think we've analyzed this game down to its death. It really just came down to a mental difference between these two teams. It looked so close at so many places, especially on something like Route 66. We got to see O2 playing the game that they wanted to, and that was a very good play. I mean, let's be fair. They full held on Route 66 when it came their turn to defend, and that's a great way to do it. So, guys, we're just going to find out what's happening there. If this is us for the rest end of the stream, don't be worried. There is going to be more Overwatch coming back tomorrow. Maybe go jump onto the B stream, give them some love. They are doing a lot of good work there in the low brackets. We're going to take a quick break and just confirm if these guys are coming back to try and finish this out, or if that is O2 just throwing in the towel at this stage. Calling it quits right now, getting their heads together. I know Abs was having some trouble in the real world. I would love to not have it end like this, but at the end of the day, it looks like O1 is going to be going through to our grand finals. We'll be right back, guys. Otherwise, we'll see you in our action tomorrow for that. Go give some love to the B stream. We'll see you then. And we're back. So we have managed to at least get the teams back into the lobby. They didn't realize it was a first to four series. And so they do want to fight it out all the way. We're going to be going through to Nepal for our control point map here. The teams are back here. O2 still has the slightest chance to get back in here. O1 on the verge of victory. If they can take this out, and remember that they did win their first control point, it's up to O2 to rally something out of it. Shake off everything that's happened so far. Just get themselves a little bit more composed. We're going back into this. It is KZN PvP on our DPS lineup. Tracks the Kid and I'm Special coming through as your tank lineup, and Cool Boy and Abs both here in the lobby. At least we're not starting with a 5v6 at the beginning. Ocean, what's going on here, my friend?
Wonderful winners finals. We're heading back to control. Both of these teams will feel comfortable on control maps because they like the OTP chaotic style. O2, if they're going to win this series and play how they did against Danish Kebab and show us how good of a team they are and how good at Overwatch they are, they've got to mentally reset because the mental game, it's not been, it ain't been good from them so far. They need to they sort it out and get ready to try and win this series. 0-1, they have played okay. They've been setting the tempo pretty well. I think the series had a lot more potential than what we're seeing from both of these teams. I think O2 have a lot more potential than this. They played really, really good against Danish Kebab last series. Both of these teams have the potential to make trials. I want to see a good match between these two teams. That's all I want to see today.
I'm not sure we're going to get that. I'm going to have to retract my earlier statement. The same players are in the lobby, but we've had a complete switch up from O2 Esports. We now have PvPX coming in on main support. We've got Arm Special taking up a DPS role. Tractor Kid has abandoned the ball, going for the hog instead. Abs has come through on one of your DPS. Kaiser swapped onto a tank role. There is just chaos ensuing from the side of O2 Esports. They're not managing to come out as powerfully as they want to, just trying anything to make this still work. They're here to fight it out towards the end, but whether they're throwing their best foot forward at this stage is still yet to be seen. How amazing would it be if this actually worked out to be the game that they won?
It would be pretty funny. I mean, the Abs 4 are going kind of nasty at the start of that round, right? Abs on the far getting a couple of kills. I mean, all I can really do right now is laugh at the situation. Otherwise, I'm like just like burst into tears watching this game. This is meant to be a winners final, like the peak of tier 3 Overwatch, and it's just not really happening.
I must admit, these are some of the best up-and-coming teams in the EU region, or EMEA region, and yet it's looking like a public lobby as these two teams coming out there. I'm Special trying with the Pharah to contest in the air, at least pushing out both the Pharah and the Mercy of 0-1 Esports. Apples, though, sitting on the points, just quite happy. Oh, actually, on purpose, sits in the Hammond Mines there, so Kaiser going to be able to get credited with that kill there coming out, but still 0-1 quite happily sitting here. We are going to see UB just sitting in the face of the Moira. I'm Special swapping onto Widowmaker. Do we need to analyze the strats coming out here, or is this just enjoy the chaos from both of these sides?
I think we're just going to enjoy it. I'm Special has walked out on the Bastion. I mean, the self-destruct from Evo was nice. That's a solo sound barrier from one. I don't know what's going on at this rate. I give up. I absolutely give up. This is a winner's final. Come on, man.
I believe in the I'm Special Bastion. This is how my pubs go all the time. If it can work against me in those sort of levels, we could totally see it working out. Solo Bastion flanking on the sides. 0-1 Esports sets up into the chase there a little bit. Apples can try to control the point here. This Pharah Mercy duel in the air is causing some consternation for two of them. Apples just sitting there. And it is going to go the way of 0-1. Not unsurprisingly, I would say.
Start of this map.
Give you in depth, yeah.
O2 needing to mentally reset and take the series by storm and become the team that they were become the excellent team they were in the last series we casted. I'm a little bit disappointed.
At the end of the day, I'm here to watch fun Overwatch. This is what I love, is the game itself, and so anything that comes my way, I take it, I laugh. We see some interesting clips coming out there. UB wanting to now flex on the Widowmaker. No, we're not going to see it. Apple's going to go head-to-head, though, on the Roadhogs. Prepared to see a lot of people falling to their death here. It's going to be interesting to see. Goku still sticking on that Pharah could prove to be the bane of Tractor Kid's existence if they step too close to the edge. It's going to be interesting to see how they go here. No, not going for the edge there. Tractor Kid just going to get cleaved down there by Apples on the counter. Still the two Pharahs in the air. Goku actually gets taken out at the beginning, falling to the aerial superiority. Abs proving that this is my rule to come in here and flex as the the Supreme Alpha Supreme Alpha Pharah at least, as we go down. There goes Apples going to their death. Kaiser wants to get a couple of those environmental kills themselves, and Abs doing a lot of work as O2 managed to pick up first control of the point.
Thanks for the assist.
I believe in Abs Farah. Abs is just outduel Goku on the Farah, and Tractor Kid is on a little bit of a walk.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, Tractor Kid, you can't be that far on the map unless you're a Wrecking Ball. There are very few heroes that can afford to be on that other side, as we see Lucio actually going to be taking out one there. Cool Boy coming with a little bit, and still O1 not able to come back into this. We said how memeing this would be if it was going to be O2 being able to pick this up, and so far they're doing this. Guys, give all the love to Abs on this Pharah.
Right, they've taken Levitate, Goku, Yubi, in just random duels. I wonder how long this is going to last.
There, Goku nearly getting taken out again, takes a rocket to the face, and now an opportunity. Abs, Goku is sitting in the air quite high, wants to try and get a little bit of retribution for going down in the last round, but not going to find it this time. Abs not going to be the one to get it to the kill though. Finally, O1 come back onto point, and Tractor Kid just diving off the edge, trying to pull a Lord of the Rings stunt and take down the enemies with them, but you shall not pass if that was your plan here.
Oh, this is just chaos. I woke up this morning planning to cast Overwatch. I think this is some different game.
Yeah, you're not wrong, actually. This doesn't feel like Overwatch to me anymore. This feels like the scrappiest, most pub game of Counter-Strike ever, as there's just kills left, right, and center. Very little priority being placed onto the point here. We see the pulse bomb sticking onto the shield. Case is going to go down here. Tractor Kid actually manages to find a kill on Yubi, and I'm special. Now under a lot of pressure, does manage to get up that. Oh, nope. Not going to get out there. Abs finds one, and now again we get to see our wonderful aerial duel. Goku hitting the one shot, creates the opportunity, gets healed up nicely, and still these two aerial players coming out there. Goku hits the one, gonna get healed up, not fast enough to go out there, and points starting to get contested. Imo just gonna be sitting there with the self-destruct. Tractor Kid gets a double kill. There's gonna be a chance for O2 to come through. Has to worry about the sound barrier coming out for the side of O1. Goodbye, Cool Boy. That's going to be the end of your fight. Tractor Kid landing a great another hook out there. Goku, justice from above, going to be able to clear out another point. And poor I'm special, left alone now. May only going to be able to survive for so long without this cooldown.
Games of Splatoon cleaner than this, man. This is interesting. You know what? When I checked the schedule, I was casting winners finals. With all trades, and I thought it was going to be a very tight game. Everyone was going to be ecstatic to see the new faces of Tier 2.5, Tier 2 Overwatch, but this is definitely not that, hopefully.
Overwatch League, this is not, I've got to admit. As we do finally close out the series, O1 Esports going to come through and take the last map. We got everyone back into the lobby just for a little bit of humor. And I hope you guys enjoyed that last little chaos. Tractor Kid actually picking up the game here. O1 Esports is going to be going through to that grand finals. A well-deserved victory for them. They looked very strong this entire way. Yep, there's a whole hog. Goodbye, Apples. Taking it out there, showing the weakness of a Wrecking Ball. Yet again, O2, though, not being able to hold their composure at the end there. Smiling, I'm sure, but not going to be able to shut this out at the end. Do you want to sit and break that down for us?
Try. Let's just kind of wrap up the entire day. Danish Kebab and O2 Esports was the first series of the day. We were kind of looking at those two, the titans of this tournament, the two that we're kind of expected to be in the grand finals. O2 Esports put on a dominant, consistent display and looked excellent. Danish Kebab did not look themselves and still don't look themselves. The last time I checked, they were 2-0 to Team Dominance, who have a couple of promising players. I really like Melvin on that roster. I remember seeing him trial for a couple of teams to do really, really well. Team Dominance, if they get a result there, it would be absolutely brilliant for those players to try and help with their reputation in this scene. Danish Kebab would be a real shame to see them go because I think they're an excellent roster and I really want to see them at the higher levels of play. Then we went to this matchup and we were seeing a really good clash of the Titans on the OTP scene. O1 versus O2. O2 kind of a meme on O1, trying to play the OTP style. We saw two really good maps of Overwatch. And then I'm not sure what the rest of the series was really. I thought that O2 were mentally quite weak today. Didn't really look like they were setting up to go and try and win this series, and some of their behavior today wasn't eloquent at all. I was very disappointed in it, and I think that if we saw the O2 that we saw against Danish Club, they would be sitting in the grand finals right now, and I wholeheartedly believe that.
Yeah, we did talk about it last week where we said O2 with this very chaotic play style may have a ceiling that they're going to reach where they're not able to dictate the pace themselves. Is it going to be able to constantly push into what they're really wanting to do? You know, we saw some great things like their Junkrat play on Havana last week where they were able to just work as a team and push the enemies where they wanted them. O1, though, with their maneuverability, with their ability to just avoid the fights they didn't want to take, meant that they were able to just dictate the place themselves. And I think that's what made the difference here. And when you talk about the two maps that were great, they were very close. I assume you obviously mean this last one. That was the most structured play I've ever seen in Overwatch. In all seriousness, though, O2 has been a good team. They've come through this entire thing with a very strong showing. We talked about Danish Kebabs, a really very strong team, and O2 took that 3-0. That was an impressive opportunity for them to show exactly what they're here for. Not really coming through there in the winners bracket finals. They're going to be going down now, take on the winner. There's still a couple of low bracket games being played. Danish Kebabs taking on Skings Shartmanson. And on the other side, Granite Gaming versus One World. Those are your two lower bracket semifinals that's busy being played. They're going to fight it out. The winner of each of those to go to the and then the winner of that game is going to be taking on O1 Esports. Still lots of Overwatch going to be there. B-Stream going to be covering all that lower bracket action today. That's us for this upper bracket, though, guys. It's us for Stream A. Very interesting Overwatch at any stage. What was your favorite play of the game for the whole of today?
Isaac's Tuck Visor on Blizzard World. I think that was probably what kept them winning that map. I go Isaac's Tuck Visor because you don't really see Tuck Visor plays like that.
Certainly a lot of unique play coming out in today's Overwatch. I'm sure the Tac Visor getting a lot of value. And then pretty much just that whole map was great. For me, it was Abs' Farah. Gotta be. Being able to duel out Goku. Yeah, that was great. Goku is almost without a doubt the best Farah here in this open division, and still having to take that loss down to Abs for the one duel at least. Was something interesting to see. Guys, thank you so much. I've been Ultrism alongside Oceancast to bring you this chaotic action that brings a smile to my face at some stages. We'll see you tomorrow for the grand finals here on the A stream. Make sure you're jumping in. It's going to be at 12 o'clock CEST, just like the time we started today. I'm going to be taking that alongside Simbubble. And there's going to be some great action as we get to see who goes through to the Overwatch Contenders Trials. Thanks very much for joining us. Hope you enjoyed. We'll see you next time.
just barely
To my will. Translocating. I might need this later.
They give up their mortality field, and that was a huge win all around for Granite Gaming because not only did they win that fight,
Hey there.
they held on to it the entire time. There was a possibility for Team Dominus to flip it and at least get some fight percentage. Instead, they didn't. Now they're gonna have absolutely nothing to do.
Apagando las luces. I will get burned.
They have farmed the ultimates, they've got the lead here in percent as well, and I think this is going to be a really difficult fight for them to lose.
Well, they're gonna probably Ouch! Or maybe as a way to clean out the fight, but they also have their coalescence. They can just leave the entire right
Almost 100%.
This is a big misplay there by Tread. You cannot self-destruct into the Deadeye. That's like the worst thing you can do because you need that defensive matrix to be up so you can protect your team. Instead, they throw this self-destruct into the air. That Diva Bomb can get a lot of value, but they don't get a kill. They end up losing themselves because they get killed by the Deadeye immediately, and from there, the rest of the team is able to capitalize and take the point back.
Absolutely. Even having a baby Diva is better than having no Diva there, and there was just not an opportunity for them to shine as Tread was kissed goodbye as soon as they left that mech. A great utilization of a high noon there, and now we talked about the ultimates. You know, I talked about that was such a difficult fight for Granite Gaming to lose, and then they went and lost it. So it looks like they are going to have to fight to get things back online. Only 22% separates Dominance Gaming from a Ilios well win here, but Braven finds one, Crocs finds another, and already the main tank will be gone. The bomb coming out from Juzo, a desperate attempt, but no fall. We'll be able to find that baby Diva with the melee. The beat forced out from Strayboard here in order to keep the remaining players alive. Still not going to be enough. Granite Gaming comes back 99% online, and Braven picks up 2 with the Death Blossom available, takes them offline. The EMP comes through, insult to injury, and 1 by 1, Dominance Gaming will fall. Looks like they're going to be able to recontest for just a little while, but now we are in that 6v1, v1v1 scenario. The timer will tick away, and you know, Wex will touch for just a moment, but that moment will not be enough to crack that fight open once again. That will close Ilios well in a 100-88 fashion.
We're going to have a great matchup on our hands if every map is like this one, and I think we're now officially on the air. I think our audio is coming through, so thank you for joining us here this morning,
everybody.
Or this afternoon for this EMEA lower bracket semifinal. We're glad to have you here with us, but there is just, it was a momentum game. We talked about how it was so winnable for Granite Gaming. The thing is that even though they lost a fight they shouldn't have, they're able to regroup, they get their ultimates back, and having the Somber is so important for a recontest. It shuts down any recontest. I mean, you saw the Tracer come out. You just can't get any value. The minute you're hacked, it's over. They hacked the Rhine, you've got no shield.
Brought out a Doom, too.
Yeah, there was no way, really, unfortunately, for Team Dominus to get back into that round after all that they had lost, but this is going to be a map that I think actually works much better for the Brawl comp because it's an enclosed area, so there's a lot more natural protection for you. You have the Rhine shield, and really, if you take the point, you're going to have Granite Gaming doesn't have to run into you, and running into a Rhine hammer is never a fun thing.
Oh, absolutely. What is it, 85 damage a swing? I mean, it is going to be an absolute metric load of damage just being dealt time and time again. We talked about Ilios well. I think pretty common knowledge that is Reinhardt's worst point of Ilios coming through, so you definitely want to be keeping an eye on that, but sometimes the Reinhardt doesn't even matter, as Braven will be traded out for Wex straight away. A DPS down on both sides. It's going to be very difficult for these teams to engage, but finding that next kill is going to be the most important. In Granite Gaming, they will lose immediate point contact as Dominance Gaming comes through a little bit more aggressive. Wex swapping out of the Tracer, going to be triple double blinking out of Swan, probably trying to return to the fight as quickly as possible, but now they're going to be able to get in. And Granite Gaming, they're just going to have to farm damage as long as possible. They want to find these ultimates. They want to find this damage coming through, but unfortunately for them, that's going to be really difficult with that Reinhammer in the way. Immortality Field saves Streamer for just a moment. Crocs traded out instead. Yoham gone. The support line for Dominance Gaming has been removed, and it looks like the tanks will be not too far behind, and it looks like one by one Granite Gaming finds the eliminations they need. They will turn the point around with already 30% online for Dominance.
And I think this is actually the right comp for Team Dominance at what they're running here. The difference is that maybe not the McCree. Sure, you'll have a little bit more long-range poke, but you don't really want to poke anyway. You want the team to run into you, so something like a Reaper, especially to kind of outduel Braven, would be really helpful. There you saw that Wex had to swap because they had to get back quickly, and that was a lot of damage that they lost because Tracer going up against the comp on the other side is not going to be doing as much. Right. But they do get the Lucio.
Oh, wow. They get the Lucio there, and they're able to find it immediately, but EMP countered out by a Blizzard here, and it looks like we're not going to be able to see who comes out on top yet, but no, Death Blossom and Primal Rage will secure that for Granite Gaming there. They commit quite a few ultimates, 3 in total, just to win. Oh, 4 now. Yeah, 4 ultimates in total there just to win that fight. And now we talked about this being a momentum game. When you have all that momentum and then just kind of stab a hole in your own tire, that could really be a bit of an issue for Granite Gaming in this next fight. That bomb is going to have to be colossal.
And they also need their Lucio to stay alive. They need their Lucio to be able to counter a Shatter if it lands. If they're able to get the sound barrier off, and they're going to have that extra shield, and they'll be able to stabilize, stay alive through that fight. So it's really important this Lucio is well positioned and doesn't get stunned by the Shatter. I think that's the big win condition. And oh my god, he got hacked out of the Shatter!
Wow, best case scenario there for the side of Granite Gaming. They get risky. Hacking around out of a Shatter is a very small window to do so, but then we saw the bomb being committed from Tread, the one that I just said has to be absolutely huge, and he picks up 0. However, Disclosure will be able to clean up that slack a little bit, able to find Wex. Now the McCree is going to be down. The Maze has been hacked. Here comes a counter bomb from Juzo. Will not find even a single elimination there, but instead it will be Crocs the first to fall. SXJ on the May picks it up. Melon finds Braven not soon after. Fall finds Yoham, but the damage has been done. The window has been opened. It looks like one by one, Dominance Gaming will find the eliminations they need, turn the points back in their favor. The only issue now, they are deep into last fight territory.
Yeah, I think generally 85% on the point is when you might be able to go for a full recontest as a team, but here it's 88, so a little bit less, just not enough. And Fall almost has that EMP, and you can see they're already just looking to set up for it, and there is no sound barrier on the other side to counter it. And even if there was, I mean, they're right in the middle of it.
That high risk, high reward just opens up right in the middle of the team, finds a 5-man EMP, and immediately Wex is taken out. Poor Wex has not gotten to play this game for even a moment. Now it's going to be up to Crocs to find the eliminations necessary. Instead, going to be frozen out by SXJ. They're trying to go after the D.Va to confirm that kill. A risky move, but looks like one that may pay off as they jump right back in. They find the Ryan. The D.Va been taken out as well. SXJ trying to survive, but as a May with no cooldowns, that is simply impossible against 6 others just like that. 10 seconds on the clock, and looks like Ilios may already be over.
It might be. We already talked about how important the Sombra is to stop the recontest. Now Wex is on the Tracer. I think they are going to have to be the one that touches. They're going to make it right around the corner, and they do make it, but can the rest of the team get in there in time?
Okay, 1-for-1 DPS trade. The Sombra being taken offline is going to be colossal, but Donghoon does have that beat available. The bomb coming out from Juzo, and it looks like it's not going to find anything. The counter bomb from Tread might be able to pick up some action, but no, instead Juzo dives into the remake, taking a lot of damage in the process. SXJ will fall. Yoham not far behind. Now a 5v4 in favor of Granite Gaming, and that is the best case scenario for them. The Shatter immediately dismissed once again, and unfortunately for Dominance Gaming, Ilios comes to a very rapid close. Granite Gaming looking strong on Ilios Lighthouse.
Dominance, they really want to force this one comp, at least here on Control. We haven't seen a ton of adaptability from them just yet, and that might cost them in the long run. I mean, we know that Wex is a mad lad. We know that they are able to put out so much damage, but it's really hard to put out damage when you're being focused in basically every fight. It seems like that they was always the first target of Granite Gaming was to go for Wex. So I'm not sure if that was a plan, or maybe it was just they were out of position a little bit too much. McCree's not a very mobile hero, so it's very easy to focus them down once they use their role. So we'll have to see if they can adapt to that. But I was really impressed by Granite Gaming and their use of the Sombra. They're very good EMP usage. I think on average, it got at least 4 people. That last one got virtually the entire team. It also forced out the May ultimate so that the Blizzard was offline, which is really their big win condition if they wanted to hold on to that point there on Ilios Lighthouse. So a lot of really great play there from Granite Gaming to help them get up 1-0 in the series. Remember, this is win or go home. This is the lower bracket. So if you lose here, there's no chance to go through with the rest of OD.
Yeah, same wavelength as always, you and I. I was about to talk about the exact same thing. That Sombra making all the difference at the end of the day. I think we saw hack out of one Earth Shatter, immediately kill out of the other. Neither of the Earth Shatters even connecting with the ground there, which is, like I mentioned earlier, a very small window. So I think that Sombra just dismissing the McCree, dismissing the Reinhardt, making it so difficult for Dominance Gaming to find their footing, made that, I don't want to say effortless for Granite Gaming, but much, much easier.
There's also a few of their ultimates they canceled. I saw a sound barrier that was canceled at one point. I think it was the second to last fight. Team Dominance lost their sound barrier. They're in the middle of casting it, and one Lucios mistake that I've always seen. It doesn't matter what level of player you are. It's almost always that you'll hit your spacebar and jump up a little bit just before you hit the ground. It's just kind of instinctual. I'm not sure if that's what happened there. We didn't have their POV, but you can see there was a little bit of delay before they hit the ground, and because of that, they lost it in the middle of their cast. So unfortunately, Team Dominance struggling to get some of their ultimates out that could have changed the tide, but they're going to have to put that last map behind them and move on to our next one as we see that map selection screen once more. It's going to be Junkertown, or as we like to call it, Bunkertown, though I'm not sure how much double shield we're going to be seeing today.
As much as I would like to see Double Shield, I feel like we really haven't seen it in quite a while. And of course, no personal bias from the caster with the Junkertown background, but I am a pretty big fan of this map. I think it's a lot of fun. I think it calls for some unconventional comps occasionally, and we usually see Widowmakers here, which I can't play, but I love watching people that can. I love watching good Widow gameplay, so maybe if we're lucky, we might see that. But the way Granite Gaming brought out that Sombra comp earlier, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised to see that again here on Junkertown.
Adaptability is the name of the game. You see double snipers a lot. You said the Widowmaker. You also sometimes see the Hanzo play really far
Even
back, try to
Ashe.
get those nice silence. Yeah, Ashe is possible if you have that Mercy pocket. Fortunately, Ashe got nerfed a little while ago, so, her Dynamite not as good, which is why we probably haven't seen her as much. She'd be great right now in Overwatch, like, just to counter some of the ball comps. We haven't seen that much ball just yet, so we'll have to see how that plays out in a little bit. I mean, if we don't see the double shield, what do you think we could see? I mean, you've already seen Team Dominance run the Brawl comp. That could work, but I think they might have to swap out the Diva first and for just a little bit more protection.
I think Double Bubble works really well for everything that isn't first point of Junkertown. I think the Winston can really utilize the high grounds. I mean, even a more traditional dive, a Winston Diva, as much as I don't think that would work traditionally, I think Junkertown does lend itself a little bit to that ideology, because the Winston and the Diva both utilizing high ground, both taking advantage of being above the team, and second and third point are great for that. But of course, you have to break through first point to get to second and third, and I don't think Double Bubble or dive work super well, as there's not a lot of high ground to take advantage of, so you just kind of have to hold W and hope you don't die, in a sense.
I think the thing about escort maps that we don't talk about enough is that I feel like the first and second point are very similar in terms of like high ground and positioning and comps that you usually run. And the third point is almost just like a completely different animal. Like I'm thinking about like Route 66 and the first 2 points you can run dive a lot, and then immediately it's like you gotta go brawl, because it's just like a straight shot to the end of the map. But here we're gonna see two Reinhardts come out, or one Reinhardt come out actually on the side of Granite. On the other side, that double shield is coming out for the attackers, and I do think that makes sense just because you get early cart possession and then you really have to protect yourself as you move on to it. I don't think we're gonna be seeing the Genji.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that, because I was just about to talk about that. And anybody that's ever seen me broadcast anything ever knows that I'm not a fan of Genji without an Ana. I think it's just not smart. I think Blade is an incredibly difficult ultimate to work with when you don't have that nano assist. So I hope SXJ swaps off. My guess, they're expecting a counter Widow and they want to go for the deflect headshot of a lifetime here. But I wouldn't be the least bit surprised to see them swap off.
Oh, they're going to go for the close hold here. They're trying to be sneaky. They're going to run up right to the gate. They're going to put out that Mei wall and try to cut someone off. But, right now on the other side, they're wise to this. They know exactly what's coming. Team Dominance, they're not going to just run out right away. Now
The counter wall, that is going to be absolutely colossal. Immortality Field saves for just a moment, but not long enough. Crocs will fall early there, losing the main tank. That Havana hold not working out here on Junkertown. The Diva losing her mech immediately after. Accretion to death by Juzo. The McCree, looks like he's not going to be too far behind in the lineup here. Juzo picks up another kill, and Yoham finding the Lucio right after. Picks up both supports, and the cart, not even a minute into the fight, is already moving.
Granite Gaming probably isn't super happy about how that went down. They kind of got outplayed there. They got counter-pushed, as you said. They got counter-walled. But they did kill time off the clock, and they were able to hold it right at the beginning. So now this card is still in pretty good territory for you to defend. On the other side, though, those ultimates are starting to build up, especially that Symmetra wall from Wex. And Symmetra is a very interesting pick here, because you can just melt that Rhine shield, but you don't have as much long-range damage as you usually expect here on Junkertown.
Yeah, I think this Symmetra is really interesting. Again, I think she works for second and third point. I think she's a bit of a risk, but if you get that microwave fully charged, she's going to be great here. However, Raven is going to pick up that kill onto Wex once again, trading out for the Doomfist there. Flashbang into some phenomenal tracking from Raven, able to take that Lucio out, but you cannot out-damage an Amplification Matrix, my friend. Fall going to be returning on the Doomfist. They are just farming this Photon Barrier, trying to get it out of the way through the Amplification Matrix of Disclosure. Juzo does find the Lucio still, so even all those ultimates being commit from both sides, and it looks like Dominance Gaming still going to come out on top of this one.
And I don't know if you saw, but Melon actually charged himself off the map at the beginning of this fight very early on before the Photon Barrier was even used, and I was thinking, oh, that might be a misplay. I mean, you take out Crocs on the other side, but there's no protection for yourself. Then you got the Photon Barrier, you got that shield that goes pretty much across the entirety of the map. They're able to sustain because of the Amp Matrix. Very good plays there after the ride.
Oh.
A little bit of trolling, and there Crocs realizes they can't get out, decides to throw themselves to the wolves. That's actually pretty bad for Granite Gaming because this is going to be a lot of free cart progress. You really want to take high ground here if you're the defenders, and they're still stuck in spawn. When are they going to be able to take high ground?
Yeah.
It's going to take a while.
I don't know if you caught the counter charge onto Crocs there. Crocs was charging out of the fight, and Melon counter charged them and knocked them to the ground with enough time for the team to kill him up. Raven, very aggressive high noon, little to no follow-up. Unfortunately, they're too far away. They're not able to find anything off the back of it, and that's one ultimate down the drain that Granite Gaming might want back. That Earth Shatter looks like it could be another one, but the Blizzard into Gravitic Flux into beat all of them coming out from the side of Dominance Gaming. They are desperate to win this fight as quickly as possible, and they've used every ultimate they have to do so, except for that Shatter that we're going to see Johan fall. Amp Matrix once again online, already a second one charged up, and they don't even get to play the game before we see Dominance Gaming, or not Dominance Gaming, excuse me, before we see Granite Gaming already taken completely offline.
And I don't think there's any time to recontest this. That's 2 points very quickly for the attackers right now. Team Dominance on a roll. They still have ultimates to use here. They didn't use their entire ult bank. They did use quite a lot there to try to get past that second point, but they still have something in the bank, so they still have some fight in them. And I just don't think this Doomfist we've seen on the other side from Fall has been really getting it done. You're running into Sim turrets, you're running into a possible Sigma accretion. It's been very difficult really to actually get value off of the Doomfist pick.
Yeah, the Doomfist pick is again unusual, but this time it is coming out from the side of Granite Gaming. They get a couple of turrets, they might be able to find the Symmetra, but not going to find much after. Oh, not even going to find a health pack as Fall with the ult fire will take Fall offline. Or Fall will fall once again. Now the ping coming out from Melon there is going to be colossal, but you have to survive the bomb, which Melon is able to do. So the Lucio gone. This is a great opportunity for Dominance to push in, but Tread will trade out SXJ there. Another Gravitic Flux from Juzo, possibly a bit of a desperate one as they need to get through this opening, and finding the opposing Reinhardt will be the way to do so, but Melon a little bit over aggressive, not able to find the footing. Johan picks up one, Wex finds another, and the Mei, yeah, Fall most likely taken offline here. I'm a much bigger fan of the Mei pick than the Doomfist, but can't win a 1v6 even on Mei.
And Melon has been very aggressive with these charges. That's usually when you tell your Ryan to unbind shift, but the team is following up. They are sacrificing themselves, and they still have the Sigma shield. So honestly, it's not a bad play. They're winning fights off of it, and now they're just building shatters. I mean, this is like the third shatter in like 2 minutes now. So Melon has just, I don't know, chat. This might be an MTD time to just spam it in the chat, but we'll have to see how the rest of this map plays out.
Yeah, the MTD is certainly shown its face a little bit here on Junkertown. Now the question is, will it remain on what is considered a very difficult fight to turn? You've got to get a win early on, and okay, sometimes it won't even be an MTD if this Reinhardt is just immediately ripped to shreds. 2 already taken down, make it 4. Okay, we talked about an MTD, have we talked about just a TD? Possibly a team diff there in that fight, as Dominance Gaming, they come through strong, they use the Blizzard, they've got 2 ultimates for this next fight, almost another Gravitic Flux. And, I mean, they've got almost 3 minutes on the clock. Nobody touches. Fall is ripped to shreds in 3 minutes available. That is one of the higher time banks I've seen on Junkertown in a while.
It is indeed, and you saw Fall was so close to being able to touch. Maybe Granite's able to get back in there for just a little bit and recontest. That was a fight they probably weren't going to win. There was a Gravitic Flux on the way from Juzo, so my guess is that they just, use it on the point, get everyone up, and then be a bit of a Flux 9. No one from Granite will be able to touch it, but in that case, just no one is able to touch at all. Touch and go there a little bit, and unfortunately not able to contest at all at the very end. It was just a really strong comp that came out from the gate, and they knew exactly how to play this map. It was their pick, so it's not very surprising. And I said at the very beginning, I think Sigma Rhine can work here, because it lets you get a little bit more long range, and you still have double shield, but you also have some similar abilities to D.Va. Specifically, you have the kinetic grasp, so you can still eat damage up. There you saw it come out, and it worked out very, very well.
Yeah, the Sigma, I really think made a very big difference. Juzo there, every ultimate was massive, every accretion was even bigger, so just a lot of very solid Sigma gameplay. Now they're going to be choosing to swap onto the D.Va for the defensive side here. My only guess is to try and eat some fire strikes, maybe some flashbangs, just make sure the team is taking as little damage as possible. I'm not a huge fan of the pick personally, just because of how good I think Juzo's Sigma is, but this D.Va does certainly work in a traditional comp.
And I think that Fall might be able to have a better time now on the Doomfist. There is still a Mei and Symmetric Turrets that you'll have to deal with, but there isn't the Sigma accretion you have to worry about. You only have to worry about maybe like getting booped around by the D.Va boosters, so this Doomfist pick could be a little bit more beneficial this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. And coming in from the back line there, okay, talk about beneficial. Yoham taken offline. Fall will be traded out, but DPS for a support, I mean, that is obviously going to be in favor of the team that loses their damage. Dealer Straybor almost taken offline as well, dropping to 31 health for a moment. Melon is gone. Juzo losing that mech, and it looks like this Lucio might not be too far behind. Taken out. Braven will pick up SXJ. Wex taken off by Crocs as well, and the cart is on the move just as quickly as it was last round.
Yeah, 30 seconds off the clock, so very similar time killed off by the defenders, but it's not going to be enough. Wait, oh, well, there's a little bit of a Ryan showdown there. I think the biggest difference there was that you saw that Team Dominus, they were trying to play kind of more of a Dorado hold than a Rialto, or not Rialto, a Havana hold, where you play in the room and you're still pushing the cart, but it's still not going to be enough. Yeah,
right. It's absolutely not going to be enough. We've got to talk about, oh, Crocs just whiffing that Earth Shatter. To be fair, Melon does immediately after, so it's not a huge deal. SXJ taken out by Braven. Crocs picking up Melon, so a 2-for-1 trade for the time being, but it looks like Juzo will not be too far behind. Granite Gaming finding a 4K, about to be 5 as this Lucio is not careful, and it looks like Straybor will make it out for just a moment, but possibly not much longer. What a shot from Braven. Sends that Lucio back to spawn. 5 minutes on the clock, and Granite Gaming have not slowed down for a moment since those spawn doors opened.
We might go to extra rounds of 3 minutes on the clock for both these teams at this rate. I really think for Team Dominus, they need to go back to the Sigma. We talked about how good it was for Juzo. We talked about how much more it can offer to shut down the Doomfist on the other side, but they're going to be keeping the D.Va. They do have the self-destruct almost on line, so maybe they don't get yet, and they're just going to teleport straight to the point.
Yeah, Juzo just going ahead of the team, boostering straight out of the point, has the bomb available. Getting a massive bomb on this point in particular, very difficult just due to the fact there are so many places to hide. Now, we see Fall on the Doom going around the side, only able to catch Melon, and will be traded out instead. Melon doesn't even go down, doesn't even get close, but here comes an eat from Tread out of the bomb, able to pick up a couple of kills there, but Crocs, that's the Earth Shatter we've been looking for. Into a massive bomb from Tread off the back. So we talked about this on Ilios, we're going to talk about it again. They just used every ultimate that was available at the start of the fight. They farmed the High Noon. They have the Meteor Strike as well. Both those ultimates not exactly notorious for the amount of kills they net. So this is going to be interesting as Granite Gaming, they don't have anything super consistent in their back pocket anymore.
And both teams use 4 ultimates there, so both of them use their ult bank, but both teams will have 2 ultimates going to this, and that's going to be the first one. Both DPS ultimates actually going to come out very quickly at the get-go, and they get the D-Mech. That is huge.
That was so personal. The High Noon into Meteor Strike just to kill a baby D.Va. Now that's going to be a colossal Earth Shatter there. It looks like it's going to be able to open up a little bit of space. They are going to be able to find Yoham off the back of him. Now that was Melon's Shatter that just came out, so unfortunately they are not going to be able to capitalize off the back of it from the side of Dominance. Instead, Granite Gaming have capitalized off the back. They get a couple stunned out. They find some value off the back, and now they've got a slightly smaller time bank than we saw last round, but still close enough for this to almost guaranteed go into extra rounds.
Disclosure almost has the implication matrix, so depending on where they use it, they could actually win the next fight and then basically roll on into the final part of the map. You really want to use it right where this Doomfist is, right around the bend, to try to create some space and maybe get some kills. I think that was worth to use both DPS ultimates just to zone out Juzo. I mean, yeah, sure, you want to get a little bit more, you know, kills out of that, but if you can secure 1 kill in a fight like that, you can turn the tide. There they did. They secured the 2nd point, and now they're moving on to the 3rd one, but they got to make sure that Crocs isn't taken out there.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Now, of course, on the Doomfist, you have to get up close and personal to use the kit. That's what Doomfist is all about. So we're going to have to see Will Fall overcommit. No, instead, caught out by Juzo. Has to try and get out 2 health. Looks like, oh, what a defense matrix, but it's not going to be enough. Fall will be flashbanged and taken offline there. So that's going to be an immediate DPS difference coming through. Dominance Gaming, they've got the value, but a High Noon from Braven zones just far enough around the corner for Granite Gaming to find their footing on cart once again. They still choose to peel back. They know they don't have that Doomfist or that damage available, but I'm starting to get worried. Melon getting a little bit up close and personal. Doesn't have that Sigma to back him up this time. That patience now coming out from the side of Dominance. They're trying to get high value if they can, but it's going to be weird to see what they do off the back, rotating up and underneath the bottom here. No ultimates used. Once again, it's a lot of back and forth. These teams just rotating around the kind of tire in the sky. We see the high noon from Wex. Oh, stunned out of it straight away. A blizzard from SXJ, desperate to keep the team alive. The bomb from Juzo does not find a darn thing, nor does the meteor strike from Fall. So now 3 ultimates down the drain. Not a single kill off the back of them, but instead a 2-for-2 trade. The McCree down on both sides. It looks like Yoham gone. Disclosure not far behind. Fall taken out, and this bomb has to be huge. Instead finds 0. Looks like Dominance Gaming has finally found their footing. They're going to be able to stall the cart long enough to make sure they have an extra time bank going into extra rounds. Unless they're able to hold for the next 3 minutes, and extra rounds will be nowhere in sight.
And they did a really good job just, sitting on the Ant Matrix. It didn't get value, and you saw that Granite Gaming tried to rotate all the way around. They basically swapped sides, but they still held on the cart. They did not give up that positioning at all. They had to commit both their GPS ultimates, but like you said, they got a solid footing, which they haven't really had all map. And now, no matter what, even if Granite Gaming does finish this map, Team Dominance will have a better time by going into extra rounds.
Yeah, that's if we even go into extra rounds. Dominance may have found their footing here in a little bit of the 11th hour, just trying to find some value off the back. And the double fan from Braven and won't find the kill, but the triple certainly will. Melon taken offline. The beat forced out from Straybor will not save that main tank. Unfortunately, Braven picks up Straybor now. So this is a good opportunity for Granite Gaming to get a little bit closer. They've got to win a couple more fights. They didn't find a team kill, so they didn't get that full reset. They've got an Earth Shatter, a High Noon, and an Ant Matrix to hide from. Not even close to an ultimate on the side of Granite Gaming quite yet.
Yeah, they might be able to build up a May Blizzard in the time being, maybe if they get a little bit of spam damage in, but they're all stuck in that corridor because they're just trying to avoid the Ant Matrix, so there's been a lot of time wasted, and Shatter's in a hit!
The Flash Shatter combo, I'm a massive fan of it. Immediately Immortality Field comes out, it's not going to be able to save everybody as Tire or Tread will lose that mech early on. Juzo picks up the kill out of Disclosure. They lose their own mech, but at this point it hardly matters. A mech for a 4K. That's definitely a trade anybody will take any day of the week. Disclosure Donghoon trying to make it out of the fight will be able to do so. Juzo getting healed all the way back up. Only 73 seconds left on the clock. Things were looking great for Granite Gaming, but they're really going to have to win this next fight.
I thought that May wall was going to cut off the Shatter. It was so well timed, just a second too late. And from there, the fight was cleaned up. There aren't as many ultimates right now for Team Dominance to hold on to this, but they do have their ability, so it's really going to be a battle if we can get the better Blizzard here.
Yeah.
Neither team has Sound Barrier, so that's the biggest thing. There's really no way to sustain through it, so you got to make sure that your D.Va is able to eat it with their defense matrix.
Yeah, I mean, here would be Colossal. We saw one earlier happen from Tread. They ate the Blizzard from SXJ, but instead Braven will find SXJ. Speaking of the devil, and they shall appear. A Blizzard does get a little bit of a freeze, but little to no follow-up. Now Crocs finds a kill out of the Baptiste, traded offline. Wex taken out by Tread, so a 2-for-2 now. A pretty aggressive bomb if they find the ammo field, but no kills net off the back of it. Braven spamming that damage into the shield, trying to make sure the Ryan is dismissed. And the Ant Matrix certainly going to help. SXJ on the Doom now doesn't get to do a darn thing to beat from Straybor to keep the team alive. Braven has nowhere to hide, no roll online, and the flashbang will get a little bit of damage, but not quite enough. Melon picks up only Tread with that Earth Shatter, choosing to let Braven live a little bit longer. The High Noon now available. Gonna come down to this overtime, this garbage time, if you will. Melon picks up Tread, the D.Va offline. Braven will not be able to find the High Noon, unfortunately, as SXJ confirms that kill. Disclosure finds one, but 1-for-2 trade in favor of Dominance Gaming. They tie things up quick here, winning Junkertown, tying the series up 1-1.
We were talking about whether or not they could be adaptable, and although it was really just minor changes to their standard composition, it got the job done. Both teams looked very dominant on attack through first and second point, but the difference is that Team Dom was able to set up on that third and final point, or able to get a solid footing early on, and from there they just never let it go.
Right.
And there's Melon just being aggro as heck there. I was going to say, I said maybe a main tank difference earlier, and I'm going to walk it back a little bit because I think Crocs just has a very different play style. They're a little bit more safe, a little bit more team-oriented. Melon's just like, all right, I'm going in. Have fun, team. Best of luck. So if you're able to follow up on Melon's aggression, that's where you kind of see the difference is that, like they're doing a little bit more. Crocs is still doing a very good job. They're just playing a very different, a little bit slower tempo, I would say. But the slower tempo was not enough to get them that second map and get on match point. It's all tied up going into map 3, and I said this earlier on Ilios. I really think this has potential to go the full distance. These two teams are playing neck and neck. Even there, right there on Junkertown, it was still 3-2. It was very close.
3-2, and the cart was what? Only a couple of meters away from making it 3-3. Now, I do want to jump back to a point you made just a moment ago. We're looking at a tale of two Reinhardts here. We're looking at Crocs, who is the ideology of, I will protect my team, I will save my team. And then we're looking at Melon in the ideology of, my team will save me, my team will protect me, I'm just going to keep swinging my giant hammer. And I think that really did make the difference there. Melon found the kills on the offense, especially for Dominance Gaming. There was that MTD, but we really did see it turn around in favor of Crocs a little bit in the second half until that third and final point, the third point of escort maps, notoriously the most difficult to win. So now it's going to be interesting to see moving into map 3. I think you've hit the nail right on the head. This has the potential to be a very, very close series.
Yeah, and I think you can play a bit more aggro, especially when you have the Sigma, because you still have a shield to protect your team. D.Va, I mean, you do have the defense matrix, but it's just not enough to absorb as much damage as you want. But I don't think we're going to be seeing Reinhardt anytime soon based on the next map we're going to be going to. So let's see that map select screen. It's going to be Numbani, which I think is one of the best maps in the game for Winston. Maybe Wrecking Ball, now that Wrecking Ball has been meta for a bit longer. But regardless, I don't think we're going to see Ryan until maybe point 3.
Yeah, no, I would love to see the Wrecking Ball, especially because we haven't seen it yet. I think that's a lot of fun. I think Wrecking Ball's a really interesting choice. We could possibly see like the Winston Ball kind of value coming through. Maybe, I saw somebody play Ball Zarya in comp yesterday, and I'll be honest, my team lost, and we weren't the ones doing it. We lost to a Ball Zarya comp, so I don't know if that was just I don't know if that was just us being bad, or maybe they were busting out some comp that I've never seen before. But either way, I would love to see the Wrecking Ball. I think that would be a lot of fun. I think that Wrecking Ball has a great opportunity on first and third point. Second point, if you're kind of doing that, no pun intended, that steamroll kind of coming through, getting hyper aggressive. But realistically, double shield works again here on the offense and the defense, depending on the tempo you want to bring to the table.
You're able to pull into an accretion. It's just a great way to shut down any Wrecking Ball trying to get into your backline. Tracer, Echo, any of those more flank-based heroes can shut them down immediately. And we've seen that a little bit in pro play, where there are bans that, well, they do not have the Sigma online. They're still using the pull with Orisa to shut down Wrecking Ball. So there is a real possibility. You could also use a Brigida just to get that extra shield bash. McCree, just go for the full CC comp. You know, just get all the stuns in the game, because why not? But we're not exactly sure what these teams will run. What we do know is that they will be getting into the game very quickly. They have the option to take a bit of a halftime break, but both these teams feeling good about themselves going into the third map, wanted to get right into the action as soon as possible, which I find very interesting, because sometimes you have that halftime to, you know, kind of regroup, re-strategize, talk a little bit more. But going into 1-1, I don't think either team wants to lose their edge or their momentum, because you can get cold only like with 5 minutes. You know, you can just get a little bit, you know, a little bit out of the zone, just even with that short amount of time. So I think you can see that both teams are here to play.
Yeah, especially the characters, the people playing McCree right now. Like I talked about earlier, McCree's a very mechanics-based character. If you're not hitting your shots, you're getting absolutely zero value, and just a couple of minutes is enough to make you shaky, enough to make you cold, kind of in the sense of playing that DPS slot. I'd love to see the no halftime kind of deal here. I agree that going into this 1-1, you know, you're not like, oh no, we need to change everything, let's take a couple of minutes and talk about it, because clearly both these teams have found their footing at least once. Moving into Numbani is going to be interesting, because you have to crack the control point, of course, and then after that, you need to escort it through the map. I would say these teams were very neck and neck in terms of the escort kind of play style. Now, the control point's where it's going to be interesting. We haven't seen the 2CP yet, so this is going to be kind of a first a little bit in terms of which one of these teams can come out the gate a little stronger in the control style of gameplay.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a whole different ballgame when you have to take over a point first. I think that's kind of a defender's advantage almost, because you can give up a few tickets to win the fight and then still be able to, you know, have a much better, you know, win condition when you get to attack. Feel you need to get like 2/3 of a point. Much easier to win the map than, you know, when it's a payload. It's usually going to get a little bit farther down the line, but we'll have to see how these defenders come out. They have not swapped sides yet at all. It's been team dominance on the right and Granite Gaming on the left the entire time. So Granite Gaming feels pretty comfortable, I'm assuming, staying on that side. And I like to be a defender personally. I think that you can kind of set your own win condition. You can set the tone going into your attacking round, but it's only if you're able to win those fights out early. Really, this first point is so much more important on Hybrid than it is on an escort map, just like for those exact reasons we were just talking about, the control point. Like, if there's no cart progress given at all, then it can be very easy for you just to take that map. And considering how quick or how even this series has been so far, getting a full hold on defense could really set you up to take the rest of the series home.
Oh, no doubt. Undoubtedly so. And I'm getting a little bit worried here for team dominance in terms of the fact that I feel the further into this series, the more they're showing their hand. they're looking a little bit kind of like a one-trick pony here. I think we're seeing the same comp over and over, other than a couple of swaps. We've seen Juzo on the Sigma once. We've seen Wex and SXJ swap in kind of times of dire need. But all in all, this is the third map in a row they've brought this comp to the table. And the further we get in, the more and more predictable that becomes.
And I think that Granite Gaming was expecting to see a Wrecking Ball comp based on what they're running, and they're not going to get that at all. I think this is actually going to be good. Like you said, they are showing their hand. They are showing that they're kind of running the same comp over and over again, but they can just run over the Orisa.
Right.
There's really nothing right now that can be done by Granite Gaming unless they just hold the high ground and hope they can poke out.
Yeah, and luckily enough for Dominance, there is not going to be a Lucio, so we're not going to see a quintuple boop or anything happening to Dominance. But Granite Gaming, they've got the opposing high ground. We're in that scenario again. They've almost traded places. We've got the defending side above the point. And oh, excuse me, no, Dominance, they're going to go right back into the swing of things. They are not going to rotate around to the high ground. A massive dynamite from Braven still won't be enough to save Fall to May. Already offline, and now that Orisa, 4 legs are still not going to be enough to get you out of that fight. Disclosure will be the next to fall. Wex with the double kill. Tread trying to stay alive, gets the Mega, but a D.Va, even with her mech, can only do so much. That's 1 tick already. D.Va losing that mech, immediately going to be taken offline. The second tick, not going to be too far behind. The flashbang blocked, but the hammer is not. There's the second tick, and the third already going to come to fruition here. That is a quick cap for Dominance.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. There's nothing you can do against this round comp if you're playing Orisa. You just kind of stand there, and unfortunately, you're just going to be taking the brunt of that aggression coming out from Team Dominance. There was an opportunity maybe for them to rotate to the other high ground, which is what you want to do. You see that a lot in Volskaya, where you got a Symmetra and you just kind of teleport back and forth. No Symmetra in their comp, no way to move around based on the rotation that Team Dominance had. There was no way for them to win that fight. Their best chance was just to drop to the point and hold on to it there. They don't do that. Team Dominance has a very good time bait going into this, and they already have a few ultimates built up.
Yeah, the ultimates have been built. I was just about to talk about this. Winston D.Va is a very bold choice, because if that Winston dives in and gets flashbanged, he will not live to tell the tale. And then before I could even say it, Crocs was flashbanged and taken offline. Braven going to be traded out as well by Straybor there. So it's a 4v6 right now in favor of Dominance, and their name truly coming to fruition, looking incredibly dominant on Numbani so far. A kill onto Fall, so currently in a technical 3v6, but a 4v6 as the respawns have come through for the Winston. I'm really curious to see what the engagement plan is, because the moment Crocs dives in, probably going to die before he even hits the ground.
It's gonna be a hack. I mean, this is the exact same comp they ran on Ilios, and that was in Ilios they took 2-0, so they're trying to refine some of that magic, but it's much harder as a Sombra to play this because you can't set up.
Yep. There's just no opportunity for a rotation, and speaking of no setup, Fall doesn't even get to pretend to set up, because they are immediately high-nooned out by Wex there, so a double kill cracks the point open. 5.5 minutes on Numbani. That's not that crazy. I feel like we see this a lot, but this to me is where Numbani really sits, because I have seen teams get stalled up to 7 minutes on this third point before, so we're going to have to see. Granite Gaming, it is their time to shine.
The thing is that there's just so many ultimates that have been built up by Team Dominance. They do use 3 in the last fight, but they use 3.
Oh, man.
They still have 3 now, so they could just roll through this and have this amazing time bank.
Yeah. I mean, okay, the EMP finds Melon, but all that does is call out the beat. Going to be a full 6-man beat, and the Blizzard gets them around the initial corner. They use the Blizzard a little bit sparingly, but if it gets them around that first corner, it might be able to get them into the second. Now, that's going to be the first elimination in a long time happening to Dominance there. It's going to be the Reinhardt. Melon getting a little bit over-aggressive. The D.Va losing her mech as well, so a 4 versus, oh, never mind here, as Crocs and Fall are going to be able to pick up 2 kills, turning it into a technical 4v4. Disclosure almost has that Coalescence online, but you've got to live long enough to use it. Braven unfortunately can't survive until it shows up. It's going to be all about this D.Va. Tread doesn't even have the bomb, just trying to get out of the fight here. The Coalescence does not do enough. Wex high noons that Moira back into the spawn room. The Lucio might not be far behind, as Donghoon's beat is just ripped to absolute shreds.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be stall potential. Maybe if Prox is able to find something, they can hold this out. But as you see, the Primal not going to be enough.
No way.
Final tick comes through. Capture is complete. And that was just a great comp that came out at the beginning. And I said this is really important for the defenders. You know, get a good early point hold. Even if you give up that first point, at least there's less time on the clock for the attackers. It was the exact opposite. It was all attack all the time. Team Dominance showing their namesake there. And even though they lost their main tank at the very beginning, they were able to sustain through the AM Matrix. You saw that Juzo was able to get their mech back, which was huge. The Coalescence comes on just a little bit too late, couldn't save the Reaper. Then the Sound Barrier comes out also a little bit too late, couldn't save Disclosure there. So just a series of unfortunate events, a few Qs, a few seconds too late that could not save the defenders there. Granite Gaming could not hold on to that point any bit longer, and They tried to run the same comp they ran on Ilios. It did not work this time around. You just saw that Fall was not finding the same success on Sombra, and it was what I said before. They just could not set up. They weren't able to really go into Cloak and run around. They couldn't really find any high ground where they could hack from.
Right.
It was just, they just couldn't do anything on the Sombra. And then the one hack they did get, it did force out Sound Barrier. It actually forced out the Blizzard, which I thought was a big misplay. I thought that might cost Team Dominance. I was like, S&J, what are you doing there? But it didn't even matter. It still was just too much to overcome there from Team Granite, and now they're going to have to try to match this time bank.
And matching the time bank on Junkertown was, I don't want to say it was easier, but it was more realistic, I think. Numbani is a very all-or-nothing map where there's a good chance we see them get full held here. If they don't get full held, they probably take it to that third and final point, but even doing that with 4 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock, I talk about this all the time, finishing a map with more time than you started is absolutely absurd. It is very impressive, and it is a great omen if you are a fan of Dominance here, but Granite Gaming, they know the size of the shoes they have to fill, and now they just have to find the energy to fill them. A great boop onto the low ground, a 3-3 split. Disclosure already picking up Wex, and that may be the perfect way to crack this fight wide open. Straybor will be the next to fall, and Croc's going to be swinging that hammer, 85 damage a swing. SXJ picks up Fall off the back of 5v4 in favor of Granite Gaming, but Team Dominance not able to find their values yet. They're going to have to tuck tail and get out. They've given up 1 tick already. They may have to give up 2. They may as well go and give up 3 at this point. I'm not sure they're going to be able to recontest before that 3rd tick comes through, but no, instead it will be SXJ onto the point. A 4v3 on the point now. A wall coming up, separating Braven a little bit from the engagement. Oh, however, the flash into double fan there. Wex will come out victorious, and it looks like somehow Dominance, showing great patience, will be able to win this fight.
And it was a very interesting approach. They actually went for a split push, so they threw their tanks behind, and they had their Mei run onto the point. I think the reason for that is Mei has her ice block, so she can just kind of chill out for a little bit, heal back up while the rest of the team comes back in. Very well executed. They give up 2 ticks, like you said, but that's okay because you've already gotten the full map with a lot of time, so you can play this a bit safer. You can give up this first point even if you need to, and then win the next fight. Instead, they do take it back, and their ult bank is looking better despite the fact that they kind of lost the beginning of that fight.
Yeah, now that M-Matrix might make it look even better as we see just the entirety of Granite Gaming walled in a quadruple Earth Shatter comes through. Melon does get stunned out of finding the kills, but they picked up Crocs, and realistically, that's all they need. Braven gonna follow Crocs right back to that spawn room. Straybor has fallen, but a 3-for-1 trade with the fastest player in the game coming through is just going to be absolute best case scenario here for Dominance. And I mean, I said it once already, I'll say it again. They truly are looking dominant here. The last map, Junkertown and Numbani, really just looking great for them.
And Wex has finally gotten the room to kind of fly, you know, spread their wings. Wex has not been focused nearly as much as they did before. I was going to say, I thought Braven was doing a great job at finding the 1v1s and, you know, at least going 50-50, but Wex now has gotten kind of all the freedom they need to move around on this McCree, but, oh, they lose their Mei early on.
Oh, and losing a Mei could be crucial for the team comp, but if this bomb finds even 1 kill, it could tie things up instead. Only able to find that immortality field. Melon does pick up Disclosure, but is traded out by Braven immediately after. Now, this is what I often refer to as a little bit of the Overwatch factor, waiting until that last possible fight to remember how to play the game and turn things around. Now, 90 seconds isn't exactly last fight, but it's close enough considering how bad things were looking for Granite Gaming there. They find that first point. They're going to have to find a couple more to push Numbani into overtime. This is going to be interesting. I'm curious to see if they're able to keep this momentum up with 3 ultimates online.
It looks like they might have a better time bank going at winning that first point than being able to just have a little bit more time. But now their time bank is going to be worse no matter what than what was set by Team Dominance already. So they really, you cannot lose. You can lose like maybe 1 fight along the way if you want to have a respectable time. But if you lose more than that, it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be super difficult indeed. I mean, this is going to be a struggling moment here, and I want to see the Blizzard being eaten there by Tread once again. The second time we've seen that, the first on Numbani. Crocs, not sure what that left shift was. A little bit of tactical crouching coming out from Melon there, but now this just looks like another very aggressive fight coming through in favor of Dominance. 3 minutes left, so a lot of time, but you commit Shatter and High Noon to that fight, you're really going to have to turn this one around. This is going to be difficult.
That's one of the worst places you can lose a fight, unfortunately, because of where the archway is. This is a very defender-sided area, and the High Noon from Wex is now just going to push them back, so they're killing time off the clock. They've got great positioning, and even if they lose this fight here, the attackers aren't anywhere near the cart.
Yeah, the attackers are nowhere near the cart, so even if you lose the fight, you've got to run the additional 10 seconds to get to the cart, then you've got to get it moving, you've got to put 3 on, just in an attempt to find any more leverage here. They're going to struggle to get around the first corner. This is somewhere we've seen teams get stalled time and time again, and the triple Earth Shatter is certainly going to help. Braven will find the flashbang with no value off the back. Juzo finally taken offline. They're killed by Donghoon, I believe, off the map. Going to be booped away. Braven picking up a triple kill. Going to be the one to single-handedly crack this fight wide open. Crocs does find Straybor, and now the cart is finally moving once again for Granite Gaming.
They killed like 2 minutes off the clock, 1 minute and 52, I think. So they've taken a lot of time away. And the one fight, I said they could lose one fight. So they've already lost their one fight. And then even though they win that, they lose so much time. So it's looking very dire for them going into this third point. And their ult bank isn't as healthy right now as Team Dominance is. You do have the May ult. That's probably your fight win here, because we've seen these high noons have not gotten nearly as much value as the teams want. It's usually only getting a pick or two, if that at all. So there's the high noon, and it's really just going to be more for zoning.
Yeah, absolutely. High Noon is an ultimate kind of notorious for zoning. Now, the counter High Noon from Wex, still not going to be able to find a darn tootin' thing. They're the Blizzard from SXJ. However, I'm a much bigger fan of this one than the last one, considering the last one may have gotten eaten by Trent there in that last fight. But it looks like they are going to just barely be able to turn things around here. SXJ picks a headshot as soon as Wex finds one onto Tread as well. Crocs picks up Juzo, but you're going to have to find a lot more than that to win this fight. 0.14 meters away. The double stun coming out, and still nobody's going to fall quite yet. Crocs, however, can only run so far, being frozen out by a May like that. Juzo with the first wrecking ball we have seen today on stream, and I'm very excited to see what is brought to the table. Melon picking up Dong as well. This is going to be fascinating. This is going to be a little bit of a now or never moment for Granite. If they don't turn this one around, they're probably going to have to kiss Numbani goodbye.
And I'm not exactly sure what it was that canceled Croc's shatter there, but I think it was the May freeze, as you were talking about that. I didn't think it was a McCree flashbang, but regardless, that's another Ryan ultimate, another Earth Shadow that was canceled.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of... We've seen quite a few ultimates canceled just in this series as a whole, but Crocs picking up Juzo early is going to be fantastic. The off-tank is gone. You can get a little bit more aggressive knowing that damage isn't around, but you've got to watch out for the Rhine. You think he's got that Shatter online. We're going to have to keep an eye out at another high noon coming out from Braven there. Won't find much, but it does just enough. The space has been made, and Melon drops that Shatter directly into Crocs' shield, not able to find even a single stun there. Now 91 seconds left on the clock. If Granite Gaming can cap this third point, they can push into extra rounds, but my goodness, that is going to be tough.
And it's really difficult because your attack respawn is so far away from this third and final point. You need to finish with any amount of time to have any chance of even like contesting extra rounds, because otherwise you're just going to be playing for a draw at that point. And seeing how big the time bank is on the other side, it's going to be very difficult to get a draw in that scenario.
Yeah, getting a draw with this scenario is going to be mighty tough in general. I mean, like we said, they have to find this point first. They have to get through and find the value off the back of it, but Fall will be able to find Melon, so that's going to be a great start. But they lose their Lucio here. Okay, it looks like he's not going to be falling offline quite yet. Instead, SXJ going to be the next to fall. A 4v6 here in favor of Granite. However, Dominance obviously has a colossal spawn advantage.
You have to win this fight cleanly.
Oh, absolutely.
You cannot let them like stall out and just like stagger themselves, which is exactly what they're gonna do. So you got to find the kill on the Rhine really quickly here. That's the first target.
Yeah, the first target comes through. The immortality field's on both sides gone, but Yoham will be the first to fall. The Blizzard from SXJ is going to be perfect. They're able to find Wex as well, but it looks like it's not going to be able to keep things alive as they did lose Wex in the process. Now, Juzo on the Wrecking Ball, such a weird choice this late in the game, but trying to find even just a little bit of a stall, a little bit of damage, maybe even an elimination could be huge here. But now 4 eliminations, make it possibly 5. Wex goes for the recontest, doesn't even get to touch the ground. 3 seconds left. 3.6, I believe, coming through, and they've guaranteed extra rounds. Now, the only issue, there is a 4-minute difference between these time banks. I don't want to count Granite Gaming out, but this is going to be a Herculean task, to say the least.
I was wondering when you'd bring that.
I brought it out, man.
No,
I gotta say it. I gotta say it.
It's definitely difficult. I mean, the time bank, as you said, 4 minutes, that's a enormous amount of time that is going to be given to Team Dominance, and they get an extra minute because there was a cap. It was under a minute.
Right.
I think it's still winnable, though. I mean, they were very decisive and quick on the first point. The problem for Team Granite was that they didn't really know how to deal with the recontest when it finally came in. If they're able to kind of... I think they got split. I think that was the thing, was that they were committed to the May, and they didn't realize there was a Rhine coming at them from behind. So this time, if they commit to just one area, like as a full team, you can kind of ignore the people trying to flank behind you, get that May kill, or maybe just ignore the May and go for the Rhine. either way, it doesn't really matter. As long as you secure that first kill, then the recontest won't matter. You have like 2 fights at best here. If you
right.
And then that final fight might be staggered out. You might have to go into like a 4v6, 5v6, depending on when the rest of your teammates die. So it's very important for them to get the first kill here. They had a great setup last time where they got the boop. But I think Team Dominus is going to be looking for that this time. They are not going to be out and about in the open like they were. They are not going to let themselves get knocked off the high ground.
Yeah, I also don't think we're going to see a repeat of the Orisa incident, which I think really cost Granite a lot of their... Yeah, I think they're not going to be bringing the Orisa to the table, which is going to be great on their defense, but they've got to break through this first point here. This is going to be difficult. They've got a full-blown mirror matchup coming through, so it's all about the essential 1v1s. Who is playing these heroes better on both sides?
And I think, you know, they're kind of getting forced with the mirror matchup by Team Dominance, who just run this comp consistently throughout the entire match.
Which is going to be a leg up for Dominance. They're the ones more comfortable. They forced Granite to respond. Now almost a full tick comes through, but unfortunately not going to be able to hit that 33% quite yet. This is going to be a 6v1 on point in favor of Dominance coming through. Melon will be able to find a little bit of damage, but taking a lot in the process, forcing out an Immortality field. Yoham, Immortality gone. Melon not far behind, traded out for Braven. Disclosure's Immo field off the table as well. Crocs just swinging in the back line, trades out for Wex there. We just got full-blown trades across the board. However, it looks like Granite maybe the ones on the wrong side, and this fight has taken so long that the timer has hit 0 here. Straightforward and Juzo may single-handedly know, with the help of SXJ's Blizzard, this is going to be a complete and total hold on this first point. Not even a tick to be found.
Some might say the fullest of holds. There was, like you said, they almost got that first, and then they would have had a win condition. They could have actually won this map, but now all they can do is draw, despite having a little bit of timing during that round. The problem is that they just took so long to get to the point. They tried Tiger and they're like, no, we don't want to take this fight. I don't think you even go for that fight. The rotation they had last time where they just forced point, I thought that was the right play. I think they also knew they couldn't get the boop, so maybe that's why they tried forcing high ground at first. But why even fight up there? Just play it for point possession. Maybe you lose the fight, but maybe you get that full first tick like they almost did. But they just took too long to even set up for that, so there was no chance they would be able to get a full fight. There was not even a second fight at all there because it took them like 30 seconds to rotate, and unfortunately for them, they might be looking at match point, and they might be on the wrong side of that very soon.
Yeah, very much so. And honestly, if I were in their shoes, I think you just rush that Mega underneath. You get to point as quickly as possible. You try to force them to drop to you. You lose that fight, who cares? You would have enough time for a second one. But like you said, the way they played it, it was a little bit too passive. They didn't have the time to get aggressive when they needed to. They ended up losing off the back of it. But now, I gotta say, I'm not a Colossal fan of whatever's going on here either. It's gonna be all about moving through and getting aggressive here. Crocs is gonna pick up maybe something, maybe a cheeky charge coming through.
They want to just play as upfront as possible because they don't want to give up any point position. And yeah, if
they lose this fight, it's over. And that's such a high risk. They're able to find Wex immediately, Yoham as well. So a good omen, a good sign when they lose fall. No, they will be taken offline. Strayboard makes it out by the skin of their teeth there. Oh man, this is going to be quite the fascinating turnaround. SXJ does pick up Disclosure, but they've lost the main tank and their Lucio.
They have to reset. They can't.
They have to. They have to. This is going to be... That was so high risk, high reward, and I don't think they're going to get the reward end of this.
Yeah, because right now they're just going to see the full team is going to come out from Team Dominance, and they're just going to take the point.
That was... I'm such not a fan of that play, but I guess desperate times call for desperate measures, and Crocs comes through a pretty big shatter from Melon there, but not able to find any follow-up off the back. Going to get stunned out and eliminated. Nobody's able to touch point as they are shattered, or charged, rather, directly off of it, and Dominance takes Numbani with just very convincingly there.
They had that map in the bag from the beginning. It was a unique play there to hold there. You don't see that on Numbani like ever. Like that part of the map is barely ever actually fought on. You know, it's just walking through if you're an attacker. It was do or die. I think the idea was, you know, we can trade, and as long as we're trading, you know, on the plus side, as long as we're coming out with more players than they are, we can just regroup on point. The problem is that they lost someone very late in that fight. I think it was their May. So
yeah, right at the end.
Team Dominance saw that and we're like, you know, we're just gonna wait a second. We're gonna regroup as a full team. So they ran in, I believe it was a 6v4. They also had a free shatter because you saw that the Reinhardt on the other side of Team Granite, they were playing high ground. I think they were waiting to try to go for a cheeky little charge, try to catch someone out, but instead their teammate got shattered. They had to use the Immortality field very early on, and then they got charged off the point afterwards. So just, it was a risky play. It worked for the short term, but in the long term in that map, it did not pan out. Now Team Dominance, the underdogs, who have now already beaten 3 teams that were seeded higher than them. Might be able to beat that 4th team in a row now. It's gonna be this final map that's gonna be the difference maker.
Yeah, certainly the Cinderella story version of a team. They have beaten more teams than I think they were statistically supposed to. They may add another one to that, so that's going to be quite interesting to see. But this is going to be the 2CP, the 2 capture point style map, and that does call for some more conventional team comps, or some less conventional team comps, excuse me. So we want to see these teams coming through being a little bit more aggressive in times like this. And I've got to say, just one more time, I want to go back to that, what I always refer to as the Havana hold. When you go up close and personal to the spawn doors, I don't think that works in a 2CP scenario. I think it has to be a payload, because if you lose that fight, they're just going to cap point. And that's exactly what we saw. So that was, I appreciate it. They took a risk and it didn't pay off. But hopefully we don't see that mistake again, because I think that single mistake is what cost them Numbani.
Because there's so few objectives on Assault, there's no way you can try to run that again. And we're going to see exactly what map we're going to right now as we see that handy dandy map /stream. It's going to be Temple of Anubis. And I think Granite Gaming is very smart here. I think they've tried to do this with Numbani and it didn't work out. I think they were trying to force Team Dominus to play something that wasn't Brawl. And generally Brawl isn't great on Numbani, but they made it work. Then they forced the mirror matchup and Granite Gaming wasn't able to win it. Brawl is very difficult, especially on this first point. We could see a Symmetra TP strat. We did see them run that a little bit on Junkertown.
I'd like to.
You can either go top left or you can just go like through the choke, kind of under the archway and teleport straight to point. So there are a few options there, but it's definitely not going to be as strong as it was on other maps. And I think Granite Gaming wants to run more of that Orisa that we saw very briefly from them.
And the Orisa, I mean, I don't think I need to say this, but I will anyway, certainly did not work out. The Orisa, you called it before it even happened, just got absolutely rolled in that initial fight. But this fight does make Orisa a little bit better in terms of that shield, because Reinhardt, his biggest weakness against an Orisa is just walking down a hallway and getting that shield ripped apart by Orisa. This is a great map for Orisa to do that. And I want to say it before we go to Hero Select here. I want to see my man Junkrat. I love Junkrat. He's my favorite character in the entire game, and this is a great map for him. So I'd love to see one of these teams bring him to the table, especially if somebody's predicting that double shield comp to come out.
And for those of you who might not know me, I actually work for the Houston Outlaws, so Junkrat is synonymous with our brand. So I would love to see the Junkrat as well. He's very good here, just because you get a damage boost on you, you just spam away. I mean, it's very hard to get through choke. You're kind of forced into small rooms, which is even worse, because Junkrat grenades do bounce a little bit, so you might get bounced right into one, and you get 2 into you, it's death. You get also concussion mine, it's death. It's very hard to play against a Junkrat here, but unfortunately, it does not look like we'll see any of that. But like I said, I thought that they might want to run. Actually, they've swapped sides, so never mind. It's actually going to be for the first time a non-Rhine comp. Yeah, this is a non-Rhine comp coming out from Team Dominant. So they have been forced off the Rhine. This is probably what was planned by Granite Gaming, but they're the ones running the Reinhardt this time around. So this is like all upside down for me right now. Unless they're just trying to go for a bait, they might be just trying to scout for a little bit. But no, they are going to commit to this at the beginning at least. So they're going to be trying to probably go to the left or the right, speed through, and then run on to either the high ground and point or run straight into them. No, they are going to swap. So I'm getting baited out the wazoo right now. They are going to probably go to a Wrecking Ball comp is my guess? No, Monkey comp. So they are going to just try to dive that high ground and try to take the fight to them regardless.
So much just happened all at once there. That was really interesting to see. We talked about, oh, you know, the Orisa Sigma, but we got it from the wrong team. We talked about the Rhine, we got it from the wrong team, but now we've got a dive comp going to be charging through main here. It looks like they might be avoiding the high ground, just trying to go up and through instead. So it's going to be a little bit aggressive coming through from the side of Granite Gaming here. Dominance, they're going to have to relocate. They're going to have to rotate to meet back on point. Granite Gaming might get a good opportunity to come through, maybe find a tick before we kind of see what's going on from Dominance Fall, trying to find a hack, not going to be able to land it yet. Wex caught out on the high ground, might be able to confirm a kill, but instead might be the confirmed kill. No, it will be Crocs, who is the first one to fall. SXJ will get that kill to Lucio, not far behind, and this is a very good start for the defense of Dominance.
This is a comp we've seen from Granite a few times. It's not pure dive. It's more of a 6-man, like, brawl dive hybrid where you just kind of use your tanks as you would in a brawl comp. The Winston plays frontline. You have the Moira healing. The problem is that you can't really do that with how this map is designed on the first point. Second point, you can do it. And also, you have a Tracer. Tracer does not work well in this comp. You want a Reaper or an Echo, something that can really
I think Echo would be great.
Yeah, burst someone down. Like, Tracer can do that, but because she's so squishy, it's really hard to run into an Orisa comp like this. So they're just not fully committing to one comp or another. They've got like 5 pieces out of 6, and then the Tracer kind of just fits in there somehow, some way. Maybe they get a hack, and then the Tracer can beam someone down, but you're really trying to get a squishy hero, and that's really the Baptiste in this comp, because the Mercy's playing really far away with this Ashe.
Yeah, and we can see that they're definitely trying to focus down the Ashe. They want to get Wex out of the fight. SXJ, wow, okay. Full committing out of the Winston up here on the high ground, just chasing Crocs into oblivion, trying to find any kind of value, maybe even farm a Primal. Will find the Primal, and Fall will be taken offline by a great accretion from Juzo there. The EMP, however, is online. They've got time for another fight, 90 seconds left on the clock, and the entirety of the attacking team, Granite Gaming, they have found themselves past the first point. They are behind it. I'm not really sure what the plan is here. Granite Gaming, they feel a little shaky. They're just stuck between a rock and a hard place.
And the Coalescence could have been big, but you saw there the Lucio's on the right side.
What? What? Oh, the EMP, I mean, that's got to be even bigger. It found 2. Juzo will be hacked, but not even taken offline there. Wex uses the Bob. Bob finds a 2K. There's a lot of ults coming out, and I'm totally not sure why, but... Yeah, this has certainly been a fascinating fight. They get a tick, they get 2 ticks in a fight that they're certainly losing, but I mean, you found almost 2 ticks online. That is, I'm very rarely at a loss for words, but that fight has certainly put me there.
You force every ultimate out, and now use the sound barriers to go for a hard commit. This is actually very winnable right now.
Especially if this kill on the Lucio comes through. I mean, that would just be the nail in the coffin. The horse might be sent back to the glue factory here in just a moment, and it looks like Melon is going to be caught out. No abilities left online. SXJ will find 1 kill, but you're going to need a lot more to make the magic happen. Juzo on the Wrecking Ball ripped to absolute shreds in the blink of an eye coming through, and it looks like Fall will be able to take out Juzo. Wow. Wow, that was such a fascinating fight, but I guess it did work out in favor of Granite Gaming. So maybe they're able to turn this second point around. It's not called the Temple of Snowball for nothing.
They just got overzealous there, team dominance. They had great positioning, they had a great ult bank, they tried to close out a fight they didn't need to. They're probably like, oh, there's all these people behind us and they're stuck in a room, so let's just go in and, you know, kill them. But the problem is you're running into a brawl comp, you're running into a round comp with the Moira who had Coalescence. So even though you still find some picks, the EMP comes out, the Bob does get some damage done, but you have to use every ultimate that you have to even get that. And then the sound barrier just helps sustain Granite Gaming through the next fight. And not everyone's back, and we've seen this a few times where Juzo goes the Wrecking Ball, and it's just not the flick. I think they're panicking a little bit. You still have a lot of mobility on D.Va. You can use your boosters to get back in.
Yeah, the boosters could definitely be a great way to engage, especially we see Tread has the bomb available. That could be really good to just open up the second point in particular and just force the entirety of the attacking team back, or the defending team back, excuse me. SXJ on the Torbjorn from behind. It's definitely a fascinating choice. They're certainly not going to expect the Torbjorn to attack them from, you know, the spot where they're supposed to be safest, but SXJ is going to be coming through, getting a little bit hyper aggressive now. Might be able to find something there, but unfortunately not able to pick up the value they're looking for. Granite Gaming, they're desperate to find this, but Juzo being taken offline, this may be a great opportunity to turn things around. A little less than 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and it's going to be really difficult. This Ryan is just battering away, but they do get the Orisa online, so maybe this is sustainable. Maybe they can win with that extra damage boost with the Supercharger.
Yeah, the Amp Matrix coming through as well from Disclosure at the ready. Yoham about to have one of their own, so a lot of damage is online. They just need to find the opportunity to use it. It looks like Dominance has a good moment to find some damage of their own, but Amp Matrix into the beat from Strayboard is going to essentially cancel out that Amp Matrix. Now, a lot of this team being caught out here. Dominance, oh, the charge from Crocs, hyper aggressive, does find Yoham, but a 3-for-1 trade is certainly not a trade that you want to be looking for there, especially if you're on the attacking side.
And this is a great pick. The Torbjorn is going to shut down this Sombra almost all the time, so there's really no way they can get any damage or any hacks of it. And the problem is that they're running now a full Brawl comp, but they still have the Sombra. So it can work, but they could probably get a lot more value out of the Mei. There's just no time. I mean, they already had the EMP. They're going to have to commit to it. The good thing is they did get the Sound Barrier out from the last fight, so there's no extra sustain, but if SXJ is able to stay away from this EMP, they can probably just use the Molten Core on the point, and that'll at least provide them with some extra time.
Yeah, absolutely. Molten Core certainly does buy time, and of course the D.Va Bomb would as well, but we don't see that online from either side, actually. The EMP from Fall, however, is of course the ultimate to be watching, and it looks like it's going to be a pretty darn tootin' big one, able to find 5 kills. Melon immediately offline. SXJ and Wex not far behind, and the Molten Core does make an appearance, but not quite in stride with the way they may have wanted it to on the side of dominance here. Granite Gaming, they've got a phenomenal opportunity to cap. They find the first point. They might be able to find the second before a recontest comes through, but they certainly will not get all three without a little bit of a recontest. A counter charge there onto SXJ is going to be huge. Wex's High Noon finds not even a single elimination. Crocs does pick up Melon. Looks like SXJ won't be far behind. One by one, everybody on the side of dominance will fall here, and this could be a great opportunity. We talked about Granite Gaming being on match point. If they're able to win Anubis here, even with no time on the clock, that does not count them out quite yet. And it looks like they have been able to do that, finding that second point, 0 minutes and 0 seconds on the clock.
That's because it was a really good first point hold. I think this is a map that Team Dominance could have fully held if they just didn't overcommit, if they didn't try to find those kills when Granite Gaming was all the way behind them, but they did, and this is the situation they're in. It was also a great combination by Granite Gaming. You've seen that they've tried to combo the EMP almost always of an ultimate. Remember on Ilias it was with the Death Blossom. They tried doing it here on Anubis with the self-destruct, but didn't work out. The way they did it this time was beautiful, setting up the EMP with the High Noon, because Team Dominance are like, oh, it's fine. We can just zone this out. We can just use the Rhine Shield to protect ourselves, but there, the EMP comes out. They're caught in the line of fire. The Torbjorn ultimate, like you said, just a little bit too late, not doing enough. I think they needed to use that at the beginning of the fight. Just try to zone out the other team, because Molten Core is very hard to push through. So even if they had gotten the EMP High Noon, maybe they would have bought themselves a little bit of time to stabilize, reset up, and go into a 5v6 scenario. That time they couldn't. They just got ran over, and there was really no chance for them to get a hold of that point once that High Noon on their side didn't find anything.
Yeah, I think that would have been difficult. I think, theoretically, Molten Core right at the start of the fight is a good call, but at the same time, you might have been feeding it right into the enemy diva. We saw a lot of defense matrices coming through, a lot of these abilities just being ripped away from the game, and the Molten Core, like we talked about, is pretty good for opening up a point. Now, the one we saw, unfortunately, wasn't the best, but it did find an elimination, so it did almost turn things around. I think Tread so far and Juzo are making a big difference both in their own right. The defense matrices have been very impressive.
Absolutely. I think the off tanks for both teams have been really astounding. And I think also we've talked a lot about the main tank counterparts and like how they play around them. So Melon a little bit more aggressive, Crocs a little more passive. So I feel like Tread has kind of like set up with the aggression. I've noticed a lot of time they use their booster just to kind of knock people out of position or try to force squishies like into bad positioning, try to get like early kills onto them. Juzo, meanwhile, has really just played protectorate of the team. It's kind of like those roles that flip-flopped on either side, but both of these off-tanks have been astounding. Both of them have had very good ultimate eats. Both of them have just been able to absorb a lot of damage with the Matrix overall. And both of these EVAs have been able to keep their teams in fights a lot of the time when maybe they shouldn't have been, but regardless, we'll have to see which one steps up more. Because this is still very winnable for Team Dominance, especially because there is no time left on the clock for Granite Gaming. So they finish this point with any amount of time, they're going to put themselves onto easy street for finishing up this series.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to say I'm excited about the Symmetra because I talked about high risk, high reward earlier. Symmetra, certainly a feast or famine character. You need to get that beam charged up as quickly as possible, and Wex is almost immediately ripped out of the fight. Johan's immortality field is gone, but even one kill off the back of this makes this aggressive play worth it. The microwave fully charged up here, plugged in at the highest power, but Straymore taken out by a phenomenal headshot from Fall. Wex not far behind the microphone, or not the microphone, the microwave has been unplugged there. Fall will be able to find a melee kill after Tread picks up one of their own. The dominance, that was weird.
I like the Symmetra play. This is something that I had talked about actually before we loaded into the map. I don't like the teleport location. You don't use it to engage, you use it to take better positioning and then rotate. There they try to take the fight directly into them, but you're running right into a maze, so you're going to get frozen up immediately.
That's what I was hesitant about, was TPing directly into a Mei with a Reinhardt right there. Like, that is more damage than you're going to be able to live through. And speaking of living through damage, Wex not going to do that as Braven will find that headshot kill. A little bit of an aggressive left shift from Melon there, just trying to pick up a kill of their own. And SXJ commits Blizzard.
They're getting 2 ticks, though.
They do find 2 ticks, so maybe they're just trying to distract. 2 ticks come off the back of it. They're theoretically in a better position than we saw out from the side of Granite Gaming when they had 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Dominance are only a minute away.
Did they use so many ultimates there? I mean, that Mei ultimate is something they're probably going to want back because it was maybe a bit distracting, but they were really focused on finishing up the kills anyway, and no one was frozen up, so bit of a panic Q, maybe an accidental fat finger. They do get 2 ticks, so positionally they're playing one. Oh, that's going to open things up. There's no more Blizzard on the other side. They could just run in now.
Yeah, there's no Blizzard to worry about, and you do have to keep an eye on the High Noon, great zoning ultimate, and speaking of the Devil, High Noon is going to be blocked. That great wall from SXJ there, especially with as much distance as was between them, but now Braven still on the high ground here, so you want to keep an eye out. Even one kill flips the fight even further in Granite's favor. Looks like we're going to be able to see a little bit of damage coming through. It's going to be a bit of a desperate move here. That TP directly into point, you find 1 kill, you pick up 2, and it looks like this Baby D.Va not going to be far behind. So Dominance, a minute 45 left on the clock. I believe that's about a minute faster than what we saw out of Granite Gaming on their off.
I think a minute and 40 seconds. I think Granite Gaming like had 3 minutes on the clock when they finished. There's a good amount of time here, and there's still some ultimates. The tank ultimates going to be online, and now they've swapped out. They swapped the Moira, I think, just to get back and swap. But now they're on the Baptiste once again. I am just bamboozled by what just happened there. That should have been Granite Gaming having a really good hold on that point for a while. Instead, they give up a lot of point percentage because of these TPs, and they might lose it right here.
Oh no! They have to rotate back into the enemy spawn as the Blizzard just pushes them right out of the engagement here. That is tough. Oh, the bomb! That is not good from Juzo. They're going to be caught out, unfortunately. Goes a little bit away, gets caught over the rocks, and nobody was there to catch it. A great bomb coming off from Tread, but a better shield from Melon. I'm not sure where that shatter just went, but it did not find even a single stun there. Melon will be able to be taken offline by Crocs, but Crocs not far behind. The Rhine down on both sides, of course. A massive spawn advantage for the defending team.
Still winning this.
One, and Juzo finds another somehow, some way. Dominance there, finding themselves on top of this fight.
It's the microwave. It is warmed up. It is annihilating everyone, and there's at least one pick to be found here.
Maybe 2?
Maybe
no
2.
Way! Oh, this is like worst case scenario for Granite Gaming. Now, Braven has the High Noon, but you're going to have to find like 5 to make it worth it. Instead, you get walled out by SXJ. Unfortunately, there, Yoham's Immortality Field is gone, so maybe this is the time to shine. Maybe Granite can turn this around, but losing Crocs that early in the fight, losing the D.Va mech as well. Like you said, the microwave making all the difference. It has been plugged in, and this popcorn is just being burnt to shreds here. I mean, this is just disastrous. 2:58 on the clock. Oh, golly gee indeed. This may be the final hour here for Granite Gaming.
It might be indeed. 2 minutes and 58 seconds. That might separate these two teams from who is moving on to the lower bracket finals to who is going home without any shot at a contenders trial slot. And that was just, I would love to just VOD review that last entire round, because I am just, I don't think you can see my camera right now, Sedlins, but like my mouth was just agape the entire time. I was just like, how does this keep happening? They cannot let Team Dominance get away with this, and they did every single time. I just think they were floored by the Symmetra. It didn't seem like they knew how to deal with these teleports. The first time they teleported right into them, they easily handled it, but then you saw that a lot of the time they would teleport into only 1 or 2 people and just force bad positioning from Team Granite. From Granite Gaming. So very well played by Team Dominance, learning from their first fight mistake. They're playing objective over kills, and that's what Overwatch comes down to. It doesn't matter how many kills you get if you're not on the point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would love to go back and just VOD review, especially that fight where 2 ticks were found and like a 1v6. That was very fascinating to see the amount of value that Team Dominance found off the back of things. But Granite Gaming now, they've got their time to shine. They've got to go for a 3-minute hold. Best case scenario, we draw here on Numbani, or not Numbani, on Anubis, and move into the next engagement there, the next map coming through. But I mean, Team Dominance, they are not exactly notorious for losing maps at this point.
They're just gonna force their way in there, and they've already gotten the Rhine on the other side. Crocs is so low.
Oh wow, Crocs is so low that he's been moved low enough to be 6 feet underground, immediately taken offline fall. Not far behind. There goes Braven as well. Just all right. This might be over before it can even begin. Tread does find the kill onto Wex, but if this Baptiste goes down, yeah, that's got to be it. You've no longer got healing online. Your Lucio, just desperate to stay alive, has to disengage from the fight. Juzo and Melon going to be able to find a couple of kills. We're already in a spin to win, but Crocs doesn't even get the opportunity. Not even half a minute off the clock yet coming through, and it looks like that could be all she wrote here. That is going to be it. 3 teams that were supposed to win are going to turn into 4, as Team Dominance, they have just become the Cinderella story of a lifetime.
They really have, and they got that lower bracket buff because they have been in the lower bracket for quite a while, and they have just been beating teams left, right, and center. They've forced their way into the lower bracket finals, and what was a pretty good performance. Besides Ilios, they kind of had control. I mean, a Junker Channel also was pretty close, but after that, it was really all team dominance. I mean, both this and Numbani were very one-sided. Both times they had much better time banks going into extra rounds. This one, they had the only time bank going into extra rounds. So they did also show that they were adaptable. We were questioning whether or not they could play anything besides the Rhine, and they showed they can break out the Orisa when they want to. I think Rhine's probably just what they feel most comfortable in, those brawl comps, and they're making it work. When you force other teams into a mirror match, that's when you know what you're doing is working. That's what they did on Numbani. And after that, it was just kind of lights out, unfortunately, for Granite Esports. So great job by them. They had a great run overall, but that is not going to be enough to get into Contenders Trials this time around. I'm sure we'll be seeing them again in the next OD, but we've got the lower bracket finals coming up in just a minute, and I think Team Dominance might have a really good shot at beating O2.
I mean, they're warmed up. They're ready. They have won time and time again when they were not expected to do so. You talked about this already. I think Numbani was really the turning. Things were a little back and forth. Things were a little shaky, but we all watched Numbani. We all saw the way the cards fell in that game in particular, and Dominance just did not slow down after that. I think that was really where they started to shine, and I've got to agree. I think moving into this, they have found their footing. They have found their momentum. Hopefully they don't get their cards read early because it's become pretty obvious that Rhine comp seems to be their favorite. So hopefully they aren't taken advantage of due to that fact here in the next game.
Yeah, and O2, for those of you that don't know them, it is kind of the remnants of what was avoided a long time ago. So they're kind of known for being, off meta one tricks is the way I would say that. I think there's better ways to put it, but they like what they play and they play it a lot. So I think it's interesting because we do see that while Team Dominance has a comp they prefer, they can be flexible when need be. They can play other heroes. I mean, that Echo that we saw busted out, that Echo was really impressive in my opinion from SXJ. We only saw it for a little bit of Anubis, but they can play different roles if need be. Wex was mostly on the McCree, but also their Symmetra for the most part was really good. So they're a bit more adaptable. We're gonna have to see if O2 Esports can be as well after they took a 1-4 loss in the winners finals just a few hours ago at this point. So they're not going to be warmed up necessarily, but they have played a game today. So, it's a winner's mentality. We'll see which team can take it.
Yeah, absolutely. But folks, I believe that is all Jag and I are going to be bringing you here today. We are going to be passing it off in just a couple of minutes. Thank you everybody so much for watching. Thank you teams for hanging out. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other and enjoy the rest of the day. We'll see you guys later.
And welcome back to, welcome back to the EMEA Open Division, ladies and gentlemen. We have started with 2 weeks of competition, over 100 teams, and now we're down to the final 3. And I have it a good authority that all 3 of these teams you've seen today and tomorrow in losers finals and now into grand finals for O1 Esports, they have qualified for contenders trials. So a round of applause for everybody. Team Dominance has just limped in on losers finals, but we still have a pot to play for, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to take out this last match here between Team Dominance versus O2 Esports as opposed to O1. How are you doing, Dividing?
I am doing incredible, Will. I am super excited to see this losers finals matchup between O2, also known as the Avoided Squad, versus Team Dominance, sort of the Cinderella story of this season of Open Division. Over the course of the day, they have beaten the number 5, the number 4, and the number 3 teams. Now they have their sights set on number 2.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so here we go again. So we're going to start off on Legion Tower. These teams today have just been rearing and ready to go here, and they have not been able to they're not even waiting for us. They're already loaded into the game, Legion Tower. So here we go.
They want to get their hands on that prize pot for sure.
Absolutely. And so here we go. We've got Team Dominance here, and Alexa, we saw Team Dominance earlier on the broadcast, and like as you mentioned, I didn't even know it was a Cinderella story, but it definitely living to their namesake of being a dominant team. And here we go again. So Team Dominance is in red, and they're going to also we have O2 Esports in blue. Now let's see what they can come up with on Legion Tower.
Yeah, as of right now, Dominance playing that brawl composition that got them so far before, but that's a tough matchup against the avoided roster.
Absolutely, it's going to be extremely tough. But 2 kills have already come in so far on both sides. Like just a little bit of an even fight, but there's just a fight in the low ground here, right in front of the point. The Sleeping Diva that goes as well. It's just going to take them down, and yeah, they're not even going to stagger them out. They're just going to take them out right away. So this point's going to open real quick here, and it looks like that O2 is going to be the first to capture on Legion Tower. Oh wait, now there's a pause. Something has happened.
Yeah, I mean, but we do have a pause. We're going to be moving back into the beautiful capture screen, our beautiful faces. But yeah, I mean, when I was watching Dominance play earlier today against Granite Gaming, this was the comp that they played most of the time. This sort of late 2020 meta EU special comp with the Rhine Diva, the McCree May, the Bap Lucio. That was the dominant comp for a while. And that is what has gotten them this far into the matchup. We're now restarting the lobby for some reason, so we're just going to move on to that, and we're starting off on Gardens instead. So,
okay.
Right. As long as the teams agree, I don't care. But the point is that this brawl comp is what got Dominance this far. It is a terrible comp to play into the kinds of comps that Avoided likes to run. They like to play the ball, the hog. We saw Sombra and Junkrat. All of these heroes excel at disrupting that brawl composition, separating them from the rest of their pack and picking them off. And we saw that in the first match, in the first fight. They kind of got picked apart there. So it is going to take some extraordinary brawl play from Dominance in order to stand up to Avoided, aka O2 Esports here.
So,
but they're gonna keep trying for it. They're locking the brawl comp once again.
So second verse, same as the first. We're going to try this again. Different map of Legion Tower. But once again, O2 Esports versus Team Dominance. We're going to get to start on Legion Tower. And, let's see if the same fight breaks out in front of this point again. I mean, like, it was looking good for O2 Esports in our previous match before it got restarted. So I'm hoping it'll be more of the same as this fight continues.
Tractor Kid super good at what he does. Got into the back and distracted Team Dominance just long enough for Avoided to take for O2 Esports to take precedence over the point.
And so with the immortality fields gone away, and now PvPX, it looks like it's going to start, lighting up the kill feed here. It's going to get 2 more kills, and it's going to push Team Dominance off the map here. Now, we were seeing in the past match how dominant Team Dominance was, and now they're running into another brick wall. But if I know Team Dominance like I do, I think they just need to warm up a little bit in this first map in the face of some stiff competition. This is losers finals after all.
It is losers finals for sure, and Avoided are definitely a team that has experience unlike any team they've faced up to this point. Look at all these swaps now coming out from Dominance. They're going with a dive comp, and it's worked great. They've cut out Kaiser.
Yeah, they get one key kill coming out to start off with, and now we're just going to continue the pressure as Team Dominus is going to end up onto the top of this point here, and they're going to get the immortality field on the mech, and then they're not going to stagger out the D.Va this time. They're going to just take them right down, and now the kills are starting to come in. But wait a minute, as we say that, the kills are starting to come in for O2 again. They get 3 more down, and now it was almost a flip back of the point for Team Dominance, and it looks like that it's just going to be a hold for O2 Esports at this point. But not if the D.Va bot has anything to say about it. Team Dominance is just going to never say die and try it again. They're still contesting this point here, and this fight is still going, but it's still just 1 or 2 bodies on the point at a time as they pile on. But still, it's still engagement here. O2 Esports is still trying to hold this off. The kills are still getting traded back and forth.
Kills traded back and forth indeed. They're having so much trouble, Dominance, dealing with the spam damage that comes with the PvPX Junkrat. However, with the SXJ EMP, it's looking like we might start seeing a flip, but this fight's gone on for so long. Even with the flip, this is going to be 70% and counting for O2 Esports.
Yeah, while this fight is going on, the percentage is still climbing for O2 Esports, and now they do get the flip, but it was almost too little, too late, and now they have to continue the fight. They're going to take O2 Esports back to their spot and just try to keep them planted there. It's looking like Team Dominance is coming online here in this losers final matchup, but it's not. Almost a little too late, but they have to play perfectly going on because now they have to say but again, as we think the fights are over, then both teams just keep re-engaging and just try to recontest this point, and O2 Esports is just going to backcap this. PPX is going to put out the Junkrat wheel to get some value off of it. Gets at least 1 kill, but not the value that they were looking for, but it's enough to keep the fight engaged. 35% is still climbing, but there's a couple players still here, and again, the kills just keep getting traded. It's just going to be another stall-off fight. It goes back over to O2 Esports, but not without losing some of the ultimates in the previous fight.
Yeah, so many ultimates have been committed as, Juzo got a little bit knocked off track by I'm Special, going to get taken out, and that should pretty much end. No, actually, I mean, this fight has just been never ending. The point has been swapping back and forth, but it's pretty much just been one elongated fight coming out from Team Dominance and O2.
Yeah. It's the
and now
fight
it's
that never
99% for O2.
It goes on and on, my friend, and there we go. It's 99% outside of O2 Esports. But look at this. Again, Team Dominus never says die. They've been doing this in this previous match as well. Every time you think the fight is over, Team Dominus tries to recontest and try again. And the boops himself off the side. But they do flip the point back in the middle of this fight here. But now, again, it's desperation time coming into play here because you now have to play perfectly. That 99% mark will get O2 Esports their first point if Team Dominance is not careful.
Finally, a bit of a reprieve between these two teams. Juzo's going to be pushing in. Now the freeze coming through from Kaiser is not good. Just barely going to be able to get away. But yeah, this has just been one big fight. And that's how it's going to be going to the very end now with 70% and counting now for Team Dominance. It's pretty much whoever manages to take full control of the point here is going to win our first round.
All right, so now the ultimates are coming in for the side of Team Dominance. As they flood this point here, the pulse bomb is going to come out and get nothing, but that doesn't matter. It looks like O2 Esports is trying to flip this back and win this out, but not without a fight. Team Dominance, on the other hand, is still here. They're still here trying to contest it. The Carl Race comes out, but it's not, a little too late. They were going the other way, and now overtime's taking away, and there's no one here from Team Dominance. But wait, this last kill coming on top of the point, and is that going to be it? Who's still on here? There's no one here, so overtime is ticking away, and that's going to be it. And wow, it was close. It was back and forth and back and forth. It ended up being close in the end, but it looks like O2 Esports is going to come out on top.
That was a lot, Will. That was... Both teams are clearly coming into this game with something to prove, both being knocked down in the loser's bracket. Neither team wanting to give an inch to the other. There really wasn't much time for me to put in my thoughts because it was just basically two dive and disruption compositions trying to out-dive and out-disrupt each other for the entire time. And it's looking like we're going to be getting more of the same here on Night Market. No major swaps for either team. But Dominance has to do something about this Junkrat from PvPX, because that spam damage has been causing a lot of problems for them.
Yeah, just like the Junkrat is becoming the special hero here in this meta for this losers finals. But if I know Wex and SSJ like I do, I think that they're going to step up here in this matchup to try to even this up. So here we are on Night Market, and the kills are already starting to come out. Now maybe this won't be as much of a trade as it was previously, but PvPX is your man. Is going to stop at this point, but he gets taken out immediately. And now it looks like that this time Team Dominance will capture this first and start the percentage climbing.
Yeah, their comp is just a little bit faster right now with the Lucio speed boost, the Tracer, the Sombra, the Winston. That allows them to take control of the point first, but the Blizzard from Kaiser is looking to slow him down.
Absolutely, and so again, just like in the last round, the fights are just going to keep going, continuing. And they're going to take on skirmishes all around. It's not going to just going to be regrouping with 6. It's just individual team members are just going to try and pull as many off as many kills as they possibly can. And again, this Junkrat from PvPX is putting on a clinic, ladies and gentlemen. He just is still getting on top of the speed here, and it's still O2 Esports, just the dominance on top of this point here, dominating Team Dominance, I should say, with the pun not intended. And now, again, the strategy might not be working out for Dominance here, just to put random bodies on the point here, as O2 Esports is going to try to clear out this last Sombra, and yes they do. And again, they just keep peeling people into the point, and I don't know if the strategy is working. I mean, it's stalling for sure, but as they keep stalling, the percentage keeps increasing. So now O2 Esports has flipped it back.
48% though on the point for Dominance, and they have quite the ult tank. Everything except for the Pulse Bomb is coming in. Oh, but now they're going to be pushing in really fast now. The Primal Raid from Melon. It does take out PvPX. That's a massive source of damage out. And here comes the EMP.
Yeah, that was almost personal at that point. So now here we go. The David Bomb comes out and gets nothing, but it was looking just for space. And now it looks like that at least some damage coming in for Team Dominance. They get one kill down, but then of course, what is going on with this Primal Raid in this corner here? It just takes down Melon right off in the corner. Just like it was almost personal from the D.Va. But now the kills come in for the side of O2 Esports, and they hold once again. Now Team Dominance is going to have to find an answer here in pretty short order. Otherwise, they're going to be down 1-0 in this matchup.
I mean, Dominance used EMP, they used Bomb, they used Coalescence, they used Primal Rage. They went even in kills. You need to have a decisive victory if you're going to commit that many ultimates. But they didn't, and now O2 Esports has moved up into point percentage lead. But PvPX is down early once again, so this is a big opening now for Dominance.
Yeah, here it is. They're going to try to flood onto this point again. Not sending in one by one, but playing as a team of 6. And now I Am Special is just looking not to look against Nano just to try to save their lives here. I'm not sure if that was the intention, but it's definitely working out for them so far. O2 Esports is still sticking onto this point, and now the mines are committed as well. And it's still looking good for O2, but they're just trying to find the picks, and they're not coming up with it. Meanwhile, O2 Esports is going to come out with 2, and it's going to push Team Dominance back again. But now it's desperation time, ladies and gentlemen. This is the time to just peel people off into the point. They're at 93% in the danger of losing.
Wex needs to pull off something big with this Pulse Bomb. He is around. He's looking for the target. The EMP from SXJ gets a support line. Will Abs go down? Yes, he does, but so does Wex with the Pulse Bomb.
And now
PvPX is back with the Bastion play.
This is just a troll, ladies and gentlemen.
A moderate amount of trolling.
He's like, Team Dominance is not going to do anything about PvPX, and he's like, well, I can play whatever hero I want to. I don't care what the meta is. What is the meta? As the overtime is going to take away, there's still this Bastion. This is just a troll. This is just wrong. This is just wrong. It's so many levels, but that's all right. O2 Esports is just going to pull this out with the clinic on the Junkrat and the Bastion to close it out. You love to see it.
Do you expect anything else from this team? O2 Esports avoided. This is the team that has made their entire branding off of doing a little bit of trolling, and that is exactly what happens. You can see the Bastion in the corner there just wrecking havoc as Melon tries his damnedest to try and get try and flip the fight back into his team's control. Does not happen, and you see how, I mean, if you're going to play up to this level in EU Open Division / Trials, because if everything holds, that's where both these teams are going, you've got to have a plan for Avoided. That's just how it is. They play so uniquely to everyone else in this region, but they will beat you if you don't have a plan. And Dominance, a team that hasn't really made it this far in Open Division before, I think they're being caught out a little bit in playing against these extremely unorthodox compositions.
I mean, you can only practice so much, right? But how can you practice against chaos, right? How can you practice against a guy that doesn't care what you practice against, what your meta was, or what the meta is, right? He's just gonna play his comfort heroes on the Junkrat and the Bastion, and just make it work. I mean, like, again, there's the meta, and then there's O2 Esports just making things difficult for their teams. So we're gonna see what Team Dominance is going to pick for their escort map next. But like we've seen a couple different picks from them over the course of this afternoon. So like Blizzard World could not Blizzard World. That's hybrid. I'm sorry. I mean, we'll just see what we're going to pick for escort. But like if you're sitting in Dominance's shoes right now, which map would you think they should go to?
I mean, I think at this point you've got to try and play a bit more to your strengths. O2 Esports, they are a team that thrives in chaos. You've got to try and take that chaos away from them. There's no way you're going to out chaos O2 Esports. So you've got to come up with a legitimate strategy to deal with their just extremely individualistic, break up your team and pick them apart kind of game plan. They're going to be moving over to Rialto to start off. Which honestly, Rialto is a comp where you can get a lot of different stuff done. You see a lot of brawl in this comp, especially on like first point, but there's a lot of long range on first and second point where you can make some like double shield comps, some sniper comps work really well. That might be partially what Dominance is going for here. If they can try and poke out O2 Esports before they can get in and get that disruption done, that is potentially a way to deal with them.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, Rialto's gonna be our next map, and again, considering what we've seen so far, I mean, can PvPX play Widow too? I mean, like why would we just go all the way and just pick Widow and Ana and other snipers onto this map here? But here we go. Here is Rialto, ladies and gentlemen. So O2 Esports is up 1-0 now, and they're looking to continue on into that grand finals and a rematch potentially against O1 if they can pull this off, which is looking pretty good so far.
It is looking pretty good. There was a decent fight out of Dominance in that first map, but I do agree that as of right now, O2 Esports is looking like just the overall better team, but now it's a very good chance to turn it around. In this current comp, they're attacking first, Dominance is, so they have a chance to really swap things up. This is an interesting comp they're bringing out, though, as also O2 is sort of trying to figure out what they want to play, too. PvPX is like, I'm going to play Junkrat, and you can't, and you're just going to have to deal with it. So, we're going to be seeing actually most of the same comp coming out from O2, except it's just going to be I'm Special on the Orisa instead of, I think he was on D.Va before. And they're gonna try to just anchor their DPS.
Yeah, XSH just jumped off the side. What's going on with this? Okay, and just go to Pharah. I guess not. So I guess
there's not much that this avoided comp can do against Pharah Mercy right now.
Yeah, for sure. So Team Dominance is on the attack to start off with. We are on Rialto, and just for the audience sake, I am breathing, and no, I don't rap. I'm not a rap guy, not whatsoever, but I do love to cast Overwatch, so here we go. It's going to be XSJ on the Pharah instead of the Soldier, is trying to get some early kills off, and it's just like, this PvPX is just jumping! Look at this! He just went airborne to try to get down this pharmacy combo, and he almost pulled it off, and he died for his troubles. Oh my god, I'm sorry.
Do it for the clip. Do it for the clip.
Dear Lord!
You gotta love that he's trying for it.
Is there anything PvPX can't do? He can make Junkrat fly. That's amazing. Somebody mod check this guy. Anyway, we're gonna get another fight's gonna break out here, and we have more of the same. Okay, the starboard did revive Pharah just to get some value off of it, but now the wrecking balls also come out from O2 Esports. I mean, just like now instead of that desperation. And are they just trolling? Yeah, they're still. I think they're still trolling here a little bit, but they're gonna take it seriously now. The card has moved forward here, and at least they're gonna try to stop Team Dominance from getting to this first point.
Yeah, and especially this tank comp coming out from Dominance, it's very much centered around trying to minimize the effectiveness of Tractor Kid with the Orisa halts, with the Roadhog hooks, trying to make sure that if he goes in, he is not getting out. It's actually worked pretty well, but the main goal is to disrupt the team and make them use resources to deal with you, and that's exactly what happens. And it still ends up working, and now we see some actual adjustments coming out from O2 Esports. Tractor Kids moves on to the Rhine. They're going to play a little bit more traditional, a little more brawly, just try to run over Melon and Juzo, while Kaiser's gone on to the Ashe to do...
Yeah, just trying to get some like airborne support here. But I mean, O2 Esports did get a reset from Team Dominance, and so now they're taking it a little bit serious. This cart is just stopped short of .1, but now we're just looking to see if it's going to move forward here. So now, with the Ashe, with Kaiser, it's just still trying to deal with this pharmacy combo in the air. I'm still looking for, like, okay, here goes that Junkrat tire. All the way in the back, ladies and gentlemen. 10 seconds, this is the confidence. Oh, he's trying again. He was trying to launch this thing and get the pharmacy combo, and he doesn't get it.
There's no way.
It was a waste of an ultimate, but he's doing it for the lulz at this point.
I think PvPX, if he can just get one kill on the Pharah as a Junkrat, I think he's happy. And here's the thing is that it's still working. We got a minute left on the clock, and just now it seems like with 4+ ultimates being used on the side of Dominance, they are finally on track to push us through this first point.
Yeah,
So
look what time Dominance had to do just to get a fraction of O2 Esports' power here, right? The coin of phrase. And so now they look like they're going to capture this first point here, but just like they had to use all their ultimates just to get past us. Now Yuzo is now just going to keep pushing forward and being more aggressive here. But I'm not sure if O2 Esports is taking this seriously just yet, but if they are, it's not looking too good for them right now as Dominance continues. XSJ on the far is going to get 3 kills and just keeps rolling this forward here.
to keep on theme with the Twitter post before the game, all that for just a drop of blood, as now the Nano Orisa comes in from I'm Special. It takes out Juzo. He's looking for the Baptiste. The Orisa shield comes out just in time, but yeah, now O2 is looking to stabilize here on the bridge.
Yeah, I think they have to at this point. Look at this though. I mean, like nanoing on the Orisa, or like it's just like nanoing a Reinhardt. It's almost a waste of a nano, but it's, again, as you mentioned, it's working for O2 Esports. Like, it's almost like PvPX doesn't even have to play right now. It's just 5v6, and PvPX is just targeting the Pharah as much as humanly possible. But meanwhile, yep, PvPX is switched over to McCree now. It's like, okay, I think he's taking it seriously, but he gets shut down by the soldier, and now this point is still moving forward. So again, I think it's half serious mode now, but Wex and their team and Team Dominance is trying to step up and finish this out as much as soon as possible. They're barreling toward 42, and if they can get down the tank line on this side, it might get the second point dividing.
Yeah, now we see O2 trying to put some respect on Dominance's name. They've swapped to a double hit scan comp to try and deal with SXJ. Even so, picks off Abs with the barrage, and even with Kaiser getting a pick off in return, it's looking
yeah, it's
pretty
looking good. It's looking
no,
good. Now that PvPX gets out the Deadeye to get one at the very least, now the kills are starting to come in from O2 Esports, and it seems that O2 Esports is just, I think they're toying with their food at this point, because they did this on Point Alpha as well. They just stopped them just shy, and then they're doing this the same thing for Point 2 as well. So maybe they can do this for another minute and a half, and maybe just take it a little bit seriously, take down Dominus. But meanwhile, Dominus will have 3 ultimates coming into this next fight. They just need to coordinate like they did last time. It looks like they're just saving the best for last.
Well, I would argue that O2 is taking this game at least a little bit seriously. If not, PvPX wouldn't have swapped off of the Junkrat. But this is an uphill battle right here. 45 seconds left. This is the last real fight coming up for Dominance, but they have 5 ultimates coming online to push this through.
But they may not need to use them. They got the supercharger out and the tac visor, but it's looking like they can get to this point without all of that. Even though 2 kills coming from the side, they're just going to try to contest, but it's too little, too late. And now O2 Esports looking down.
What is I'm Special doing up there? What is the plan?
Like, I don't even want to ask anymore. Like, I want to ask questions, but I don't think I'll like the answers that I'm going to get them. And also, the whole hog is going to come out and get 3 kills and just push PvPX off the side. He gets slept for his troubles outside of the whole hog. But this cart is barreling forward. But now, desperation time is coming into play. They got 1 minute and 30 seconds left of the clock to try to finish Rialto. And it's difficult for even Overwatch League teams to do themselves. And looking to see if Team Dallas can reverse the curse and do it themselves.
Yeah, now the ult advantage has very firmly gone the way of O2. They're going to have everything except for the High Noon from PvPX online. There's 2 support ultimates coming out from Dominance.
He was looking for that shatter.
From Tractor is going to just secure the fight here for O2. As now with 1 minute left on the clock, this is going to be their last real chance to try and at least get some more cart push, if not finish the math. SXJ is going to have the barrage coming up, but has to look out for abs with the amp matrix. Is going to very much look to shut that down as soon as it starts.
So here we go. We're getting into the final fight territory. It is 35 seconds left for the clock, and it's all the stops are being pulled off for O2. Now they're taking it seriously as they're getting wiped off Team Dominance once, now they're going to do it again, and Team Dominance is not going to have any ultimates other than the Rocket Barrage to try to finish it out, but they keep getting pushed back to spawn, and O2 Esports is in their face. There's the Shatter. There's another fat Shatter, as my friend Captain Jack would say. It's going to get 2 more down, and it's looking all but over for Team Dominance here. This cart will probably stop just short of 0.3, but there was somebody there. Somebody's trying to back cap. It was the Wrecking Ball, but they get found out and they get taken out anyway. So here we go. There's no one on this cart. And not even an overtime phase, ladies and gentlemen. It is just going to stop 46.76 meters, and now O2 Esports is looking to continue their dominance over Team Dominance if they can push the car a little bit further. And if I have anything to say about that, I would believe that that's going to be in O2 Esports' favor. It's almost like easy pickings.
Yeah, that did feel like as soon as O2 Esports decided, okay, let's end this match, they just started spawn camping Disclosure. They did not give them even the tiniest bit of a chance to try and set up their Pharah ultimate. They just decided, we're just going to keep on pushing, we're going to run over your tanks, and we're going to keep you in spawn. No touch even available coming out from Dominance. As now, O2 Esports with the opportunity to go up to match point in this losers finals. If they really are going to put it in the hands of a pirate ship comp, I mean, that would be insane. But still for Mercy coming out from Dominance right now. SXJ did find a lot of value out of that Pharah. Definitely made O2 put a little bit of respect on his name. So SXJ and Streb are going to be looking to break up this pirate ship if that is in fact going to be the case.
I mean, PvPX, I don't want to say you hate to see it, you love to see it, but now the fashion of the pirate ship is going to come out and to see if they can do it better than Team Dominance. So we're going to see what O2 Esports can do on their attack, and and again, this cart is just going to barrel forward here, like we've seen some signs of life from Team Dominance. They're also going to do the bunker comp on top of this point here, but not if you're going to take down Tractor, not if they're just going to walk into the back. Okay, there we go. That's what we're looking for. We're trying to take down PvPX early, and I think it's a little bit personal at this point, if I have to say, because they know there's that Bastion is lurking. But anyway, 2 more kills coming on the side of Team Dominance, and it looks like it's working so far, even though the kill got traded out from Kaiser for the attack visor, without the attack visor, I should say, and he's just keep rolling around on the flank and try to get more kills, but it's not working out so far. But it's like, again, the bunker comp did at least stall this cart a little bit like fourth of the way to point alpha.
Look at the position I'm Special is in now to just basically spawn camp SXJ. Got separated from his Mercy for just a moment. Now look at the rest of his team basically giving themselves over to O2 so that they can reconnect with that key Pharah player. They can't just let that guy keep getting spawn camped, so they're gonna bring up into a brawl, which the Reinhardt and Arisa and Junkrat loves to do. and it's looking like this is most likely going to be pushing
Oh,
forward
the nano
away.
Reinhardt. There we go. So they nailed the Orisa, they nailed the Reinhardt. That is the confidence coming in from O2 Esports as they continue moving this card forward here. It is look all but over here for Team Dominance that they can't find an answer. But now we have to play another game while we're waiting here. It's like we have to see whether O2 Esports is taking it seriously, and it depends on which hero PvPX is playing. He switched back to the Junkrat, which you would argue he's not taking it seriously because he's not playing an actual DPS, but at the same time, he also got a lot of value from this last fight. He gets taken out of the air by XSJ. Okay, that's personal. That has to be personal. But it looks like, as I say that, as I was talking about Crasta cursing Team Dominance, they now decided to step up and take 3 more kills and try to stop this cart a little bit halfway. They're looking down the barrel of an 0-2 start if they can't get to stop them here.
And this is while there are 4 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock for O2, this is an infamous spot here on this bridge that is so difficult for the offense to crack because there's just so much room for this double shield poke comp to just do so much damage to O2 before they even get a chance to move the cart.
All right, there's that Junkrat. Feel it's going to fly into the zone, and yes, it does. It gets 2, and also the attack price is going to come out as well. So some ultimates are going to invest on the side of O2 Esports, and now the pseudo team wipe is coming into play, and O2 Esports is going to move this cart forward. And now, but don't count out Team Dominance whatsoever. They do have the ultimate advantage for this next fight, but they're going to have to do the heroic plays and get this down, or otherwise O2 Esports is going to get to point 2.
Yeah, beautiful job there from Kaiser, taking full advantage of the fact that that Visor does not have any fall-off damage anymore. However, SXJ is going to win the recontest now, and with so many ultimates on the side of Dominance, it's only a matter of time before they finish it once again. And this is now, we're back in the same situation. Even though the cart has crossed that second corner, Dominance is now in a big situation where they can really stall out this point and poke out O2 before they have the chance to really do anything. They still have the Visor from Wex. They still have the
Nano Reinhardt again. It looks like O2 Esports is going to go in by the back foot. There was a lot of value that came out for the side of Team Dominance. They only invested 2 ultimates to get the progress that they were looking for. But here comes PvPX on the Junkrat. He's just going to splink on the background. You don't know if you don't see if you see the Junkrat coming, it's already too late. You're already dead, and it's going to flank and get a couple more kills. But as I was saying, that like again, Team Dominance still has the numbers advantage, and they're just going to keep pushing forward here. The cart is still stopped just before point 2. 2 minutes and 20 on the clock here, and I can't say who has the advantage in this fight just yet. We're going to find out as the time dwindles down for point 2, and the Reaper comes out from Kaiser. Okay, that's a new hero now. So are they taking it seriously because they have the Reaper out? I'm not sure.
I'm curious about what the Reaper is meant to do and how the Reaper is meant to synergize with the tank line of Tractor Kid on the ball and on special on the Orisa. Tractor Kid likes to get in first and go really fast. I'm Special is going to want to be super passive and stay in one place. PvPX once again goes for the flying tire and doesn't get anything. But Kaiser's gotten up and gotten Streavers, so big opening for O2.
Yeah, for sure. So O2 Esports is going to start this fight again. Yeah, the ultimates are starting to come on the line mid-fight here, and the Reaper is still lurking. So, yep, there's the good fake flex, and from Yuzo, and that's going to get 3, going to take some players down. It gets the follow-ups behind it, but I Am Special is going to take advantage of that situation and get 2 of their own, and they're chasing down Yuzo on the tank. And as we were saying that, the cart has made it to point 2 now. So now it's looking like O2 Esports is in prime position to close this out, and the Reaper is still lurking. I'm probably looking for the Death Blossom to jump into the back line. They have, Team Dominance has had nothing to do with any of their flanks so far. They're just free in the back line. Rocket Barrage comes out as well. It looks like it gets 1, and the kills are starting to come in, but like, don't count out O2 just yet. They're just probably going to reset and try again. They have 2 minutes and 22 seconds on the clock just to get like a couple of meters off of this and to get to that 46 meter mark.
Yeah, just one more good fight from O2 is all that they need to get themselves onto match point. But they do have to get through the Visor from Wex. Melon's also going to have his own amplifier, so it's going to be a potentially amplified Visor coming out from Wex right now.
So all the radical targets, all the tank targets from the nano. So now we got a nano ball, and it goes down very, very quickly. So some of the ultimates got invested from Team Dominus and didn't get a lot of value off of it. But Mel, on the other hand, is trying to will their team to victory. He gets shot in the air by PvPX, but it's weakened enough for Kaiser to come in to finish the job. And so it was almost all for now. There's the Death Blossom into the back line. It's going to get 2, and this is going to keep this cart rolling forward. It is looking all but over here if they can't take care of me. But the Gravitic Flux is also to come out as well from Uzel to try to save their team. It gets 1, but I'm not sure if it was around the cart or not, but that cart is dangerously close from O2 Esports. Try to finish this out. They just need to clear out a couple more kills, or maybe this is going to stall this out. Yes, it does. It looks like it's going to stall out just a little bit longer, but it's definitely threatening. They're knocking on the door to try to finish this out.
Juzo saved that there for Dominance with a massive Gravitic Flux. Double kill for him, as now this is the last big fight here. He's done it! PvPX got it! There's the clip.
Yep, he got the mercy. He was looking for the fire, he got the mercy. So here we go. The fight is still continuing here. The numbers advantage is going in for Kaiser. Kaiser is starting to pull off more kills in the back line here. And now it's cart is just moving forward. There's no one here from Team Dominance, and that is going to be 2-0 for O2 Esports.
2-0 indeed. PvPX was looking for a kill on the flying DPS on Junkrat the entire game. Gets it on the Mercy at the very end when it matters the most to help his team push it over the finish line. As now, a good effort there from Dominance, I must say. They did a good job of trying to... They had a concrete plan to try and deal with O2, and they executed it fairly well. But in the end, chaos reigns once again, and Dominance is looking down the barrel of a reverse sweep in order to move on to our grand finals.
Yeah, for sure. So it's looking all O2. I'm sorry, it's esports, not whatever. Whatever. I'm gonna go with esports. Like if the chat's gonna punch me, so be it. But either way, it's looking good so far for O2 Esports. They are up 2-0 in this best of 3 matchup, and if we imagine how well Team Dominance had to play so far just to get here, is looking like they're running into a brick wall. And I'm not talking about Team Grit that they played last matchup as well. It's looking all but over for Team Dominance. They can't come up with an answer, so now the reverse sweep has to start, and they have to do it all with their map picks. It's just like it's not looking too good.
It is not. It feels like no matter what Dominance throws at O2, they just win through the power of just being good at their heroes. And I mean, that's what O2 avoided, all the different names that they've gone by over the years. That's what they're known for, right? Is that they do one thing, but they do one thing really, really well. And that is how they always end up making it this far in Open Division. They end up making it up to trials. Even were up in contenders for a little bit. So it comes down to, honestly, as crazy as O2 Esports is, or esports, if you
esports, whatever.
Technically it's esports, but as crazy and chaotic as they are a known quantity. You know what they're going to do. You know the kind of game they're going to try and play. So it's always up to the other team to see if they can figure out how to deal with it. And Dominance has shown signs of starting to figure out how to deal with it, but they have not quite been able to put it together so far. And if they want to get it, it is going to have to come on their next choice of a hybrid map.
Yeah, it's the reverse sweep has to start here and now, and it's not. Again, we've seen some signs of life from Team Dominance, but not enough to crack this crazy team. It's just. I would imagine if they were better at dive or better at brawl, you could make some comparisons. But what comparison can you make? Is it just a difference of PvPX? Is it just one player alone that is just making a difference here, or is it just the fact that like I think that entire last map on Rialto, I don't even think PvPX was playing. I think he was just it was just 5v6, and he was just looking for that rip tire pharmacy kill, and it's just like, okay, I'm just gonna build to this and get it. You know, he did swap. He swapped a couple times to deal, to like deal with the stops as necessary. But I think that like it didn't matter. It reminds me of a couple other players that I won't mention that pulled out the Torbjorn at the last second and were just looking for hammer kills. It's just like that's just not how confident they were in finishing this out. Well, surprisingly, we haven't seen that yet. And he also tried the pirate ship as well, which is a bold move on their part, but it didn't work out for them. PvPX had to switch off. So we're gonna see. We haven't figured out what the next map is going to be yet, but yeah, as you mentioned, it's going to be a hybrid map. Now I can say, we've seen Blizzard World already. We haven't seen King's Row. What do you think dividing should be next map for Team Dominus as a last gasp of breath here in this losers finals matchup?
Yeah, well, Dominance is in the end a brawl team. That is what they are most comfortable playing. And that is what they would probably like to take avoided to, not avoided in this case, O2 to, if they had the chance to do so, which makes King's Row a natural choice. Now, of course, avoided or O2, they're going to play whatever they want anyways. But that does seem like the natural choice going into it. However, it is not going to be King's Row. It is going to be Eichenwald. I think maybe.
Okay.
Now, this actually, Eichenwald does tend to play a bit more into the O2 style of play. Maybe Dominance is trying to play into that a little bit. Maybe try and get them a little bit too comfortable, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. I mean, like, cover picks are one thing, but you also have to do this against the O2 esports. So, listen, it's O2. I was going to try to say that 5 times fast. Well, here we go. We're going to dive right into Eichenwald here. It is match point for O2 esports. God, I'm not gonna be able to say that out loud. Like it's gonna mess me up for a while. Like I have to remember to say invitational and not invitational for other things. Not it's a coin of phrase. But here we go. Eichenwald, and it looks like Team Dominance will remain on attack here. Now again, this is match point. It is win or go home. You win, you play on Sunday. You don't, well, you at least have a contenders trials as a consolation prize. But you want the money. You want to play for that $2,000 prize pool, and it's all come down to Eichenwald for Team Dominance's map pick.
Yeah, absolutely. As now on the attack, Dominance will be first, trying to figure out exactly what their plan is here. As I mean, this composition from O2, I'm looking at it. I'm seeing a bunch of heroes that don't normally work together very well. There's Mini-Me has been subbed in, actually. Known for the Orisa, is going to be playing Mercy here. There isn't really anything for this Mercy to pocket, other than maybe, the Sim and the Reaper could, I guess, could at least deal with it. But Kaiser and I'm Special have been caught out instantly. So this Reaper is in a lot of trouble right now, but it looks like is going to just barely get away.
No, don't cut out Symmetra, though. We've seen some very interesting Symmetra plays this entire tournament. I almost want to be a Symmetra main, considering some of the strats some Symmetra players have brought out. But either way, Eichenwald started off, and as you mentioned, the wackiness continues. I really think they're just confident at this point. They're just going to try out, see if it works, see what Team Dominance can do with it. And they're just going to fight in this room here, and a kill coming probably from WPX is going to be like kind of the opening volley here. But we still need Team Dominance to get into the point here and not just take fights into the close rooms.
Yeah, once again, though, this comp from O2 really doesn't have anything to try and deal with SXJ on this Pharah. You see Tragic going for hooks, but that's really it. This Pharah's gotten like 4 kills in this extended first engagement, and it has just picked O2 apart. You see PvPX is now going to move over to the McCree to try and deal with it. But 90% of the way to the barrage already is SXJ. And Mini-Me swapping onto the Zenyatta is an interesting one. That just seems like a sitting duck waiting to get blown up by SXJ.
Jesus Christ, look at this. Again, PvPX. Okay, so I think if we're going to call McCree PvPX taking it seriously. That's going to be the serious one. We'll put Junkrat in the middle, and we'll put Bastion on the lower end. But either way, here we go again. Now PvPX is just going to try to dive into it. Now all the ultimates are on the side of Team Dominus. They pop the Attack Visor right away to see if they can get some value off of it, and they get 2 more kills going down. We're looking for this fight here. Yeah, it's just right in front of this card. But meanwhile, Kaiser is just trying to go on the back line with that Reaper. He was just came out of spawn, just fresh, ready to go. And he doesn't get a lot to work with just yet. But wait, yeah, the Death Blossom comes out as well. It gets 1. So I mean, he's still lurking in that back line, trying to get some stuff going on. But the cart is still moving forward here. So I'm not sure what is on O2 Esports' mind. Maybe they're going to stop them right in front of Point Alpha.
Yeah, O2 is suffering a lot from the snowball effect of dominance right now. They're swapping heroes so much that they basically haven't had a chance to build up a single ultimate. Wow, 4 ultimates now on the line for dominance.
Oh, and there's the Rocket Barrage. He gets 1 kill, but then it meets the mine from PvPX to take them down. And now the kills are starting to come in. Now they're starting to take it seriously. And now they're going to shut down this push coming from Team Dominance. And they're going to get this last kill off. Yes, they do. And it looks like the Team Dominance will reset and try again.
Try again, they will. They will have the Gravitic Flux from Juzo online. Wex swaps over to a McCree now to try and, I guess, freeze up Tractor Kid or Kaiser to try and make sure they can't get in and do too much damage. And I'm Special going down early is huge. Tractor Kid really trying to get on this Mercy, but it is very difficult. Oh, PvPX once again taking to the skies and is now back down on the ground as all Junkrats end up eventually.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. So it seems that now we're playing 4v6 Overwatch because now it's looked like Tractor Kid and PvP is trying to outdo PvPX and try to get a kill with the Wrecking Ball onto the Pharmacy combo. But it doesn't matter. As they're playing around in 4v6 Overwatch, it looks like the Team Dominance is moving close to this point, but now they're starting to take it seriously. And again, they're going to stop them just short of Point Alpha here on Eichenwald, and now they're going to take it seriously and get the kills down. So, like, I was going to say, is there a boot kill off the side? No, like, the bar is still trying to stay alive here. But this cart is just stopped just shy, and now we're going to reset and try again. But this time, I think they're taking it seriously now.
Let me bring up a point here that I've been thinking about. SXJ is almost certainly Dominance's biggest DPS threat going into Avoided. They aren't super good at dealing with it. But when people like PvPX and Tractor Kid kind of int into the skies to try and deal with it, they take both him and Strebber kind of out of the fight while they try and deal with all of these heroes just flying up at him. And it very much limits the Pharah's ability to be useful in the main fight on the point, where Avoided is coming out ahead. O2 is coming out ahead most of the time. Now, is this a 200 IQ play from the O2 folks? No, I don't think so. I think they just want. I think they just want to get the funny Junkrat kill on the Pharah. But I do want to bring it up that it is doing a lot of work as PvPX takes out Yohem, and that is going to pretty much just send. Send Dominance back to spawn once again.
Yeah. So now it's just so it is working. They are stalling for time here. This cart again is just stopped just short, and there's the hook onto the Pharah. It didn't get the follow-up kills, and see if it's going to stay alive with the juice. And well, maybe not. It gets taken down anyway. And so now, oh man, the solo window just to deal with it as well. All the members of O2 Esports is just trying to jump into this, but in the meantime, they do. Team Dominance does get the cleanup kills, and now they're going to push into this Point Alpha. Yes, they do, and now they get another 2 minutes to try to see if they can finish out Eichenwald while O2 Esports is just playing around.
O2 now, once again, like on Eichenwald, they have given up second point. It was about this time on Rialto where they really started turning on the boosters and started pushing Dominance back into their spawn. We'll see if that happens again. Dominance has a lot of ultimates to work with, though. Melon and Yohem have their ultimates up, the Amp Matrix and the Diva Bomb. SXJ is just about to come up on the barrage as well, and Juzo has the mines. This could be massive.
All right, so it looks like, okay, this time looks like all the ultimates are going to come out as well. Melon on the Diva Bomb gets 2 at the very least, but Tractor Kid with the mines gets 1 in return. So it's just going to be a trade for trade right now. It's still 5v5, but Team Dominance is still here trying to contest. And now the mines comes out also from Team Dominance as well, and Wex is on the Deadeye. It seems like he gets the value off of it, gets nothing, it whiffs, and now, just like Cool Boy as the 3rd DPS, Rory Baptiste is trying to keep their team alive and try to shut down this advance from Team Dominance. The Junkrat wheel, it does come out as well. Riptire is going to go to place. It gets 1 in the backline for Yuzo on the Wrecking Ball, and now the dual Alpha Matrix comes out for both sides, and it's just going to be a fight on the high ground here to try to see if they can get this card for it. This card is just so close. It's a minute left of the clock here, and Kaiser was just standing there waiting for Melon to come by to shoot him in the head. So here we go. We got this last minute. This fights are just taking out on everywhere around this point here. It's not a lot of concentration here, but Wex is going to start this off and get 1. It's just going to take down that pesky Kaiser in the backline. The Valkyrie gets popped as well for Straybor as they continue to see if they push this cart forward. It is all but desperation time. All the ultimates are getting invested into this fight, and the Clutch Rest comes out as well for Straybor as well. Like again, the kills are just being traded so far, but this card stops just short. We have 30 seconds left of the clock here. It's looking just a little bit closer here. Coming in, but no, Tractor Kid says no, I'm just going to dive right back into the point here. 2 more kills coming out. Kaiser's now taking it seriously. PvPX is coming onto the field, and now it's still looking good for O2 Esports. They seem to reset at the right time. They got 15 seconds left of the clock, and no one here from Team Dominance, and the last kill is going to get staggered off, and that's going to be it from I'm Special. It's looking all but over for Team Dominance here.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's even going to be able to touch the grab. Blossom coming out, and that is going to do it. Very similarly to Rialto, I think, where there was definitely some life coming out from Dominance in the first 2 points, but when they were getting ready to make that last move to finish the map, O2 came out and was like, actually, you're not going to do that, and just started playing insane. That sort of like ranked warlord mentality really came out. We are not going to lose this, and they stop them once again. So now it is up to the defense now on Dominance. They have to keep them below 2 points and 52 meters. If not, they're going to be finishing this open division in 3rd place.
Yes, it is down to the wire. It is win or go home. All the sports analogies, all the stuff. O2 Esports, yes, they have a win condition on the board. We don't have to draw here, ladies and gentlemen, unless we can't draw here. We have to. Somebody's going to win this, and it looks like O2 Esports is just going to try and see if they can push this card a little bit further. But again, maybe they'll take this seriously. They were starting to take it seriously, as you saw the ult celebration, or the ultimate fiesta, as my friend would say, towards the end of Eichenwald for their attack. So here we go. O2 Esports is on their attack, and what could be the final chance, the final round, the final phase for Team Dominance here. If they don't do something quick, the tournament life will come to an end in 3rd place, as you mentioned, and here we go. We'll see what O2 Esports can do on their attack.
You know, on their attack, O2 are running actually a sort of normal comp, which is really weird. We've got Ryan Zarya, Sim May. The only weird thing is, okay, here's the weird thing. They're going this crazy, nope. Okay, I've never seen that before. They used a Maywall on the very end of the point there. I assumed they were going to go to the Maywall and then use the Sim teleporter to try and get to some crazy spot, but SXJ was on that fire again, saw it coming from a mile away, and got the 5-man boop of his life. Already has the barrage up now for this next fight.
I mean, they were just lined up like target practice there for him. You know, if you're gonna troll us, you know, we can troll you right back and get the kills. You know, anyway. But now, once again, we're back in the serious mode here, because now the kills are coming in from O2 Esports, and just looks like they're just going to cap this first point with plenty in the time bank after that initial troll to try to use the main wall and do some freaky stuff around the corner here in Eichenwald.
Yeah. This is an interesting comp coming out from O2, because they have all the makings of a Brawl comp, but they don't have that Lucio. They don't really have a main support in right now. Cool Boy is the flex support. Mini-Me is a tank player. So you don't have that ability to speed boost and try and roll over your opponents, nor do you have the ability to disengage. And those are two key abilities for the Brawl comp to work. So Melon's going to have a lot easier of a time staying alive without a Lucio. SXJ is going to have a lot easier time hitting the slower opponents. It just looks it might be a little rough for O2, but I don't know. If I'm special just keeps lasering people down, it's no big deal.
I mean, it's as you mentioned, Dividing, it is working for O2 Esports. They just keep making it work. So now it's just going to be this cart has been barreling forward so far as the fight is going on. But I mean, there are signs of life coming in from Team Dominance, but it might be a little bit too late. Here's the Death Blossom into the back line, and he's going to get. My goodness, just to get to all the way down, ladies and gentlemen. So look at this. It just it's been free all day for Kaiser in the backline for O2 Esports. They just keep diving in and getting the kills. But this card is still moving toward point alpha, and it's Team Dominance has no answer here. I would just say that it looks like the O2 Esports is the more dominant team in this matchup here. And now they've captured point alpha, and 5 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock just to get to the golden box of victory and close this out losers finals. There's the shatter.
That was a big shatter actually from Tractor Kid. I'm Special actually puts in the grab to follow up on this, unless this is a big high noon from Wex, and it is not. It's actually looking really good for O2 here as soon as they get Tractor Kid back, because they are forcing out ultimates from Dominance.
Yeah, it's almost like it's a bait and switch here, because the more ultimate advantage that they have, the more they get to close this out. And this cart is so close to the golden box of victory here, ladies and gentlemen. It is all but over. Team Dominance is looking at their tournament life going away at 1 kill at a time. And now it looks like O2 Esports is looking to dominate play. And yes, they do. And O2 Esports is going to move on into your grand finals and their rematch against O1 tomorrow afternoon in their grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to O2 Esports.
And I do have to say, a valiant effort coming out from Dominance. Very much made a run today, contenders. Here's that crazy play, by the way, that O2 tried to pull. I would have loved to see that work. I would have loved to see the full thought process there. But, I mean, in the end, Dominance did a fantastic job. Again, today they took out the number 5, number 4, number 3 seeds. 5, 4, 3. That's how numbers work. But in the end, it is number 2 that stops them. O2 Esports.
I like what you did there. I was waiting for it. I'm like, where's the pun? It's going to be a pun with O2 in it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? O1 is the number 1 seed. O2 is the number 2 seed. And that is what is going to decide the Open Division champions next time when we come back on EMEA for tomorrow's grand finals.
Absolutely. So, I mean, so now we got O1, O2, and 3 maps and a handshaking losers finals to get O2 back in revenge. And as you mentioned, if they're first and second seed, it's kind of righteous for them to get back into the spot here and try to battle it. Now, I'm wondering, Dividing, are these both part of the same organization? Is that why they're called, O1 Esports and O2 Esports? Is that kind of the joke, or am I missing something as a boomer?
No, they're not. They're not the same organization. I think this is just the O2 guys doing, as they like to say, a little bit of trolling, as they say. I don't think they're actually like sister teams or anything like that. I think O2 just poking a little bit of fun at O1. But they're going to get really familiar with each other, because not only do they play in grand finals tomorrow, they will also be playing in trials together in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not too bad for Team Dominance here. I mean, yes, they didn't pull this off, but they get the reward in getting to make it into contenders trial. So congratulations once again. So I mean, there could have been a little bit of just letting off the gas here, because you accomplished your goal in Open Division, right? You made it into trial. So congratulations to that. But I wanted to play for the money though. I would have wanted to push this thing forward and actually play for the money and get to the grand finals and kind of prove our mettle there. Kind of like it's not just enough to limp into the contenders trials, but actually win it all and kind of put it together. But either way, as we mentioned, Team Dominance's run comes just a little bit short. They go out in third place, but not a bad showing for all the teams, the 2 weeks of competition, everybody that's been playing so far. I don't have really any final thoughts because I don't want to give any more credit to O2 Esports than they deserve. I'm just gonna let it like kind of hang in the air here. They know who they are. They know they're gonna make it. We'll see if they take it even more seriously tomorrow in grand finals. But do you have any final thoughts, buddy?
In the end, chaos reigns in this loser's final matchup. O2 earns the opportunity to try and play for that $1,000 grand prize just by making it to second place. They have doubled their prize money from $250 to $500. They get the chance to double it again tomorrow. But that is going to do it for us here in the EMEA Open Division scene. I do want to take a second to thank our producer, Joey, who has been up with us all morning, bringing you Open Division action the entire day. So
yes.
Shout out to our producer. He's been putting in massive work. And of course, tune in because in 2.5 hours, we get to do this all over again for North America. And who knows what's going to happen there.
Yeah, if any of the action that has come out from this weekend, or at least from this weekend in this competition, is anything to behold, North America might be just as crazy here with kind of the upsets that come out from North America last week with kind of the good boys, or is it best boys or best? No, it's best buds. It's best buds. Yeah, the best buds, wrecking shop and taking out contenders teams. It's like, well, what's a contenders team in North America? I don't know. Let's talk to best buds about that. But either way, they're gonna, we're gonna see more of that action coming up next in North America. But as you mentioned, it's about 2.5 hours away. So stay tuned to this channel and our other channel for Reflash OW for seeing more action for North America Open Division. But that's gonna do it for us, ladies and gentlemen. For myself, and yes, thank you to Joey for staying awake for multiple hours. We'll try to get him back to get some sleep. No coffee for you, sir. You get some sleep. You've done a good job. Thank you to Reflash and Monkey Bubble for giving us this opportunity to do the North American Open Division, and thank you, Dividing, for sticking with me all afternoon long for this whole crazy, it's a little trolling matchup that we saw in losers finals. So once again, O2 Esports is going to go 3-0 against Team Dominance and move on into our grand finals. You will see them tomorrow against O1 Esports in the EMEA division. I believe that the match is going to start at 12 o'clock Central European Standard Time tomorrow on Sunday. But for us, for Will, for Dividing, for Joey, and for everybody else in the background, thank you so much. We're going to go to sleep now. Have a good afternoon. See you in North America in about 2.5 hours. Goodbye.